In the 56th year of Konoha, the Uchiha clan land. Because it was a clan meeting, many Uchiha clan members gathered here. They all vented their dissatisfaction with the Hokage. Among them, there was a person whose existence was somewhat out of tune with the surrounding environment. Uchiha Zhongjing looked around calmly. Ding! System loading progress 99.9. Looking at the progress bar in his mind that was still stuck at 99.9, Uchiha Zhongjing was a little overwhelmed. He had been a Hokage for 18 years. This progress bar was stuck at 99.9 for 18 years. If he traveled through time and space as someone else, he might be able to wait until the system was unlocked. But he traveled through time and space and became a member of the Uchiha clan. There were two traitors, Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi, who were eyeing them covetously. There were various targets from Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen outside. Even other ninja clans in Konoha were very wary of the Uchiha clan. It could be said that the Uchiha clan is now facing internal and external troubles. As a member of the Uchiha clan, no one can escape the destruction of a nest. Even if he wanted to distance himself from the Uchiha clan, no one would believe him. Shursui didn't come to the clan meeting again. What's going on? I don't know. He seems to be on a mission. At this time, Uchiha Zhongjing frowned again while listening to the discussions around him. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot that there is also an excellent successor of the consciousness of fire, Uchiha Shursui. Although this person is not as important as the above two, he can't be found out. Taking advantage of the current time, Uchiha Zhongjing took stock of the current situation. Uchiha Obito secretly planned to seize the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi was very dissatisfied with the entire clan. The third-generation Hokage ordered Uchiha Shursui to monitor the entire Uchiha clan. And what are the Uchiha clan doing now? The clan will complain. You heard it right. The clan will complain about the various targeting of the Hokage. Little did they know that without strength as support, all resistance seemed so weak. Uchiha Zhongjing looked down on them in his heart. However, as the place where he grew up, he still had feelings for the Uchiha clan. Ding! The system loading progress is 100 and the God level selection evaluation system has been successfully loaded. The God level selection evaluation system, as the name suggests, will trigger options every time an event occurs. The host will receive system rewards after making a choice. A large number of rewards will be given again based on the evaluation of the host's completed events. Subsequent functions are to be unlocked. The next second, a long-awaited voice suddenly appeared in Uchiha Zhongjing's mind. System? Uchiha Zhongjing was a little surprised. He thought that this system had been idle for a long time. Unexpectedly, it was loaded successfully. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the Novice Reward. Novice Gift Package. Open the Novice Gift Package. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning Standard Jonin Chakra, Standard Jonin Physical Fitness, and Manjiki Sharingan. The next second, Uchiha Zhongjing felt that the chakra in his body began to surge. His original strength was about that of a Jonin, and the reward given by the system directly made his strength go to the next level. At the same time, the original 3 Magatama Sharingan was replaced. Instead, it was replaced by a pair of Manjiki Sharingan. But this second was fleeting. It seems that I need to execute that plan. Feeling the endless power in his body, Uchiha Zhongjing said slowly. He has been in Konoha for 18 years, and he has not wasted time. He was able to survive in the class with the highest death rate in the ninja school. He is naturally not a waste. In this case, Uchiha clan, let me lead you. At the same time, a lush tree next to the Uchiha clan land. What is this? A hedgehog-headed Uchiha youth slowly looked at the clan meeting below. Uchiha Shursui looked at the figure below with a surprised face. Brother Zhongjing. For some reason, Shursui felt that a huge change seemed to have taken place in the other person. But this change was fleeting. Am I overthinking? Shursui murmured. He and Brother Zhongjing knew each other well. It should be that his perception was wrong. And Brother Zhongjing was a man of great wisdom. He must be able to understand him. At this moment, Shursui suddenly saw Brother Zhongjing glanced at the place where he was hiding. But he didn't care. He didn't think he would be discovered. On the other side, Uchiha Zhongjing slowly turned his head. Is this the ability of my left eye? That's right, he was not looking around meaninglessly just now, but was experimenting with the ability of his left eye. Compared with the Amaterasu in the right eye, the Shura eye in the left eye is more powerful. The Shura eye can provide him with powerful reconnaissance and detection capabilities, and the detection range increases with the increase of strength. In battle, the Shura field can also be opened. He can interfere with the target in the field, making the opponent mentally abnormal and causing a lot of mental damage. It can be said that this is a magical skill that combines control and assistance. Moreover, the Shura Eye can detect the surrounding situation even without opening the Mangeki. He just used the Shura Eye to detect the abnormality on the tree. It seems that Shursui has begun to monitor the Uchiha clan. Thinking of this, he felt that he had to do something. Soon, the Uchiha clan was already a little excited at the clan meeting. They all denounced the injustice of the Hokage. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the event choice. Faced with the Uchiha clan's dissatisfaction at the clan meeting, you decided. Option 1. Go to the podium, strongly support the Hokage faction, and choose to be a dog for the Hokage faction. Choice reward. Sarutobi Hiruzen's favorability 30. Option 2. Faced with the Hokage's targeting, choose to defect on the night of the clan extermination and become a rebel ninja. Choice reward. Top grade Kamehameha technique. Title Escape General. Option 3. Give a speech in the tavern and gain the support of the Uchiha clan. Choose the reward. The speaking ability of a famous Austrian painter. The next second, 3 options appeared in front of Uchiha Jonjing. He was keenly aware of it. Each of these 3 options represents a path. Thinking of this, Uchiha Jonjing smiled. I choose the third option. The first 2 options seem to be a way out. But in fact, it is a trap. First of all, don't even think about the first option. Sarutobi Hiruzen has 2 hardcore fire consciousness inheritors, Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi. Moreover, I don't like to be under others. It's stupid to pin my life on whether others will show mercy. The second option is also impossible. Through the system, he also knows the effect of the ultimate turtle breathing technique. It is possible to make the whole person enter a state of suspended animation, and no one can see the flaws. But don't forget, on the night of the genocide, even an earthworm must be chopped in half, and the eggs must be shaken to break the yolk. Not to mention that Uchiha Obito and Shimura Danzo will buckle their eyes in the end. Even if you pretend to be dead, they won't let you go. So, he decisively chose the third option. I just don't know what the reward is. Where did the famous European painter get his master-level speaking ability? Chapter 2. The conservatives believe the radicals are too conservative. With a triumphant chime indicating success, the system announced, "Congratulations, host. You have acquired the masterful oratory skills of the renowned European painter, Seal. Based on the completion of subsequent events, further rewards will be granted." Seal? That very Seal? In that moment, Uchiha Jonjing felt an impulsive desire to raise his right hand at a 45-degree angle. Seal's abilities are truly exceptional. As he spoke, Uchiha Jonjing turned his gaze towards the podium. At that moment, many members of the Konoha Police Department were voicing their discontent. He strode forward. Is that Uchiha Jonjing? What is he doing up there? Could it be that Jonjing has something to say? Numerous Uchiha clan members murmured among themselves. Previously, Uchiha Jonjing had left an impression of being non-confrontational, rarely participating in clan meetings. What has prompted this change today? The Uchiha clan, comprising over a dozen elite jonin, had been lamenting from dawn until dusk, and from dusk until dawn. Could they truly scorn the third Hokage to death? Facing the hundreds of Uchiha clan members below, Uchiha Jonjing spoke with disdain. You, Uchiha Jonjing, are also a member of the Uchiha clan. Today, instead of seeking justice for our clan, you mock us. What reasoning is this? The hawkish members below, Uchiha Taihuhuo and Uchiha Dahu, glared fiercely. As radical members of the Uchiha clan, they interpreted Uchiha Jonjing's words as a derision of them. I am not mocking any one of you. I am mocking all of you. Jonjing's words dripped with sarcasm. Among the hundreds of Uchiha members present, not a single one has devised a method to overcome our predicament. To deal with the ultimate arrogance of the Uchiha clan, one must trample upon their pride. There is no path for the nice guy within the Uchiha. Do you wish to experience the power of the Sharingan? Uchiha Dahu, the youngest among the elite jonin, could hardly contain himself. Upon hearing Uchiha Jonjing's insults, he stepped forward, his prideful 3-tomo Sharingan fixed intently on Jonjing. My Sharingan is not without merit. In an instant, Uchiha Jonjing activated his left eye's Mangeki Sharingan. In the blink of an eye, the realm of the Azura unfolded, enveloping all in an overwhelming mental pressure that left them unable to hold their heads high. Meanwhile, Shursui, who had been observing from the shadows, was utterly astonished. How could this be? The Mangeki Sharingan. Uchiha Jonjing has actually awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. Shirsue's expression turned to one of shock as the realization struck him that another member of the Uchiha clan had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. This revelation detonated within Shirsue's mind like a bomb. No, this news must be reported to the third Hokage immediately. Shirsue understood all too well the significance of a pair of Manjiki Sharingan. He dared not reveal his kaleidoscopic Sharingan before his clansmen, fearing it would incite their radicalism. At that moment, Uchiha Zhongjing's realm of Azura seemed to envelop the entire clan territory. Under immense mental strain, Uchiha Dahu's expression began to twist. What is this? Uchiha Dahu had once believed his three-tomo Sharingan was unparalleled in the world. Yet, what lay within Uchiha Zhongjing's eyes? This is the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Tiehu was utterly dumbfounded. It was indeed the legendary kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Now, may we converse earnestly? Observing that none of the Uchiha clan below contradicted him, Uchiha Zhongjing slowly spoke. He paid no mind to Shirsue hidden in the shadows. He aimed to let the other party inform the third Hokage of his activation of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. He then gradually swept his gaze across the audience. Those met by his gaze, including Uchiha Dahu, felt a pang of guilt. We do nothing because the clan leader promised he would lead us to reclaim the Uchiha clan's rights. Uchiha Dahu's voice dwindled as he spoke, for he feared even he did not believe those words. Uchiha Fugaku could not even manage his own son. How could he possess the confidence to govern the entire Uchiha clan? Uchiha Zhongjing's remarks garnered considerable agreement from the audience. Moreover, do you think we are merely playing house? This is a struggle of life and death. How could someone as indecisive as Uchiha Fugaku lead the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Zhongjing did not conceal his disdain for the current clan leader. The greatest taboo for a clan leader is indecision. To contemplate a coup yet lack the courage. To wish to maintain the status quo yet mismanage it. Unable to satisfy his clansmen internally, nor the Hokage externally. With just a few words, Uchiha Zhongjing stirred discontent among many Uchiha clansmen. Most of them belonged to the younger faction. However, Zhongjing, are you not a conservative? At that moment, someone from the audience inquired. I am a conservative, yet I find your radical faction excessively cautious. Do you know how much a bowl of ordinary ramen costs now? 5,000 ryo. A full 5,000 ryo. For anything we Uchiha clan purchase, the price is thrice that of others. Uchiha Zhongjing's words directly struck the pain point of those present from the Uchiha clan. Indeed, we all serve Konoha. Why has our Uchiha clan fallen to such a fate? Why must we merely cower within the police force? Aren't you all elites capable of joining the Umbu? Whose obstruction confines you to the thankless police force? Many members of the Konoha police force resonated with Uchiha Zhongjing's words. Why is it that the Sarutobi clan, the Inuzuka, and the Aburame can join the Umbu? They consider themselves no weaker than those in the Umbu. However, did not Itachi Uchiha and Shirsue Uchiha join the Umbu? Someone in the audience expressed profound confusion. Yet, in the next moment, this bewilderment was swiftly dismissed by their own kin. Itachi Uchiha is no longer aligned with us. Indeed, Itachi Uchiha is wholly affiliated with the Hokage's faction. What comparison can be made? Soon, this uncertainty was drowned in the discussions of the crowd, rendering any rebuttal from Uchiha Kozen unnecessary. Why were Shirsue and Itachi permitted into the Umbu? Was it merely their prowess that caught the attention of the third Hokage? No. It was their embodiment of the will of fire. Without this spirit, do you think the third Hokage would allow a potential threat into the Umbu? What are we to do now? Uchiha Ina voiced his profound confusion. Indeed, whose guidance should we follow at this juncture? This remains a perplexity for many members of the Uchiha clan. Chapter 3. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Wangzai Dumplings. It is quite simple. There is but one path. In response to the puzzled expressions of the Uchiha clan below, Uchiha Zhongjing merely stated this with a calm demeanor. Many gazed at him with hopeful eyes, for he spoke of armed struggle. The moment Uchiha Zhongjing uttered these words, a wave of shock rippled through the Uchiha clansmen. Even Shirsue, who was secretly observing, felt his heart race with trepidation. This notion of Zhongjing's is far too perilous. I must report this to the third Hokage. However, is this not rebellion? Still, there remained a number of clansmen who supported Uchiha Fugaku. Nevertheless, it was evident that this faction was dwindling. Uchiha Zhongjing had secured the backing of the majority of the clan before Fugaku's arrival. Failure would be deemed rebellion, but success would be heralded as revolution. Uchiha Zhongjing's gaze was sharp as he spoke. Thanks to the Uchiha clan's remarkable genetics, he possessed the quintessential handsome features of his lineage. At this moment, he stood upon the stage, commanding attention and respect. The crowd below grew increasingly fervent, chanting his name, Uchiha Zhongjing. Uchiha Zhongjing. He has lost his mind. Uchiha Zhongjing has gone mad. The remaining supporters of Uchiha Fugaku turned pale at the sight before them, instinctively searching for their clan leader. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing this event. Event evaluation, event reward. Would release Kekkei Genkai, Bismarck Battleship. Bismarck Battleship, length 241, 55 meters. With 36 meters, equipped with 8 main guns of 380 millimeters, 12 secondary guns of 150 millimeters, and 36 machine guns. Soon, Uchiha Zhongjing felt a new power awakening within him, alongside his Sharingan, that would release Kekkei Genkai. Though he had yet to master would release techniques, it would assist him in mitigating the adverse effects of his Manjiki Sharingan. However, this was not the primary focus. The true essence lay in the second reward. The Bismarck battleship. Was it the very same vessel he was familiar with? He felt as though he could summon it at any moment. The sole drawback was that he was landlocked. The nearest ocean of the Land of Waves was at least 1,000 kilometers away. Distant waters cannot quench immediate thirst. Moreover, while the system had granted him a battleship, it provided no additional fuel beyond what was already aboard the vessel. Thus, its utility was limited. Yet, it felt premature to dwell on this now. With the system in place, perhaps the battleship would yield unexpected surprises in due time. Meanwhile, as the clan meeting was nearing its conclusion, Uchiha Shisui hurried to report to the third Hokage. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered over the recent intelligence reports submitted by his subordinates. These documents detailed the Uchiha clan's recent extensive procurement of military supplies. Knock, knock. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the door. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow. Had he not instructed the Umbu to refrain from disturbing him? I am resting. Suddenly, a voice called from outside. Lord Third Hokage, it is Shisui. Hiruzen's expression softened instantly. Ah, it is you, Shisui. Please, come in. With that, he carefully placed the information he had been holding into a drawer. Lord Hokage, Shisui said with utmost respect in the presence of the third Hokage. According to Shisui, Uchiha Junjong, a jonin of the Uchiha clan, now harbored dangerously radical thoughts. There was no trace of the will of fire in him, and he expressed deep grievances towards the third Hokage. At today's Uchiha clan meeting, Junjong had even spoken openly of rebellion, showing no respect for Konoha whatsoever. Shisui, you must not speak so lightly of a distinguished jonin of Konoha. Hiruzen interjected, his brow knitting in concern. Uchiha Junjong played a significant role during the Third Great Ninja War. He is a hero of Konoha. In response to Shisui's report, Hiruzen immediately countered. In his memory, Junjong had always been a close second to Itachi and Shisui as a successor of the Will of Fire. If not for Junjong's humility and reluctance to join the Umbu. Hiruzen sighed, lamenting the lost potential. No, Lord Hokage, it is true. Moreover, Uchiha Junjong has awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. What? In an instant, Hiruzen's pipe fell from his grasp. He stood up sharply, fixating his gaze intently on Shisui. Are you certain? Indeed, it appears that Junjong must have awakened it long ago, Shisui affirmed with a nod. His previous lengthy discourse paled in comparison to this revelation. What is Junjong concealing? What are his intentions? After years of engaging with the Uchiha clan, Hiruzen was all too aware of the power the Manjiki Sharingan held. A hidden Manjiki Sharingan's potential was beyond imagination. You were not discovered by Junjong, were you? Hiruzen quickly inquired. No, Uchiha Junjong did not notice me. Shisui replied confidently about his concealed abilities. Shisui, you are a bearer of the Will of Fire. I hope that, regardless of what may transpire in the future, you will always consider the village's perspective, Hiruzen said, his gaze towards Shisui filled with solemnity. This made Shisui's heart swell with emotion. Rest assured, Lord Hokage, I will find a way for the village and the Uchiha clan to coexist, Shisui declared resolutely. After Shisui departed, Hiruzen immediately summoned several advisors, including Danzo, to share the alarming news of Uchiha Junjong's awakening of the Manjiki Sharingan. In the face of impending danger, Sarutobi Hiruzen firmly believed that Uchiha Kenzen, harboring ulterior motives, must be dealt with by the root. Upon hearing the mention of the Manjiki Sharingan, Danzo's demeanor shifted markedly. He was quick to exclaim, impossible. Hiruzen decisively rejected the notion, asserting that Kenzen must not be hastily acted upon. Moreover, according to Shisui's investigation, it appeared that the adversary was aligned with the Uchiha hawkish faction. Hiruzen, you are growing old and overly indecisive, Danzo retorted, his frustration palpable. Enough, Danzo. Regardless of the circumstances, Kenzen remains a member of Konoha. I am confident that there are far better methods to address this. Hiruzen responded with fervent passion. To him, these matters were internal to Konoha. After all, the entire Uchiha clan was under the watchful eye of the village. It was unfathomable that one would awaken to find the entire Uchiha clan vanished overnight. Chapter 4. Confronting Fuji, the struggle for the Uchiha clan leadership. Let us not even mention the ordinary ninjas. The Root and Umbu operatives have already clandestinely surrounded the entire Uchiha clan. After all, when others rebel, they often put on a facade. However, the Uchiha clan does not even bother to pretend. They brazenly amassed combat supplies within the village, explosive tags, kunai. Truly, they are not even attempting to feign discretion. Hisashi, you shall surely come to regret this. Danzo snorted coldly, his expression turning distinctly displeased. Enough, Danzo, I am the Hokage. Bang. In a fit of anger, Danzo rose and slammed the office door shut. Observing his old comrade, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a deep sigh. Go, summon Kakashi. I have an important mission to assign. After a long contemplation, he spoke slowly. It was not that he lacked faith in sure sway, but the Uchiha clan, now led by Uchiha Kagami, could no longer be regarded with the same perspective as before. As you command. Meanwhile, after leaving, Danzo returned to the Root. Bring Oil Girl Ryoma and Shin to me. Danzo instructed his subordinates with a grim countenance. Oil Girl Ryoma and Shin were among Danzo's most reliable subordinates. Before long, a ninja clad in a black cloak and dark sunglasses, accompanied by a pallid youth, approached. Lord Danzo, Oil Girl Ryoma and Shin greeted with utmost reverence. I require you to eliminate someone for me. Uchiha Kagami. Upon hearing this name, Shin instinctively froze. Is Uchiha Kagami not a hero of the village? Why must we take action against him? Lord Danzo, Uchiha Kagami possesses Jonin-level strength, and he has already awakened his 3-tomo Sharingan. It will be quite challenging for us to subdue him in a short span. On the other hand, Oil Girl Ryoma responded with perfect compliance. His focus diverged entirely from Shin's. While Shin was preoccupied with the rationale behind targeting Uchiha Kagami, Oil Girl Ryoma pondered the likelihood of their success. Moreover, they would need to infiltrate the Uchiha clan to execute their mission. The leadership formulates the plan in such a manner. The ninjas tasked with carrying out the mission need only dedicate themselves wholeheartedly to their duties, while the leaders must contemplate myriad considerations. You need not directly confront Uchiha Kagami. Danzo scoffed. He would never send his subordinates to their demise. Uchiha Kagami has a childhood friend. You only need to capture her and use her as leverage. As he spoke, Danzo slowly produced a photograph. It depicted a girl with beautiful, long black hair and a teardrop mole beneath her right eye. The photograph bore the name Uchiha Izumi. No problem, Lord Danzo. Oil Girl Ryoma's expression brightened instantly. Such tasks were his favorite. Only Shin appeared visibly hesitant, wanting to voice his concerns. However, upon glancing at Lord Danzo, he ultimately chose to remain silent. On the other side of the Uchiha clan's territory, the entire venue was in a state of fervent excitement. Members of the Konoha Police Department, including Uchiha Ina and Uchiha Tetsu, were vociferously chanting the name of Uchiha Say. Silence. A voice, thick with anger, pierced through the clamor. Upon seeing the newcomer in the crowd, Uchiha Say gradually revealed a smile. At last, you've arrived. Despite the tumult at the clan meeting, Uchiha Fugaku had made a belated appearance. His gaze fell upon Uchiha Hakadai, who stood beside him. Hakadai, sensing Say's gaze, felt an inexplicable twinge of guilt. Earlier, he had discreetly informed the clan leader amidst the chaos of the assembly. Otherwise, Fugaku might have remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Uchiha Say, are you plotting rebellion? Uchiha Fugaku's eyes blazed with fury. What are you all still doing here? Return at once. He then cast a steely glare at the other participants of the clan meeting. However, this time, it appeared that few were inclined to heed his command. In the Uchiha clan, strength dictated respect. Moreover, many had grown discontent with the leader's indecisive nature. All Uchiha clan members who are not Jonin, leave the venue and return to your homes. At that moment, Uchiha Say spoke up. In the next instant, the crowd surged as numerous Uchiha clan members complied with Say's directive and departed for their residences. Only a handful of elite Uchiha Jonin remained in the hall. Fugaku's expression was one of disbelief as he looked up at Uchiha Say on the platform. In a show of support, Uchiha Tetsu and Uchiha Ina stepped forward to stand beside Say. The clan meeting had transformed into a display of allegiances. Fugaku, are we not in the midst of a rebellion? In the face of Fugaku's challenge, SHC did not refute him. No, you do not comprehend. We cannot yet sever ties with the village. The strength of Konoha is far beyond what we can currently withstand. The assembly was now composed solely of the Uchiha clan's elite. Thus, Fugaku candidly stated the truth. The Uchiha clan's power was insufficient to confront the entirety of Konoha. In his plans, he believed that a rebellion would require at least another 2 years as a buffer. Leader, do you think we are merely playing house? Upon hearing Fugaku's words, SHC chose not to respond. He found it somewhat ludicrous. You are already in rebellion. How can you presume that Konoha will grant us time? Furthermore, being well-versed in the unfolding narrative, SHC was acutely aware of the fate that awaited those who aligned with Fugaku. In the year 56 of Konoha, the Uchiha clan prepared for a coup, only to have Shirsue's eyes seized by Danzo, leading to his demise and the postponement of the Uchiha coup. By the year 58, the Uchiha clan was annihilated on the eve of their insurrection. The longer the situation dragged on, the more unfavorable it became for the Uchiha clan. Indeed, leader, SHC has awakened the legendary Mangekyou Sharingan. With SHC at the helm, I am confident we shall achieve success. At this moment, Uchiha Inahibi sought to persuade Uchiha Fugaku. The Mangekyou Sharingan, I see, you have also acquired that pair of eyes. Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Fugaku revealed a bitter smile. Zhongjing, your current thoughts are perilously misguided. No matter how formidable one's abilities may be, they cannot alter the existing discord between the Uchiha clan and the village. Once more, Uchiha Fugaku's face bore a trace of a wry smile. In the eyes of the Hokage faction, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had not yet completely succumbed to age. The two formidable advisors, Shimura Danzo and Akimichi Torafu, were also not to be underestimated. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans remained staunch loyalists to the Hokage. Did they truly believe that the Mangekyou Sharingan could subdue all? Frankly speaking, even with the awakening of the Mangekyou Sharingan, Fugaku held little confidence in his ability to defeat the third Hokage. The current generation of young ninjas could not genuinely perceive Sarutobi Hiruzen as harmless. Even if he could momentarily distract the third Hokage, the Uchiha clan was not composed of individuals who had all awakened their eyes or mastered genjutsu like Uchiha Kakashi. It was simply because they lacked sufficient strength. When one attains power akin to that of the first Hokage, Shinja Hashirama, or the original clan leader, Madara, all issues shall be effortlessly resolved. In response to Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Zhongjing succinctly stated, "Why do you hesitate now? It is because you are not strong enough." Chapter 5. Uchiha Zhongjing, I fail to comprehend why there is such fervent discourse surrounding. Uchiha, your current thoughts are excessively radical. Uchiha Fugaku grimaced, casting a helpless glance at Uchiha Zhongjing. The third Raikage is undeniably formidable. Yet even one as powerful as he succumbed amidst the encirclement of tens of thousands of IWA ninjas. In Fugaku's estimation, individual prowess could not alter the prevailing circumstances. Of course, this perspective stemmed from his lack of exposure to true powerhouses. As a transmigrator, Zhongjing had witnessed the effectiveness of ordinary ninjas in battle. If the strategy of sheer numbers were truly effective, then during the Fourth Shinobi World War, Uchiha Madara would have long since been worn down by the relentless assault of 80,000 ninja coalition forces. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Zhongjing began to speak slowly. The Land of Fire has endured over 50 large-scale conflicts throughout history, rife with complexities that are difficult to articulate. Yet, we cannot overlook that it is upon this ancient battlefield that the fates of countless ninja clans have been determined, witnessing the rise and fall of many. The Land of Fire lies at a crucial juncture, serving as the vital route connecting north and south, and has perpetually been a battleground. In the past, the Shinja clan and the Uchiha clan united to establish the Hidden Leaf Village, achieving unparalleled strength. I do not understand why there is such discussion about the third Raikage being trapped in the Land of Earth. As if this ancient battlefield of Konoha is destined to bring us misfortune. 50 years ago, the former clan leader set forth from the Land of Fire, and together with the Senju clan, wielding the Susanoo and the Great Buddha, they vanquished 4 nations, leading to the renown of the Hidden Leaf Village in the shinobi world. It was truly a time of celestial favor, a realm of vibrant vitality where all things thrived, vividly before our eyes. Yet, in the mere span of 50 years, has this place devolved into a grave for our Uchiha clan? Regardless of the circumstances, this revolution represents the Uchiha clan's challenge to the Hokage faction. The advantage lies with us. Zhongjing's impassioned words ignited the fervor of the Uchiha elite present. Indeed, during the establishment of the Hidden Leaf Village. Their clan had shed blood and achieved merit. Why then had they been relegated to such a lowly status now? What do you intend to do? Uchiha Fugaku observed the shifting atmosphere and realized the situation had slipped from his control. It's quite simple. There are two paths before us now. The first is to confront them head-on and execute a decisive strike against the Hokage faction. Revolutions cannot be rushed. Insurrections cannot be delayed. As long as we can swiftly subdue the Hokage faction, the advantage remains with us. It must be said that Uchiha Zhongjing's plan stirred the hearts of many. Even Uchiha Fugaku had to concede the truth of his words. Revolutions cannot be rushed, nor can insurrections be delayed. However, just when everyone presumed that Uchiha Zhongjing would choose this course of action, he delivered a staggering twist. Given the current state of the Uchiha clan, our odds of victory are less than 50%. What? Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow. How could it be only 50%? We both possess the Manjiki Sharingan. In this moment, Uchiha Fugaku fixed his unwavering gaze upon Uchiha Zhongjing, stating that would yield a 70% chance. But what if we factor in Shui and Itachi? That would only lower our odds to 30%. Uchiha Zhongjing's words left Fugaku utterly bewildered. Why, with more people, did their chances diminish? They were merely embarking on a decapitation mission, after all. Fugaku, do you still not grasp the reality? Uchiha Itachi is destined to walk a different path than ours. At this juncture, Uchiha Zhongjing shattered Fugaku's illusions with a single phrase. Fugaku's demeanor faltered, his expression growing increasingly somber. Indeed, he had observed Itachi's recent aberrations, yet he had been deceiving himself all along. What, then, is the alternative? Uchiha Fugaku inquired, his tone laden with bitterness. It is simple. Since Konoha is so adamantly against our Uchiha clan, we shall each tread our own path. Sarutobi Hiruzen will pursue his course, while we forge our own destiny. They seek to manipulate Konoha, and we shall establish a new Konoha. What? Uchiha Fugaku stared incredulously at Uchiha Zhongjing. Was this a challenge to Sarutobi Hiruzen? Yet, in this vast shinobi world, where could the Uchiha clan find their sanctuary? A frown etched on Fugaku's face. If they were to establish a new Konoha, they would undoubtedly require their own territory. However, the shinobi world had nearly been divided among the 5 great nations. Present were the elite of the Uchiha clan, and I shall not conceal from you. I possess a route in the Land of Waves. The territory may be modest, but its potential is immense, so fortune favors the bold. If you dare, follow me. The Land of Waves, a territory that could almost be deemed overlooked by many. Separated from the Land of Fire by water, once someone occupies the strait, it becomes nearly impenetrable. Furthermore, Kato could leverage the maritime route of the Land of Waves to ascend to riches within the shinobi world. Hence, the potential of the Land of Waves is undeniable. Additionally, its geographical position shares similarities with TW. In due time, with the Bismarck battleship stationed at the strait, they could recruit soldiers and talents, and within a few years, the Uchiha clan could regain prominence throughout the shinobi world. Upon hearing these words, the assembly was stirred. Uchiha Zhongjing had painted an enticing vision for them. Many among them believed that it was better to be a head among chickens than a tail among phoenixes. Leader, what do you think? Uchiha Hakadai cautiously approached, seeking Fugaku's opinion. As a staunch loyalist to Fugaku, he chose to align with him. However, Uchiha Zhongjing took note of this exchange. It was indeed a path previously unconsidered. Yet, have you contemplated how we might breach Konoha's blockade to reach the Land of Waves? Uchiha Fugaku inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. He was willing to place his trust in Uchiha Zhongjing, due to the fact that the other party grew up within the clan. They lacked the extensive exposure to the Naruto faction that my own son enjoyed. This matter does not warrant excessive concern from the clan leader. However, should the clan leader harbor genuine curiosity, I could privately present a demonstration. Uchiha Zhongjing did not articulate this overtly. You may return now. Uchiha Fugaku surveyed his surroundings, believing Zhongjing to be skeptical of those present. Given the significance of this matter, he felt compelled to deliberate carefully. Numerous Uchiha Jonin cast their gazes toward Zhongjing, and only upon his nod did they choose to depart. Very well, Uchiha Zhongjing, now that all unrelated personnel have vacated, you may speak. Uchiha Hakadai urged, observing the exit of the surrounding Uchiha Jonin. Shurazai. Yet, in the next moment, Uchiha Zhongjing unleashed the Shurazai, striking directly at Uchiha Hakadai's soul. Since when did Miran's dare to interject? Uchiha Zhongjing fixed an expressionless gaze upon Uchiha Hakadai. The overwhelming mental impact nearly rendered the latter permanently incapacitated. Chapter 6. A second trigger of choice, a heroic rescue. How swift. Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback by the sudden turn of events brought forth by Uchiha Zhongjing. Although he too had activated his Sharingan, he remained unresponsive throughout the encounter. Uchiha Zhongjing had shown mercy, for the Uchiha clan was in dire need of capable individuals at this moment. The instant Uchiha Zhongjing made his move, Uchiha Fugaku realized he was no match for his opponent. He had never anticipated the depth of Zhongjing's concealed strength. Just for now, I shall spare your life. Uchiha Zhongjing slowly deactivated his Shurizai in response to Fugaku's plea. This decision was not born from any excessive regard for Fugaku. Zhongjing had never been one to be easily intimidated. He could temporarily sit down and converse amicably with Fugaku because the latter possessed that right. However, what was Uchiha Hakadai to him, barking orders as if he were still the Uchiha Zhongjing of yore? Cough, cough. Regaining his composure, Uchiha Hakadai appeared visibly relieved. Just moments ago, he had truly felt the weight of his predicament. Nevertheless, this time, Uchiha Fugaku would no longer underestimate Uchiha Zhongjing's prowess. Have you heard of the Flying Thunder God technique, clan leader? Zhongjing spoke gradually. The modified version I have devised allows for large-scale teleportation. The Flying Thunder God technique was not as rare as the original, thus acquiring it posed no significant challenge. What? Uchiha Fugaku's expression turned incredulous. If that were the case, Zhongjing had indeed improved upon the Flying Thunder God technique. Realization dawned upon him, and he was once again astounded by Zhongjing's genius. No wonder Zhongjing exuded such confidence. I understand. From this day forth, the Uchiha clan shall be entrusted to you. Uchiha Fugaku was not one to covet power, so he promptly prepared to pass the mantle of clan leader to Zhongjing. Clan leader. Uchiha Hakadai wished to offer counsel, but recalling the fate of his earlier indiscretion, he swiftly silenced himself. No need. The position of clan leader is not my desire. Surprisingly, Uchiha Zhongjing declined the offer. His initial ambition extended beyond merely becoming the Uchiha clan leader. Henceforth, it sufficed that all Uchiha clan members adhered to his commands. Should anyone dare to act foolishly at this juncture, they would not escape the consequences of their actions. Zhongjing merely issued a calm warning to Fugaku. I understand. And I will ensure that all clan members comply strictly with your commands. Uchiha Fugaku hastily affirmed. In truth, whether he voiced this or not made little difference. The Uchiha clan was now more inclined to place their trust in Uchiha Zhongjing. At that moment, Uchiha Zhongjing suddenly turned his gaze towards the eastern direction of the Uchiha territory. Interesting, it seems some intruders have stealthily infiltrated. The entire Uchiha clan resembled a bustling marketplace, where individuals could come and go as they pleased. The individuals associated with Sarutobi Hizashi, Danzo, and Uchiha Obito. What distinctions exist between the current Uchiha clan and a beehive? Ding. Detected that the host has initiated an event selection. Danzo seeks to abduct your childhood companion, Uchiha Izumi, to threaten you. You decide. Option 1. A heart devoid of women. Draw the sword naturally. As long as I have no woman, I possess no weakness. Before Danzo can act, I shall eliminate Uchiha Izumi. Reward for selection. The art of slaying wives. Option 2. Do nothing. What woman? Achieving nothing grants rewards. Why should I complicate matters? Reward for selection. A magical conch from the SpongeBob SquarePants universe. Option 3. What childhood companion? How am I unaware? I shall investigate the matter. Reward for selection. Curved dimension leap from the League of Legends universe. Observing the 3 abstract choices presented by the system, Uchiha Kuzan found himself unable to maintain his composure. I choose option 3. The first 2 were so abstract that he questioned whether they were merely meant to highlight the third option. While ostensibly 3 options were available, in essence, there was but one. Ding, selection successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the reward. Curved dimension leap. Curved dimension leap opens a portal to another location. After 2 seconds, all nearby allies will be transported to that location. The next moment, Uchiha Kuzan acquired the skill Curved Dimension Leap in his mind. This skill was precisely what he needed at that moment. Compared to the Flying Thunder God technique, Curved Dimension Leap was more stable, capable of greater distances, and required less energy. One might even deem this skill a divine technique. With this ability, he could effortlessly transport the entire Uchiha clan away from Konoha. Then, proceeding eastward, upon reaching the Strait of the Land of Waves, he could unleash the Bismarck battleship. The entire plan became seamless. Soon, Uchiha Kuzan's presence vanished from the location, his speed so tremendous that Uchiha Fugaku failed to react. Meanwhile, On the eastern street of the Uchiha territory, stop shouting, no matter how loudly you scream. No one will come to your rescue. Yamanaka Ryoma slowly cornered a girl clad in a purple coat into an alley. He seemed to relish the process of toying with his prey. Lord Ryoma, we should expedite the resolution of this matter. On the other side, Shin observed the scene with reluctance. He had family, thus could empathize with the bonds that exist among loved ones. Of course, he did not explicitly mention who lacked family. Do not worry, I have already scouted the area. Today, the Uchiha are holding a clan meeting. The police department is entirely preoccupied. Yamanaka Ryoma asserted with confidence. Capturing this woman would enable him to leverage her against Uchiha Kuzan. In front of Uchiha Izumi, Yamanaka Ryoma exhibited no pretense. You intend to use me to threaten Kuzan. Uchiha Izumi, armed with kunai, fixed her gaze intently on the two ninjas adorned with Konoha headbands. No, she absolutely could not allow them to succeed. As she spoke, she pressed the kunai against her delicate, fair neck. I cannot implicate Brother Zhongjing. There is no time for hesitation. Act swiftly, for this Uchiha appears somewhat unhinged. Xin regarded the oil girl Ryoma, who was still toying with his opponent, with a sense of disdain. It was rumored that he had even threatened the children of the Konoha orphanage in his past. Such a person, devoid of any moral compass, filled Xin with loathing. Moreover, Lord Danzo had instructed them to bring back a living specimen. Rest assured, a mere chunin from the Uchiha clan poses little threat. If not for his connection to Uchiha Zhongjing, he would scarcely warrant our attention. You. Uchiha Izumi glared furiously at the ninja clad in a black cloak. The three-tomo Sharingan in her eyes fixated intensely on him. Brother Zhongjing will not let you off. Do you truly believe Uchiha Zhongjing cares for you? Do not deceive yourself. Uchiha Zhongjing has merely instructed you in the use of shuriken for a few years. Ryoma relentlessly mocked Uchiha Izumi, effortlessly dismantling the psychological defenses of a young girl, a task all too simple for ninjas from their root. If I am not mistaken, the next step will be for her to helplessly lower her kunai, then obediently accompany them. Chapter 7. Zhongjing's little fan, Uchiha Izumi. At this moment, Uchiha Izumi exhibited profound agony. Impossible, it cannot be. In the next instant, her eyes began to bleed profusely. This is bad. Xin recognized the severity of the situation upon witnessing this scene. Without hesitation, he thrust his ninja blade towards Uchiha Izumi. As a seasoned jonin from the root, his prowess may not rival that of prodigies like Hatake Kakashi or Uchiha Shursui. However, compared to an average jonin, his capabilities were commendable. Yamanaka Ryoma finally sprang into action as well. The two advanced towards Uchiha Izumi from either side. Meanwhile, Uchiha Izumi remained utterly unresponsive. Crack! The ninja blade pierced her body. Success! Yamanaka Ryoma scoffed, thinking she was not as formidable as rumored. Wasn't she easily dispatched with a single strike? Yet, in the next moment, something extraordinary unfolded. Uchiha Izumi's wounds began to heal autonomously. Then, Yamanaka Ryoma beheld a sight he would never forget in his lifetime. Uchiha Izumi slowly turned her head, her eyes now adorned with the swirling patterns of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. This is the Manjiki Sharingan. Xin recognized it as well. It was the pride of the Uchiha clan. The Manjiki Sharingan. What on earth has Yamanaka Ryoma unleashed? At this juncture, Xin felt an overwhelming urge to curse Yamanaka Ryoma's ancestors through generations. Why couldn't he simply follow Danzo's orders without complicating matters? Now, both of them were on the brink of death. The thought of his younger brother waiting for him intensified Xion's sense of despair. I cannot perish. Just then, Uchiha Izumi turned her head again, activating the power of her other Manjiki Sharingan. Xion's expression grew vacant, his eyes replaced by the mesmerizing design of the Sharingan. After executing this, Izumi struggled to maintain her balance, swaying as if she might collapse at any moment. Monster, perish. At this moment, Yamanaka Ryoma remained standing. Secret technique. Infestation of death bugs. A swarm of ominous death bugs surged towards Uchiha Izumi. She was utterly exhausted. Awakening the Manjiki Sharingan had nearly depleted her entire chakra reserve. Years ago, when Hatake Kakashi activated his Manjiki, he had fainted immediately. Brother Zhongjing. In her dazed state, Uchiha Izumi thought she spotted Brother Zhongjing. Surely, she was merely longing for him too deeply. Fire release. Great fireball technique. In the next instant, a familiar voice rang out. A massive fireball, nearly 10 meters in diameter, hurtled towards Yamanaka Ryoma. Boom. The explosion incinerated all the death bugs in an instant. A seemingly ordinary C-rank ninjutsu unleashed such tremendous power. Brother Zhongjing. When Uchiha Izumi regained her senses, she found herself enveloped in Uchiha Zhongjing's embrace. In that moment, she was overcome with exhilaration. At this moment, the disheveled hair cascaded upon her classically refined, oval face. At first glance, she undeniably embodied the quintessential beauty of the Uchiha clan. On the other side, Uchiha Zhongjing felt the searing gaze directed at him from the girl in his embrace and sighed. Due to the butterfly effect, in this lifetime, he and Uchiha Izumi could be considered childhood sweethearts. However, with 2 lifetimes of experience, it was inconceivable for him to harbor feelings for a 13-year-old girl. If he were to seek a partner, it would certainly be among formidable women like Tsunade or Mei Terumi. Yet, Uchiha Zhongjing cast a glance at Uchiha Izumi, whose kaleidoscopic Sharingan was strikingly prominent. It's all right. I will take you home. Uchiha Zhongjing sighed, and then spoke reassuringly. Thank you, Brother Zhongjing. For Uchiha Izumi, a simple phrase like I'll take you home could warm her heart for an entire day. Brother Zhongjing, I seem to be experiencing something unusual. Could you take a look for me? Uchiha Izumi gazed at him with pleading eyes. A delicate young girl saying such a thing would typically prompt an immediate agreement from any reasonable person. Rest assured, you are fine. It's merely an overexertion of chakra. A brief rest at home will suffice. Uchiha Zhongjing reassured her. In essence, this was simply a normal phenomenon associated with awakening the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Due to her tender age, her body was not yet capable of withstanding the power of the kaleidoscope. Now let us attend to you two. After setting Izumi down, Uchiha Zhongjing regarded the 2 individuals before him with indifference. Yunu Ryoma, and a pale individual? No, it should be Sai's elder brother, Shin. One could not help but notice that Shin's pale complexion easily led to misinterpretation. It was no wonder Uchiha Zhongjing had misjudged him at first sight. At that moment, Shin had also awakened from the illusion. To this day, they remained unaware of what each had witnessed within the illusion, which had rendered Shin's already pallid expression even more feeble and wan. I apologize, Lord Zhongjing. We were merely following orders. Shin anxiously looked towards Uchiha Zhongjing, his trepidation palpable. At that moment, both he and Yunu Ryoma believed they were doomed. Return and inform Danzo to clean his neck and await my arrival. Uchiha Zhongjing stated coolly. Upon hearing this, Yunu Ryoma's eyes lit up. There was hope. They might not have to die. Understood, understood. We will certainly relay the message. Yunu Ryoma nodded vigorously. Who would willingly embrace death if survival was an option? Only Shin felt a sense of unease. This individual did not seem like one who would repay kindness with kindness. Just as the 2 turned to leave, Uchiha Zhongjing added, Oh, by the way, only one of you needs to return with the message. In the next instant, Uchiha Zhongjing's figure appeared behind Yunu Ryoma, swiftly drawing the latter's ninja blade and delivering a chilling blow. Even in death, Yunu Ryoma's expression was one of sheer terror. The torment of first despair, then hope, only to plummet back into the depths of despair, is the most excruciating of experiences. He might have accepted death with equanimity had he not been granted a glimmer of hope. The devil, this person is a devil. The heart screams in madness. To kill is one thing, but to torment the soul is rather cruel, isn't it? Fortunately, he refrained from taking action just now. Otherwise, he might have met the same fate as Oil Woman Ryoma. Do you understand why I chose to spare you? After slaying Oil Woman Ryoma, Uchiha Zhongjing gazed calmly at Xian. I don't know. At that moment, Xian dared not move an inch and obediently replied. Because compared to him, you still hold value for me. I offer you a choice. Ally with me, or face death. Uchiha Zhongjing spoke in a measured tone. Surely not, surely not. He can't truly believe he would let them off so easily. What if I refuse? Xian asked cautiously. I am not one who relishes in threats. But you must understand, you have no choice. Uchiha Zhongjing said with an indifferent demeanor. Of course, he was confident in his ability to persuade the other to join him. However, he preferred reasoning to intimidation. Chapter 8. The Choice of Rewards. Dragon Talisman, Rabbit Talisman, Horse Talisman. I need some time to ponder this. Xian gritted his teeth, deeply conflicted as he spoke. No problem. This time, Uchiha Zhongjing did not oppose him, for he was confident. While others may not understand Danzo, he certainly did. Only upon receiving Uchiha Zhongjing's consent did Xian dare to leave, though he still harbored concerns about whether Zhongjing might demand a sacrifice in return. However, it was evident that Uchiha Zhongjing had no intention of doing so. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully completing this event. Event evaluation, event rewards. 10 chakra. Dragon Talisman, Rabbit Talisman, Horse Talisman, from Jackie Chan Adventures. Soon after, Uchiha Zhongjing felt his chakra enhanced by approximately double its previous potency. Simultaneously, 3 talismans appeared in his hand. Uchiha Zhongjing furrowed his brow. This was not satisfactory. Compared to the previous rewards, these 3 talismans appeared rather mundane. It was not that Zhongjing looked down upon the talismans, but rather that the powers they represented could be found counterparts within the Naruto universe. The Dragon Talisman summoned fiery explosive energy, capable of unleashing searing, molten attacks. Yet, even a mere Jinchuriki could unleash a tailed beast bomb that was at least 10 times more potent than the Dragon Talisman. The Rabbit Talisman, symbolizing teleportation, could not only rival the Flying Thunder God technique, but even Shursue's body flicker technique could achieve rapid movement. The Horse Talisman possessed healing and restorative capabilities, which were somewhat useful, yet not overwhelmingly so. Talisman function grants the holder power and abilities, with magic enduring eternally, infinite energy, emphasis on infinite. Upon reading the system's prompt, Uchiha Zhongjing felt a profound respect. Forgive his preconceived notions. He now acknowledged that this was not a worthless reward. With this in mind, could he possibly install the Mouse Talisman, which transforms non-biological entities into living beings, onto a battleship? After all, a battleship is indeed a non-biological entity. What would it transform into? A fleet girl? Furthermore, if you were to equip it with the Chicken Talisman, which allows for levitation, would it not become an airborne aircraft carrier? And with infinite energy, there would be no need to worry about endurance issues. With this thought, Uchiha Zhongjing gazed contentedly at the 3 talismans in his hand. They no longer appeared to be mere talismans. They were treasures. It was then that Uchiha Zhongjing turned his attention to Uchiha Izumi. The good news was that Uchiha Izumi had awakened her Manjiki Sharingan, thereby enhancing their combat capabilities. The bad news was that Izumi seemed to harbor some feelings for him. Izumi, what are the abilities of your Manjiki Sharingan? Uchiha Zhongjing inquired slowly. Brother Zhongjing, my left eye's ability is called Water Heaven Reversal, which allows me to briefly reverse time in a localized area, limited to myself or a touch target. My right eye's ability is Bubble Dream, which releases countless bubble-like illusions that ensnare the toucher in an infinite, looping dream, replaying their most painful memories until they reach the brink of mental collapse. The ability of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan can be regarded as a person's trump card. However, Uchiha Izumi did not conceal anything when facing Uchiha Ko. Instead, she obediently revealed everything to him, demonstrating her profound trust in Uchiha Ko. I knew Brother Ko would come back to save me. The mere thought of being held in his embrace made Izumi's cheeks flush with warmth. In comparison to other members of the Uchiha clan who had awakened the kaleidoscope, Izumi's experience was remarkably gentle. Of course, aside from Uchiha Ko, as he is somewhat of a prodigy. You should refrain from using your Kaleidoscope Sharingan unless absolutely necessary, Uchiha Ko stated with a grave expression. He contemplated providing Izumi with would release cells in the future to alleviate the burden of her Sharingan. He hoped she wouldn't end up like Sasuke, who went completely blind in less than 15 days after awakening his eyes. All right, I will listen to Brother Ko. Izumi nodded obediently. Since he said so, there must be a valid reason behind it. Moreover, observing Ko's demeanor, it was evident that he was quite familiar with her newly awakened eyes. Don't worry. In just a few days, I will present you with a surprise, Uchiha Ko said with a gentle smile. Surprise. Izumi's heart raced with excitement. Could it be that Brother Ko is going to? She stole a glance at his handsome face, her mind filled with whimsical thoughts, causing her to shyly lower her gaze. Brother Ko is truly romantic, planning to give her a surprise like that. Meanwhile, Uchiha Ko found himself somewhat perplexed. The surprise he referred to was merely teaching Izumi to use the Susanoo, a formidable technique. After all, not everyone who awakens their eyes can immediately wield the Susanoo. But why did Izumi display such a reaction? Could the allure of the Susanoo truly be that captivating? It is understandable, after all, who could resist piloting a giant mech? Well, let us head back early. We wouldn't want your parents to worry, Uchiha Ko reassured her. He himself had no intention of returning, as Danzo dared to act against him. In the realm of his Shirazai, he sensed the presence of numerous foreign ninjas chakra within the Uchiha's dwelling. It was evident that this was the work of the Umbu led by Saratobi Hiruzen and Danzo's root. To his surprise, there was also a familiar face among them. Ever since Danzo decided to target Uchiha Ko, he should have anticipated that this night would not remain tranquil. At the root headquarters, Shin returned, visibly shaken. Lord Danzo, the mission has failed. Oil woman Ryoma has sacrificed himself. Shin reported, shame etched across his face. He had initially thought that failing the mission would result in nothing more than a few reprimands. After all, even without achievements, he had put in considerable effort. In the end, he had even managed to stand firm against Uchiha Ko's persuasion. What? Oil woman Ryoma has sacrificed himself? Then how did you return? Upon hearing these words, Danzo immediately rose to his feet, casting a dark and foreboding glance at Shin. You two elite members of the Root failed to capture Emir Chnin? No. Lord Danzo, it was the oil woman Ryoma who insisted on provoking Uchiha Izumi. And who could have foreseen that Izumi's eyes would suddenly mutate? Shin dared not embellish the truth, but recounted the events as they transpired. Yet Danzo remained skeptical. After all, Ryoma had been one of Danzo's most loyal subordinates for the longest time. Moreover, in terms of strength, Ryoma outclassed Shin by a considerable margin. The fact that the formidable Ryoma had perished while the weaker Shin had returned raised suspicions in the ever-distrustful Danzo. Lord Danzo, Uchiha Koji's prowess is indeed formidable. His speed was such that we could hardly react when he killed Ryoma. Shin had not anticipated that his return would incite Danzo's suspicion. It was understandable, considering that Uchiha Koji had effortlessly slain one of his top subordinates without even resorting to the use of his Mangeki Sharingan. Who could accept such a reality? Wait. You mentioned that Uchiha Izumi's eyes mutated? At this moment, Danzo grasped the crux of the issue. Could it be? A sense of foreboding began to creep into his mind. Lord Danzo, the Hokage requests your presence for an urgent matter. At that instant, an Umbu member arrived to deliver the news. Chapter 9. The Master of Deception, Shimura Danzo. Upon hearing this phrase, Danzo's expression turned a shade of ashen fury. Doubts crept into his mind. Was it indeed this matter that brought him to seek his counsel? I shall attend to your affairs shortly, Danzo remarked coldly, casting a sidelong glance at Shin. He did not suspect Shin of treachery, for he was well aware that the latter lacked the audacity for such betrayal. The previous remarks were merely a veiled warning. It was said that recently, Shin had been somewhat indiscreet, preoccupied with thoughts of his younger brother. In the depths of the Root, ninjas were not meant to indulge in emotions. With Danzo's departure, Shin was left in a state of helplessness. Before long, Danzo arrived at the Hokage's office. However, unlike his previous visit, he immediately sensed the gravity of the atmosphere. Danzo, you have arrived. Midogate Inn and Tsunade Koharu regarded him with stern expressions, causing Danzo to momentarily wonder if his own affairs had been exposed. To his astonishment, Kakashi Hitaki was also present. Hiruzen, what is the purpose of summoning me this time? Danzo inquired, directing his gaze toward the seated Hiruzen Sarutobi. This evening, Uchiha Kagami has launched an assault on the Umbu. Kakashi, whom I dispatched to engage in dialogue with the Uchiha clan, was attacked, announced Hiruzen with an air of gravity. What was ostensibly a mission of surveillance against the Uchiha had, in Hiruzen's articulation, transformed into a diplomatic endeavor. Bang! Hiruzen, this behavior has transcended the ordinary. We must respond with decisive force. Midogate slammed his hand upon the table in anger. Uchiha Kagami is openly provoking us. Indeed, Hiruzen. Uchiha Kagami poses a significant threat. Tsunade Kohara concurred passionately. Witnessing his two allies' steadfast resolve, even Hiruzen found himself engulfed in uncertainty. Yet, to his surprise, the usually unwavering Danzo did not lend his support this time. Let us first hear from Kakashi regarding the events that transpired. I cannot accept that Kagami would attack Kakashi without provocation. At this moment, Kakashi, kneeling on one knee, raised his gaze. Beneath the animal mask of the Umbu, a glimmer of apprehension flickered in Kakashi's eyes. As an elite of the Umbu, Kakashi's prowess was beyond reproach. Yet, when faced with Uchiha Kagami, he felt an unfamiliar sense of helplessness. His speed is astonishing, exceedingly fast. Kakashi's eyes were filled with trepidation. It was well known that for someone who had mastered the Chidori technique to declare another's speed exceptional, that individual must indeed be extraordinarily swift. My Sharingan could not even discern when he approached me. Subsequently, he had not even resorted to utilizing his Sharingan. Instead, he executed an unmarked ninjutsu, unleashing a devastating conflagration. Reflecting on this, Kakashi felt a shiver of dread. Despite their long acquaintance, he had never witnessed the true extent of Uchiha Kagami's power. Regardless of the circumstances, Uchiha Zhongjing's unprovoked aggression against the Umbu reveals the insidious ambitions of his adversaries. I propose we immediately instruct the Jonin class and alert several major ninja clans to encircle the Uchiha clan. The volatile Narakamatsu directly suggests a forceful resolution. Kakashi, Upon hearing this, appears somewhat conflicted. Lord Advisor, is there perhaps some hidden truth in this matter? After all, Zhongjing did not deliver a fatal blow after defeating me. I suspect there is a misunderstanding at play. Kakashi is perplexed. Why was Zhongjing once a hero of the village, only to become a figure of such contempt now? Perhaps it is due to the influence of Uchiha Obito. Thus, Kakashi holds a favorable view of Uchiha Zhongjing, believing him to be a successor of the Will of Fire. Akin to Obito. Kakashi, you are overly kind. Uchiha Zhongjing is clearly manipulating you. Mito Minen countered vehemently. I too advocate for preemptive action. The Uchiha clan possesses but a pair of Manjiki Sharingan. With our current strength in Konoha, they are not insurmountable. Mito Minen asserted firmly. Of course. Part of the reasoning lies in the fact that he wouldn't be the one to take action. Without the need to intervene, he would have no reservations whatsoever. Danzo? Danzo. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen called out several times before Danzo finally responded. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo with some dissatisfaction. What was amiss with Danzo today? Was he not usually the most fervent among them? Could it be that he was still brooding over the previous incident? Yet, had they not reconciled swiftly after previous disputes? Hiruzen, Danzo hesitated. He was acutely aware of why Uchiha Zhongjing had resorted to violence. After all, he had ordered the abduction of Zhongjing's childhood friend. How could he possibly contain his wrath? Danzo was torn about whether or not to reveal the information regarding Uchiha Izumi unlocking her Manjiki. He could certainly choose to conceal it, but that would endanger not only himself, but Konoha as well. It was no longer merely a pair of Manjiki. It was now 2 pairs. Ultimately, Danzo gritted his teeth and divulged the information. What? For a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was bewildered. What are you saying? I mean, Uchiha now possesses 2 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan. Silence, an oppressive stillness akin to death. Hiruzen, Nara Komatsu, and Mito Minen gazed at Danzo in disbelief. Danzo, with a sheepish demeanor, recounted the events that had transpired. What? At that moment, Hiruzen felt an overwhelming urge to strike down his old comrade. Exhausted from handling the Uchiha clan's affairs, he found his own ally had inadvertently increased his burdens. Did he find his role as Hokage too effortless? Danzo, oh Danzo, what am I to say about you? Hiruzen exclaimed, exasperated. Now, not only had their umbus suffered, but they were also in the wrong. Even Danzo managed to awaken another member of the Uchiha clan with the Manjiki Sharingan. Sarutobi Hiruzen was well aware of the formidable power of the Manjiki Sharingan. This cannot stand. A reevaluation of our policy towards the Uchiha clan is imperative. After considerable contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly articulated his thoughts. I believe Hiruzen is absolutely correct. Both Uchiha Konohamaru and Mito Mingetsu echoed their agreement. Disagreement is not an option. 2 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan. Just look at the chaos unleashed by Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna back in the day. What a calamity it wrought. Hiruzen. Danzo wished to voice further objections, yet in the next moment, all eyes turned toward him. Their gazes seemed to convey a silent message. Without your meddling, would we even be in this predicament? Ultimately, Danzo could only swallow his grievances in silence. Summon Shursui. Sarutobi Hiruzen intended to extend an olive branch to Kahaku through Shursui. Chapter 10. Uchiha Zhongjing vs. Uchiha Shursui. The Kaleidoscope Conflict. Not long after, Uchiha Shursui received a summons from Sarutobi Hiruzen, an elite Genin of the Uchiha clan. Even Uchiha Fugaku could not summon him at will. Yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen commanded his presence effortlessly. Lord Hokage. Shursui looked at the 3rd Hokage in confusion, unsure of the purpose behind his summons. The 3rd Hokage gazed at Shursui with a sense of satisfaction. How wonderful it would be if every member of the Uchiha clan possessed Shursui's level of understanding. Shursui, I have come to convey an important message. Just moments ago, Zhongjing had attacked the Umbu watchposts. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not elaborate much further. What? Despite this brevity, Shursui was taken aback, his eagerness compelling him to explain. Lord Hokage, this. No need for explanations, Shursui. I know this is not a decision made by your clan. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen displayed the magnanimity befitting a Hokage. His few words deeply moved Uchiha Shursui. Indeed, my approach is correct. The Uchiha clan and the village can achieve a harmonious coexistence. Shursui mused, secretly delighted. He believed the 3rd Hokage's shift in attitude stemmed from his own efforts, positioning himself as a bridge between the Uchiha clan and the village. If only Zhongjing were not present. Otherwise, he would certainly scoff at the Hokage's underhanded tactics. Could the 3rd Hokage's change in attitude be attributed to Uchiha Shursui? Nonsense. Even with 10 more Shijuis, the current situation would remain unchanged. Shursui, I have decided to grant the Uchiha clan another opportunity. From today onwards, I will lift all surveillance on the Uchiha clan. Furthermore, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village will remain as it is. Sarutobi Hiruzen considered this a significant concession. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Shursui was profoundly moved, nearly proclaiming the third Hokage's benevolence aloud. However, there is still the matter of Zhongjing. I need you to communicate with him. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes. Rest assured, Lord Hokage, I will surely persuade Zhongjing. Yet, at that moment, Shursui had already fallen into the grand illusion painted by Sarutobi Hiruzen, completely oblivious to the underlying anomalies. Simultaneously, Uchiha Shursui hesitated over whether to disclose his awakening of the Meijiki Sharingan to the third Hokage. For, should Uchiha Zhongjing disagree, he intended to use Kodo Amatsukami to alter Zhongjing's thoughts. Ultimately, however, Shursui decided against it. The Uchiha clan possessed one pair of Meijiki already, which was sufficiently precarious. He could not fathom the consequences if another pair were to emerge. Excellent, Shursui, truly worthy of being the grandson of Kagami. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uchiha Shursui with a pleased expression. It seemed as though the shadow of ancient sages was cast upon Uchiha Shursui. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kakashi, having just returned to the Uchiha clan grounds, once again triggered a choice event. Ding! Host S event selection detected. Uchiha Shursui decides to employ Kodo Amatsukami to alter your thoughts, compelling you to agree to Sarutobi Hiruzen's conditions. You decide. Option 1. Sarutobi Hiruzen is undoubtedly the strongest Hokage, a universally acknowledged benevolent elder. Why refuse? Agree to Sarutobi Hiruzen's conditions. Reward. Summoning technique of the Monkey King. Option 2. Uchiha Shursui betrays his clan, feasting on the sustenance of the Uchiha while cursing its lineage. Eliminate Uchiha Shursui immediately. Reward. Kodo Amatsukami Sharingan, left eye. Option 3. What a splendid opportunity, a pair of Sharingan being offered. How could one refuse? Sees Shursui's eyes while he ties his shoelaces. Reward. Immunity to all illusions. Uchiha Shursui? Kakashi did not anticipate that within a single night, he would trigger 2 event choices. How intriguing, truly fascinating. Glancing at the 3 options presented by the system, he promptly dismissed the first. After all, it would be unreasonable to claim that Sarutobi Hiruzen was entirely malevolent. Nonetheless, Kakashi perceived that Shursui was not a paragon of virtue, at best comparable to the likes of Yabuchuin. Thus, the first option was swiftly eliminated. As for the second option, it seemed muddled. If I were to seize Uchiha Shursui's Sharingan, would I not also acquire Kodo Amatsukami? Moreover, possessing a pair would be infinitely superior to a single eye. I choose the third option. With that declaration, Kakashi decisively selected the third choice. After completing his decision, he began to await the arrival of Uchiha Shursui in his chamber. Sure enough, after approximately a stick of incense had burned, a stealthy figure infiltrated Kakashi's home. Shursui believed his entrance to be flawlessly executed, until he discovered Kakashi awaiting him in the hall. Uchiha Shursui was taken aback. It was well known how he earned the moniker Shursui the Teleporter. Often, one may mispronounce a name, yet seldom does one misidentify a nickname. To his astonishment, he realized that all his efforts were futile before Kakashi. Contemplating this, Uchiha Shursui regarded Kakashi with utmost seriousness. Ah, here stands the great hero of the Uchiha clan. Kakashi taunted Shursui before him. Under the flickering candlelight, Shursui felt beads of perspiration forming on his brow. How is this possible? How could I be sweating? I am merely an ordinary member of the Uchiha clan. Bang! You still recognize that you belong to the Uchiha clan. With a single strike, Kakashi reduced the table to ashes. Facing Kakashi's piercing gaze, Shursui felt as though his innermost thoughts were laid bare before him. Given such circumstances, he chose to cease his pretense. Kakashi, your reasoning is flawed. Now, all we need to do is curry favor with the Hokage, and the third Hokage will surely pardon the transgressions of our Uchiha clan. What a farce. What crimes has the Uchiha clan committed? In response to Uchiha Shursui's words, Uchiha Zhongjing merely scoffed. If reclaiming what rightfully belongs to oneself is considered a crime, then I shall embrace that crime with pride. With Shire's eloquence at his disposal, a mere few sentences rendered Shursui speechless. He had not anticipated that a single rebuttal would elicit such a barrage from Uchiha Zhongjing. Moreover, Shursui's own understanding paled in comparison to that of Uchiha Zhongjing. After all, How could one raised under the influence of the Fire Nation's ideology possibly rival someone who has lived 2 lifetimes? The rhetoric of the third Hokage could hardly deceive even the elderly matron from his previous life at the village's entrance. It may only sway those unacquainted with modern educational philosophies. Chapter 11. A bustling night. 5 pairs of kaleidoscopic Sharingan. No, Zhongjing, you fail to comprehend. The Hokage's attitude towards our Uchiha clan has undergone a significant transformation. If we relinquish our pursuit of a coup d'etat, the esteemed Hokage will grant our Uchiha clan another opportunity. Uchiha Shisui spoke with palpable urgency, desperate to avoid resorting to his Anaji. He was acutely aware that Zhongjing possessed a kaleidoscopic Sharingan as well, leaving him without absolute confidence. Force cannot alter everything. It was evident that Shisui had been influenced by Uchiha Kagami and the will of fire. The youth represent the hope of the future. The elder generation must trust and protect them. The sacrifices of the elders are not in vain. Rather, they inspire the younger generation to become the pillars of tomorrow. This notion profoundly impacted Shisui. However, the vision he had of persuading Zhongjing did not materialize. Instead, Zhongjing regarded him with an expression akin to that of a fool. Is that so? Then where was the third Hokage when Uchiha Obito perished? Why did the older generation not sacrifice themselves when Minato fell? So many newly graduated Genin perished during the Third Shinobi World War. Where was the third Hokage then? Uchiha Zhongjing's barrage of questions left Shisui in silence. Not because Zhongjing was incorrect, but rather because his words indeed held a semblance of truth. Yahiko Rin, Uchiha Obito. Even Zhongjing's teammates had all succumbed during the Third Shinobi World War. Yet, the elder generation, Mito Kazan, Nara Shikaku, Shimura Danzo, had survived to the present day. Contemplating this, Uchiha Shisui fell into a contemplative silence. Initially, he aimed to convince Zhongjing, but now his own beliefs faced a formidable challenge. Zhongjing, you engage in sophistry. Ultimately, Shisui could only declare, your current thoughts are perilous. I must put an end to them. As he spoke, Uchiha Shisui activated his kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Zhongjing showed no sign of fear. Uchiha Shisui, you profess that force cannot change everything. Yet, are you not attempting to alter my will through force? Uchiha Zhongjing regarded Shisui with a mocking gaze. Engaging in this debate, Shisui began to question his own convictions. Indeed, upon hearing those words, Shisui fell silent once more. It was as if his defenses had been breached. Do you understand why Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly altered his stance toward the Uchiha clan? It is because Izumi awakened her kaleidoscopic Sharingan, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was filled with fear. Zhongjing's words reverberated incessantly in Shisui's mind. Though Shisui's heart yearned to reject this notion, his body betrayed him. In truth, Zhongjing's incessant dialogue stemmed from the fact that Shisui had not yet descended into madness. Despite being severely tainted by the will of fire, he was not yet capable of committing acts of genocide. Had a different traitor arrived today, Zhongjing would have resorted to violence without hesitation. Let us engage. The time is right. In the next instant, Uchiha Zhongjing activated his kaleidoscopic Sharingan as well. The pinnacle of a duel between 2 pairs of kaleidoscopic Sharingan unfolded. And at that moment, Uchiha Shisui's heart was racing with frantic warnings. In an instant, the figure of Uchiha Keisei vanished without a trace. How astonishingly swift! Uchiha Shisui was profoundly shocked. How could anyone possess such incredible speed? The body flicker technique. Almost instinctively, Uchiha Shisui executed his signature ninjutsu. In the next moment, a multitude of Shisui's phantoms manifested on the battlefield. Unlike the shadow clone technique, each phantom seemed to possess substance. Yet, unlike the shadow clones, these phantoms did not dissipate upon being attacked. Shisui was renowned throughout the shinobi world for his mastery of the body flicker technique, earning him the epithet Shisui of the body flicker. I've got you. Uchiha Keisei, faced with Shisui's technique, merely smiled faintly. In the depths of his Azura eye, the secret of the body flicker technique was laid bare. The phantoms were not mere clones, they were remnants left by Shisui's rapid movements. Thus, attacking these remnants did not result in their disappearance. However, each remnant still held the potential to launch an attack. The Azura eye could perceive the presence of enemies through mental waves. Coupled with the supersonic speed granted by the rabbit talisman, Uchiha Keisei delivered a single kick, propelling Shisui backwards. Boom. After crashing through 3 or 4 walls, Shisui finally came to a gradual stop. Coughing, he spat out a mouthful of blood. How could this be? Uchiha Shisui's face was etched with disbelief. How could Keisei so accurately discern his position? Clearly, he had no choice but to resort to the Kodo Amatsukami. At that moment, Shursui understood that if he did not use it now, he would have no opportunity left. Kodo Amatsukami. In the next instant, Shursui's right eye emitted a greenish light. This was Shursui's trump card, Kodo Amatsukami. It allowed him to infiltrate the opponent's mind undetected and alter their will. Aside from being detectable by the Byakugan, it had no drawbacks. Indeed, after employing Kodo Amatsukami, Uchiha Keisei's figure momentarily paused. Had he succeeded? Uchiha Shursui let out a sigh of relief. But before he could regain his composure, Uchiha Keisei revealed a faint, amused expression. Shursui had yet to react before being kicked away at light speed, sent flying several meters. It was already night. And given Keisei's residence was near the outskirts of the clan's territory, such a commotion would have otherwise caused quite an uproar. How could this be? My Kodo Amatsukami. Uchiha Shursui was utterly bewildered. He had clearly invoked Kodo Amatsukami. Why was it ineffective? Moreover, Keisei was playing far too carelessly. It seemed you no longer possessed the strength to continue this dance. Keisei gazed at Uchiha Shursui with a look of disappointment, believing he would be able to engage in battle with Susanoo activated. Suddenly, a flurry of shuriken came hurtling toward Uchiha Keisei from behind. Without even glancing back, Keisei merely blinked. With a flash, he evaded the shuriken's assault. Release Shursui. At that moment, a calm voice emerged from behind Uchiha Zhongjing. 1 against 7. Jishui turned in astonishment towards the familiar figure looming behind Zhongjing. Bathed in moonlight, Uchiha Itachi, clad in his umbu attire, stood atop a utility pole. Phoenix Fire Technique. Without a moment's hesitation, Itachi launched an attack toward Uchiha Zhongjing, completing the hand seals for the technique in under a second. It could be said that during this period, Uchiha Itachi's speed was remarkably swift. Water release, water shuriken. In the next instant, another striking figure entered the fray. Like a barrage of pellets, the water projectiles scattered, extinguishing the flames of the phoenix fire. Brother Zhongjing, are you all right? Uchiha Izumi expressed her concern as she gazed anxiously at Uchiha Zhongjing. Since you are here, why hide in the shadows? In the face of the current situation, Uchiha Zhongjing spoke calmly. Chapter 12. The kaleidoscope contest concludes, and Zhongjing emerges victorious. Beside him, Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Izumi were utterly bewildered. Was there anyone else? Indeed, in the next moment, another figure emerged from the western street. It was none other than the leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku. Given Fugaku's prowess, it was certainly within his ability to approach unnoticed by Shursui and the others. Father. Uchiha Itachi gazed at his father with a complex expression. It must be said that tonight had been exceptionally lively. Now, all 4 pairs of kaleidoscope Sharingan from the Uchiha clan had gathered. Zhongjing. Uchiha Fugaku's heart was equally tumultuous. He had sensed the eruption of battle from afar and immediately recognized it was in the direction of Zhongjing's residence, prompting his hasty arrival. However, he had not anticipated such a scene. Brother Zhongjing, what has transpired? Uchiha Izumi asked, her confusion evident as she looked at Zhongjing. Given the proximity of their homes, she had rushed out upon hearing the commotion. Yet, upon witnessing the scene before her, she was left in a state of shock. Why were Shursui and Itachi, members of their clan, engaged in conflict? Fugaku, have you ever heard the saying? At this moment, Uchiha Zhongjing spoke slowly. What saying? A foreboding feeling began to rise within Fugaku. To guard against external threats, one must first secure internal stability. In the next heartbeat, Uchiha Zhongjing's figure flashed, appearing beside Shursui, and then he struck at Shursui's eyes. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the air. Beep! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing this event. Event rating. Event reward, 1000 space ring. Following this, Uchiha Zhongjing found a ring in his hand. Shursui. Uchiha Itachi glared furiously at Uchiha Zhongjing, his eyes wide with rage. The already strained relationship between the village and the Uchiha clan had caused Itachi considerable pain. And now he had witnessed Shursui's eyes being taken right before him. The immense anguish caused Itachi's 3-Tomo Sharingan to begin transforming, evolving directly into a kaleidoscope Sharingan. Now, there were not 4 pairs of kaleidoscope Sharingan on the field, but 5. Stop, Itachi. Though Shursui had lost his sight, he spoke with remarkable composure. Even if the 2 of them combined forces, they were no match for Zhongjing. However, Uchiha Itachi was filled with restless determination. Yet, in the next instant, Uchiha Izumi stood in front of him, her own kaleidoscope Sharingan gleaming with sharpness. Such eyes are not exclusive to you. At this moment, Shui deeply regretted approaching Zhongzheng. He tightly shut his eyes, a self-mocking smile gracing his lips. Then, he turned to face Uchiha Zhongzheng. Why not kill me? No need. Zhongzheng replied. With your kaleidoscope Sharingan, you see nothing, perceive nothing. This kaleidoscope will only hinder you. Uchiha Zhongzheng spoke slowly. However, to Uchiha Shui, the meaning of these words resonated differently. Shui perceived that Zhongzheng was implying he had been deceived by the superficiality of affairs. He believed that after acquiring the kaleidoscope Sharingan, he had gained clarity. In truth, he had seen nothing at all. Furthermore, Zhongzheng's words stirred something within him. I understand now. Moving forward, I shall attune myself to the world around me and discern who is truly right. Uchiha Shui declared with unwavering determination, as if the loss of his kaleidoscope Sharingan held no significance for him. Naturally, Zhongzheng was unaware of the myriad thoughts swirling in Shui's mind. He merely believed that bestowing the kaleidoscope upon Shui would be a waste. Oh, right, I almost forgot there is another one. At this moment, Uchiha Zhongzheng glanced towards Uchiha Itachi behind him, contemplating whether to accept another kaleidoscope at this juncture. Previously, Shui's Kodoame Tsukumi kaleidoscope had been placed into the newly acquired spatial ring. Itachi, evidently aware of Zhongzheng's gaze, instinctively grasped a shuriken. Itachi, put down your weapon. At that instant, Fugaka hurriedly intervened between the two. Simultaneously, Fugaka's kaleidoscope eyes fixed intently on Uchiha Itachi. Father. Itachi was taken aback, his mind engulfed in confusion. He found himself at a loss as to whom to listen or whom to believe. Zhongzheng, grant me a favor, will you? Uchiha Fugaku implored with a bittersweet expression directed at Zhongzheng, his words tinged with a hint of desperation. This plea was not made in the capacity of a clan leader, but rather as an ordinary father. Uchiha Fugaku regarded Zhongzheng with a complex expression. Upon articulating this request, Uchiha Itachi felt a tumult of emotions within him. He had always perceived his father as a cold figure, whose inquiries were predominantly limited to his training. Yet, he had never imagined that one day his father would speak in such a tone. Clan leader Fugaku, you place me in a difficult position, Uchiha Zhongzheng replied. His brow furrowed. Although Itachi's kaleidoscope Sharingan was of little consequence to him, lacking the utility of Shui's Kodoame Tsukumi or Obito's Kimui, Itachi was nonetheless one of the participants in the night of the massacre. Resolving this matter swiftly would ease future complications, for indeed, one must stabilize internal affairs before confronting external threats. Zhongzheng, as long as you spare Shui and Itachi, the entire Uchiha clan shall no longer voice any opposition to you. Fugaka declared, his teeth clenched, delivering a weighty promise. In truth, Fugaku's actions stemmed from a clear understanding of the situation. Uchiha Zhongzheng alone could effortlessly subdue Shui. No one in the Uchiha clan stood a chance against him. Moreover, Zhongzheng was accompanied by the steadfast Uchiha Izumi. The complete allegiance of the Uchiha clan to Uchiha Zhongzheng is merely a matter of time. What does the clan leader Fugaka mean by this? I have never contemplated the idea of harming my own kin. At that moment, Uchiha Zhongzheng suddenly smiled faintly. We share the same blood coursing through our veins. Do we not? Although Zhongzheng wore a smile, no one dared to underestimate him. After all, even with the activation of the Manjiki Sharingan, Uchiha Shui was unable to withstand more than 10 moves against Zhongzheng. However, tonight was not without its rewards for Zhongzheng. At the very least, from this day forth, the Uchiha clan would speak with a singular voice. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Izashi continued to hope that Shui would succeed in persuading Zhongzheng. Little did he know that soon, Shui would bring forth good news. Chapter 13. The transformation of Qi Shui and the restructuring of the police department before dawn on the second day. Qi Shui once again found himself in the Hokage's office. At that moment, neither of the Hokage's advisors were present. Only the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo remained. However, upon stepping into the office, Qi Shui felt an unprecedented sense of liberation, as though the weight of his responsibilities had been lifted from his shoulders. Qi Shui, what has happened to your eyes? As he entered the office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, expressed his concern for him. Hearing the third Hokage's comforting words brought a measure of solace to Qi Shui, for it was a testament to the Hokage's genuine care for him. It is like this. Qi Shui gradually recounted his intention to use the Kodoame Tsukumi to alter Uchiha Keizen's thoughts, only to find that Keizen had seen through his plan. What? An exclamation filled the office, as Qi Shui assumed they were taken aback by Keizen's formidable prowess. After all, having experienced it firsthand, He was acutely aware of Kei Zen's terrifying strength. Qi Shui, why did you conceal such a critical matter as activating your Manjiki Sharingan? Danzo gazed at Qi Shui, who had lost his eyes, with an expression of indifference. He was unconcerned with the events of the previous night, viewing it merely as an internal conflict within the Uchiha clan. What he cared about was why Qi Shui chose to withhold the significant revelation of having activated his Manjiki Sharingan, especially one that could silently alter another's consciousness. Enough. Qi Shui must have his reasons. I trust he would not deceive us, Hiruzen interjected, attempting to mediate. In the past, Qi Shui might have felt immense gratitude towards the third Hokage. However, after his conversation with Kei Zen, he realized that the pattern was always the same. Danzo played the villain, while the third Hokage assumed the role of the benevolent figure. Previously, Qi Shui had believed that the third Hokage was an ally of the Uchiha clan, yet it became evident that the Hokage sought an explanation from him. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a ripple of unease stirred within Qi Shui's previously tranquil heart. Finally, he spoke. I feared that the Uchiha clan would adopt more radical measures upon learning of my activation of the Manjiki Sharingan. Therefore, I kept it concealed. There was absolutely no intention to deceive. And what do you propose we do now? Uchiha Keizen is already formidable, with the addition of a pair of Manjiki Sharingan. Do you comprehend the implications of this? Danzo scoffed, as if Qi Shui had committed an unforgivable transgression. In the past, Qi Shui would not have dared to counter such remarks, yet after his debate with Keizen, he had learned to adopt a more objective perspective. Simply put, he had learned to question. Why was it that having his Manjiki Sharingan taken by Keizen was viewed as an egregious sin, while Danzo's assistance to Uchiha Izumi in activating her Manjiki Sharingan was merely a minor reprimand? Ultimately, was it not due to his identity as a member of the Uchiha clan? Reflecting upon this, Shursui found the situation utterly absurd. He had willingly betrayed the Uchiha clan for the sake of the third Hokage, yet in the end, he remained unable to earn their trust. Lord Hokage, I can no longer serve you. With these words, Shursui intended to submit his resignation. After all, given his blindness, continuing to work would verge on the exploitation of a disabled individual. Humph. To resign over such matters, do you still harbor thoughts of the village and the will of fire? Enough, Danzo. Shursui acted for the sake of the village. At that moment, a cold snort escaped Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen shot a fierce glare at Danzo, then turned to Shursui with a benevolent expression. Very well, Shursui. You are indeed a valued contributor to the village. We cannot neglect our benefactors. I can find you a more leisurely position within the Umbu. After a brief contemplation, Hiruzen spoke. Danzo nodded in satisfaction. Even if Shursui could no longer be utilized, he could not be handed over to the Uchiha clan. However, to everyone's surprise, Shursui outright rejected the offer. Lord Hokage, I no longer wish to be involved in these matters. If possible, I would like to become a teacher at the Ninja Academy. Shursui voiced his aspiration, believing that such a humble wish would surely be met with agreement from the third Hokage. After all, a position as a teacher was well within his capabilities. Despite his loss of sight, his combat experience and theoretical knowledge remained unparalleled. Well, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into silence. Shursui, your current condition is still quite precarious. It would be best for you to rest for a while. He gently declined. Teaching is of paramount importance, especially given the impressionable age of the students, which required careful consideration. Moreover, appointing a member of the Uchiha clan as a teacher could have significant repercussions. I understand. Shursui revealed a pale smile, as if he had come to a realization. In that case, Lord Hokage, I shall take my leave. With that, he exited the Hokage's office without a backward glance. I have warned you, the Uchiha clan cannot be fully trusted. We must act swiftly against them and cannot afford to let them be. Enough, Danzo. I am the Hokage. Hiruzen, you are too benevolent. To expel external threats, one must first secure internal stability. This is widely acknowledged. Enough. This is not the place for such discussions. Once outside the Hokage's office, Shursui paused momentarily. It was true that a blind person's other senses might become heightened. Danzo's words rang true. With a stoic expression, Shursui departed the office. Meanwhile, at the Konoha Police Department, whispers circulated. Have you heard? The clan leader is holding a meeting at the police department today. Ah, is there something important to discuss? I'm not sure, but it seems they are set to announce the appointment of the deputy chief. Is there any need for an announcement? It is undoubtedly Uchiha Keizen. Who else possesses such qualifications? Enough of the discussions. The clan leader approaches. At this moment, Uchiha Hakadai interrupted the discourse of several members of the Konoha Police Department. His expression was one of palpable tension. The reason for his unease was the fact that he currently held the position of deputy chief. However, that status would soon be relinquished. The individual in question is none other than Uchiha Kanzen, a figure who commands respect. Nevertheless, it is evident that within Uchiha Hakadai's heart, the stature of clan leader Fugaku remains remarkably elevated. At this juncture, Uchiha Fugaku slowly made his way forward. Curiously, despite being the clan leader, he trailed behind Kanzen. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku stood to the left rear of Kanzen, while Uchiha Izumi, visibly anxious, followed closely behind Kanzen on the right. Chapter 14. Mastering the Police Department Thoroughly. Zhongzheng, am I okay? Uchiha Izumi expressed a hint of uncertainty. After all, she was merely a 13-year-old girl. Stepping into the renowned Konoha Police Department of the Uchiha clan was undeniably daunting. In response to this scene, Uchiha Zhongzheng remained silent, merely conveying reassurance through his gaze. Today's visit to the police department was merely a formality. Today, I am here to announce an important notification. First, Uchiha Fugaku took the stage. Due to sustaining injuries, Uchiha Shursui will temporarily relinquish his position within the Konoha Police Department. The first piece of news did not stir much public discourse. After all, compared to Shursui, people were far more inclined to focus on Zhongzheng. The second announcement was that I will no longer serve as the head of the police department. Simultaneously, Uchiha Hakadai will also step down from the role of deputy director. If the previous announcement was merely an appetizer, the following news was the main course. What? The clan leader himself is resigning? Uchiha Hakadai exclaimed in shock. Fugaku ignored the murmurs from the audience and continued to announce his decisions. Henceforth, the position of police department head will temporarily be assumed by Uchiha Zhongzheng. During this period, all members of the Uchiha clan must obey any orders given by Uchiha Zhongzheng. Uchiha Fugaku declared with utmost seriousness. This announcement did not elicit much skepticism, as they had witnessed Zhongzheng's strength firsthand. Moreover, rumors about the Manjiki Sharingan had circulated within the clan, further amplifying their admiration for him. As it has always been said, in the Uchiha clan, power commands respect. The next announcement was that the position of deputy director of the police department would be jointly held by Uchiha Izumi and myself. Upon hearing this, the Uchiha clan members present were utterly bewildered. Wait, Uchiha Izumi? The clan leader must be joking. How could a delicate young girl be appointed as deputy director of their police department? Was the clan leader truly not jesting? Soon, the Uchiha members below began to discuss amongst themselves. Zhongzheng. Uchiha Izumi looked at Zhongzheng with a face full of disappointment. She felt certain she would not perform well. Do not worry. Uchiha Zhongzheng simply waved his hand. It was his decision to appoint Izumi as deputy director. Since his position as head was only temporary, once he established a ninja village in the Land of Waves, he would undoubtedly become the Hokage, necessitating someone to take his place in the police department. Izumi was an excellent candidate. A great man once proclaimed, political power grows out of the barrel of a gun. Uchiha Zhongzheng deeply resonated with this sentiment. Establishing a unified ninja village was no mere child's play. Silence. Following this, Uchiha Zhongzheng released an aura imbued with the pressure of his Shurazai. With the mental strain imparted by the Shurazai, coupled with a few words, the entire assembly within the Uchiha police department felt overwhelmed by the weight of his presence. Is this the kaleidoscope Sharingan of Zhongzheng? It is truly formidable. Many members of the police department expressed their astonishment. They had previously thought that the difference between the kaleidoscope Sharingan and the three-tomo Sharingan was akin to the distinction between the three-tomo and two-tomo variations. However, today they realized that the three-tomo pales in comparison to the kaleidoscope. What should be addressed now is Minister Zhong. Uchiha Daowa, among the crowd, swiftly retorted. Ever since he had witnessed Zhongzheng's imposing presence, he had been thoroughly captivated by Uchiha Zhongzheng. Indeed, Minister Zhongzheng. Many members of the police department echoed in agreement. Unexpectedly, a voice of dissent arose from the crowd. Is it not somewhat improper to appoint someone directly without the Hokage's approval? Yet, the very next moment, he was met with the scorn of the entire police department. Ahem. This decision was issued by Minister Zhongzheng, and I stand in support of Minister Zhong's decision. Uchiha Fugaku was the first to take a stance. He had witnessed Uchiha Izumi awaken her kaleidoscope. At just 13, one could hardly fathom the suffering she endured to unlock such power. I oppose this. At that moment, Uchiha Hakadai stood up resolutely. He boldly stated his views. He held no reservations regarding Uchiha Zhongzheng becoming minister or Uchiha Fugaku as deputy minister. However, he could not accept a mere 13-year-old girl as their superior. In the Uchiha clan, we rely on strength, not nepotism. Uchiha Hakadai cast a cold gaze upon Uchiha Izumi, making his implication clear. Uchiha Izumi had risen to the position of deputy minister solely because of her association with Uchiha Zhongzheng. With his words, the others present fell into silence. As the center of attention, Uchiha Izumi's face turned crimson. Oh no, everyone knows I have feelings for Brother Zhong. In an instant, Uchiha Izumi lowered her head in embarrassment. No, why are you blushing? Zhongzheng looked at Izumi with a mix of disappointment and exasperation. Izumi, go demonstrate your abilities. Uchiha Zhongzheng commanded directly. Me? Uchiha Izumi, slightly bashful, gazed at Zhongzheng. Nevertheless, she obediently stepped forward. In an instant, Uchiha Izumi activated her kaleidoscope Sharingan. Before she could even showcase her prowess, the crowd erupted in fervor. It was the same kaleidoscope Sharingan as Minister Zhongzheng's. Having witnessed Zhongzheng's capabilities, many instinctively believed that Izumi's strength was equally profound. Uchiha Hakadai's countenance turned ashen. He had not forgotten how quickly Uchiha Zhongzheng had defeated him in less than a second. Now, another wielder of the kaleidoscope Sharingan had emerged. Thankfully, he had refrained from confronting Zhongzheng earlier. Otherwise, he would have faced yet another humiliation, without Uchiha Izumi needing to display any abilities. Simply revealing her kaleidoscope Sharingan silenced all dissent within the police department. Subsequently, I must instruct you all to undertake a few tasks, with no one daring to voice dissent. Uchiha Zhongzheng commenced the execution of his plan. Indeed, having resolved to establish independence, meticulous preparation is imperative. Given his current strength, relocating the entire Uchiha clan to the Land of Waves poses no significant challenge. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that while the Land of Waves is abundant in resources, certain essentials are notably scarce. The Uchiha clan must inevitably find avenues for development. But from whence will these development materials be procured? It is imperative that we do not source them from Konoha. Moreover, one cannot help but marvel at the remarkably low prices in Konoha. Compared to several other shinobi villages, the goods in Konoha are astonishingly affordable. Thanks to the governance of the third Hokage, Konoha is currently flourishing. The reason for the low prices of materials in Konoha is not due to inferior quality. On the contrary, the shinobi tools, weapons, and medical resources produced here are of the highest caliber. Nevertheless, in order to maintain stability within the village, Sarutobi Hiruzen must ensure that the villagers' income remains at a subsistence level, a policy famously known as the 33 Liang Silver Policy. Uchiha Izumi, you are tasked with procuring food reserves, water resources, and related medical supplies in Konoha. Spare no expense. Inform those merchants outside that regardless of their offers, the Uchiha clan will always present a superior bid. Additionally, we shall engage in a substantial acquisition of storage scrolls. Uchiha Zhongzheng declared with unwavering resolve. Yet, the Uchiha clansmen below were utterly bewildered. Chapter 15. The movements of the Uchiha clan and Sarutobi Hiruzen's curiosity. Why are we collecting these seemingly useless items, Lord Zhongzheng? Queried the members of the police department, their confusion palpable. This is not a rebellion. We are not merely going on a picnic. We only need a sufficient amount of food. Indeed, Lord Zhongzheng, should we not be gathering strategic materials such as explosive tags, kunai, and shuriken? Uchiha Daha questioned, bewildered. Firstly, those items are simply unattainable. Secondly, even if we could acquire them, they would not significantly aid our cause. Uchiha Zhongzheng calmly explained in response to the underground members' doubts. He had only confided in the core members, including Fugaku, about the plan to retreat the Uchiha clan to the Land of Waves and reconstruct Konoha. The others were unaware of his intentions, and there was no necessity for them to know. Uchiha Tieshin, you are responsible for relocating all Uchiha clansmen from the outer periphery to the clan's interior for collective management. Uchiha Zhongzheng then issued another perplexing order that left everyone in a state of confusion. Only Fugaku's gaze remained focused. Understanding that this signified the commencement of Zhongzheng's plan to lead the entire Uchiha clan to the Land of Waves, leaving no one behind. Once he had delegated all tasks, Uchiha Zhongzheng turned to Uchiha Fugaku. Lastly, let Vice Minister Fugaku oversee this. Then, Uchiha Zhongzheng leaned closer to Fugaku's ear. Find me a few ninjas proficient in sealing techniques. Do so discreetly. He instructed in a tone audible only to Fugaku. Fugaku, upon hearing this, was left in utter bewilderment. What does he mean? What purpose does he have for ninjas skilled in sealing techniques? Nevertheless, recognizing this as Zhongjing's command, he resolved to comply without question. At that moment, Uchiha Zhongjing had no time for leisure. He needed to concentrate on preparing for another endeavor, recruiting talent. After all, in his plans, the Land of Waves would not solely consist of the Uchiha clan. To execute a counteroffensive against Konoha and unify the ninja world, talent was indispensable. At the forefront of his considerations was Naruto Uzumaki, a host of the Nine Tails in the reincarnation of Ashura. Such a talent remaining in Konoha would be a tremendous waste. As the Uchiha clan made grand preparations, the Hokage faction was not oblivious to the unfolding events. The third Hokage furrowed his brow while listening to reports from his subordinates in the Yumbu. What exactly was Zhongjing plotting? Faced with the bizarre commands issued by Uchiha Zhongjing, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself at a loss. This was not right. The Uchiha clan did not appear to be preparing for a coup, rather. It seemed as though they were readying for a picnic, collecting such an abundance of food and various living supplies. Uchiha Zhongjing, what are you truly intending to accomplish? While puffing on his pipe, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into deep contemplation. After a prolonged period of thought, he made a decision. Nightingale, summon Narashikaku. Sarutobi Hiruzen initially considered calling Danzo to discuss matters. However, upon reflection, it seemed that Danzo, aside from his penchant for violence, would hardly provide any useful counsel. Thus, he opted to summon the sagacious Narashikaku. At your service. A dark-cloaked ninja with purple hair and a red emblem of the Umbu on his right shoulder nodded. By the way, Nightingale, I recall you once undertook a mission alongside Uchiha Kusiai, did you not? At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly had a thought. Indeed. Nightingale replied swiftly after a brief hesitation. Behind the mask, no one could discern the expression hidden beneath. Perhaps Sarutobi Hiruzen merely inquired out of casual curiosity, not harboring any doubts. After all, Uchiha Kusiai had resided in Konoha for many years and had completed numerous missions. Claiming there was no connection would be disingenuous. Very well. You may proceed. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man, exuding an air of wisdom, entered the room. Shikaku, you have arrived. Sarutobi Hiruzen greeted him with great warmth. Lord Third. You summoned me. Narashikaku replied with utmost respect. Sarutobi Hiruzen then conveyed Uchiha Kusiai's orders to him. The Hokage is contemplating whether to intervene in their activities. Narashikaku, being astute, quickly grasped the purpose of the third Hokage's summons. Indeed, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. If the Uchiha clan were to aggressively acquire explosive tags, he would certainly take action to prevent it. However, their current endeavor involved merely procuring everyday necessities, which left Sarutobi Hiruzen in a state of indecision. I believe the Hokage may consent to their actions. After careful consideration, Narashikaku spoke. After all, the items they were acquiring were merely ordinary supplies, posing no issue whatsoever. Would they really use eggs to assault them? Nonetheless, the Uchiha clan was feverishly purchasing various essential goods at prices significantly exceeding those set by the village, almost double. In his concern, Sarutobi Hiruzen articulated his apprehension slowly. Konoha also engages in commerce. Generally, the village prohibits residents from trading with other shinobi villages, and transactions must go through the village to acquire supplies for trade. However, Uchiha Kusiai's actions have drastically inflated their current costs. Now, every merchant in Konoha is aware that the Uchiha clan possesses abundant funds. Although we have the Hokage's reputation backing us, it is difficult to withstand the financial onslaught from the Uchiha clan. Therefore, what the Hokage fears is that the Uchiha clan's actions may adversely affect the village's development. Narashikaku expressed this concern delicately, refraining from stating outright that such actions would impede the village's profitability. It could be said that the original purpose of the third Hokage summoning him was not solely to determine whether to halt the Uchiha clan's acquisition of supplies. After all, from any perspective, this matter posed no threat to the village whatsoever. In this regard, I suggest that Lord Hokage first procure supplies from the villagers at a lower price, and subsequently sell them to the Uchiha clan at the price they have proposed. Narashikaku offered his counsel, which, to put it plainly, was akin to acting as a guide. By acquiring goods from the villagers at a reduced rate, he would then sell them at a premium to the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing this strategy, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into deep contemplation, clearly intrigued by the prospect. However, The potential downside was that it might tarnish Lord Hokage's reputation. As a competent strategist, Nara Shikaku also articulated this drawback. Although the third Hokage was beloved by the people, engaging directly with the villagers in a dispute over profits could indeed impact his standing. There was no need for concern, as this could be entrusted to Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand dismissively, indicating that these issues were not of significant concern. After all, Danzo was precisely the kind of individual suited for such tasks. Moreover, as long as the procurement price was adjusted upwards slightly, the villagers would likely understand. At worst, they would simply earn a little less for their village. Chapter 16. Before arriving on the island, seize the opportunity. The villagers must also empathize with the hardships of the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen is oblivious to the fact that he has already fallen into Uchiha Kuma's trap. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku quickly located several ninjas proficient in sealing techniques from the clan. Kuma, I have brought them to you. However, are you certain you do not wish to reconsider? Our acquisition price is quite steep and could easily be exploited by those with ulterior motives. Uchiha Fugaku expressed his deep concern. What Kuma is currently undertaking could indeed be described as reckless. Furthermore, he remains unaware of Kuma's true intentions in gathering these skilled ninjas today. There is no need for concern. I have my own plans. In response to Uchiha Fugaku's confusion, Uchiha Kuma merely replied with a calm demeanor. Even old Jiang knew to seize an opportunity when he arrived on the island. How could he have left Konoha empty-handed? The founding of Konoha owes at least half of its success to our Uchiha clan. Now, as we have separated, it is only reasonable for me to take half of our assets with me from Konoha. Lord Kuma, the ninjas from the sealing team, summoned by him, were utterly bewildered. They had no idea what the newly appointed head of the police department wanted from them. Do you possess any techniques that can inscribe a locating seal on objects? Uchiha Kuma inquired slowly. Locating? Kuma, do you mean? At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly seemed to understand, as if a light had dawned upon him. Indeed, there are techniques in the ninja world that can provide location tracking, most of which are used for intelligence gathering. No, that won't work. The Hokage's people are highly vigilant. Uchiha Fugaku quickly dismissed the notion. The relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village had deteriorated to a point of open hostility. The opposition would undoubtedly be wary of them. No, what I mean is to inscribe locating techniques on our currency. Uchiha Kuma replied with a light chuckle. He did not imply that he intended to steal any intelligence. The function need not be complex. It merely needs to be able to provide location tracking. Upon hearing this, Fugaku was left dumbfounded. No, Kuma. Could it be that you intend to? Fugaku could scarcely fathom that Kuma was contemplating such a scheme. He thought that Kuma's audacity in attempting to gather intelligence from the Hokage was already bold enough. However, he did not anticipate that Kuma wished to extract one last profit from Konoha before leaving. Yes, such techniques are not complicated. The sealing ninjas hastily nodded in response to the seemingly simple request. In that case, Fugaku, take them to inscribe the techniques on a portion of the currency. When the time comes, I will ensure they pay back double for whatever they take. Uchiha Kuma's cold voice evoked a sense of contemplation in Fugaku. It became evident that every step Kuma took was not blind, but rather the result of careful consideration. Because it involved currency, the third Hokage would never suspect any tampering. Moreover, no one would believe that the Uchiha clan, now in such dire straits, would take the initiative in such a manner. First, disperse these sealed ninjas. Uchiha Fugaku said with a worried expression as he glanced at Uchiha Zhongjing. Zhongjing, if you intend to go, I am willing to accompany you. Uchiha Fugaku proclaimed with a sense of duty. If Zhongjing is prepared to make such a significant sacrifice for the Uchiha clan, then, as the clan leader, he certainly cannot lag behind. Furthermore, with so much wealth at stake, assistance will be essential. No need. Having you along would only hinder me. Uchiha Zhongjing gently declined Fugaku's offer. He possessed the utmost speed of the rabbit talisman and had a storage ring at his disposal. Bringing an additional person would merely be a burden. Zhongjing. Fugaku, upon hearing this, interpreted it as Zhongjing's reluctance for him to take risks. He even concocted such a feeble excuse. As a wielder of the Meijiki Sharingan, how could he be a burden? Clearly, he was not. So Zhongjing must have fabricated this reasoning for his own sake. In that moment, Uchiha Fugaku felt that entrusting the fate of the Uchiha clan to Zhongjing was indeed a wise decision. All right, what sort of look is that? Uchiha Zhongjing felt that Uchiha Fugaku had suddenly become inexplicably perplexing. However, was not what he said the truth? Forget it. Uchiha Zhongjing resolved not to elaborate further. Remember what I said, and be swift in your actions. He spoke slowly. As always, revolutions cannot be rushed, nor can rebellions be delayed. Of course, they must publicly present themselves under the guise of a revolution. Even the naive Sasuke ultimately referred to his actions as revolutionary rather than rebellious. I understand. Uchiha Fugaku nodded in agreement, feeling that Zhongjing possessed considerable experience in the realm of rebellion, or rather, revolution. It was as though Zhongjing had encountered such matters countless times before. Having completed everything, Uchiha Zhongjing intended to commence his talent acquisition plan. He first produced a scroll inscribed with several names: Shin, Sai, Yamato, Hyuga, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uzumaki Naruto. These individuals were those he intended to recruit in the future. He regarded Shin and Sai as capable hands. Yamato was chosen for his potential contribution in the Land of Waves. He was an excellent tool. Although Uchiha Zhongjing had also mastered the wood release Kekkei Genkai, it was evident that constructing structures required Yamato's wood release, as no one else could replicate its essence. Hyuga was deemed a potential ninja by Uchiha Zhongjing. The last two need no introduction. One was a prince, and the other a princess. Now, where to begin? Uchiha Zhongjing pondered over the names on the list. You shall be the first. His gaze settled on Shin. Meanwhile, at the roots of Konoha, unlike other organizations, the root base was established underground. Above the root base loomed a colossal tree, perfectly embodying the essence of the organization. The figure of Uchiha Zhongjing gradually materialized before the root. In an instant, he swiftly penetrated the inner sanctum. His speed so astonishing that the sentinels at the entrance remained utterly oblivious. Alas, had he possessed a serpent talisman, it might have facilitated his endeavor even further. At this moment, Zhongjing, having utilized the rabbit talisman to traverse into the depths of root, reflected upon the profound nature of these 12 talismans, each embodying a conceptual significance. Subsequently, with the keen perception of Ashura's eye, he detected the chakra of Shin and precisely navigated towards a specific chamber. Brother, do you think my drawing is beautiful? A voice brimming with excitement echoed from within the room, reminiscent of a child eager to showcase their creation, yearning for their brother's praise. Inside, Shin gazed at Sai with a look of contentment. In the cold, unyielding atmosphere of root, Sai appeared to be his sole source of solace. Just as he was about to utter a word, a familiar voice resonated from behind him. Chapter 17. Shin and Sai join forces to raid Danzo's base. Cough. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering an event choice. The system has detected that you are currently within the root base, and you must decide. Option 1. Pay a visit to the legendary 5th Hokage, the first Hokage's successor, Danzo, and tell him that you will never be Hokage, not in this lifetime, and mock him for being inferior to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Reward: Skill, Frenzied Taunt. Frenzied Taunt forces all individuals within 100 meters to attack you while enhancing your physical resilience by 80%, granting immunity to ninjutsu, lasting for 1 minute. Option 2. Investigate how much money the old thief Danzo has amassed over the years, then pack it up and take it away, giving Danzo a surprise. Reward: Comprehensive Sealing Techniques of the Hokage. Comprehensive Sealing Techniques of the Hokage contains all sealing techniques and the methods to unlock them from the entire Hokage legacy. Option 3. Challenge Danzo to a game of chess, and during the match, strike his head with the chessboard. Reward: Title of Konoha Chess Sage. Title of Konoha Chess Sage doubles the critical hit rate and damage while playing chess. As Uchiha Token was about to enter Shin's room, he triggered the system's options. How intriguing. Uchiha Token nodded slightly, deciding that he must pursue option 2, not for any other reason, but to witness Danzo's hidden wealth. System: I choose option 2. Uchiha Token promptly selected the second option, and in the next instant, a multitude of memories regarding sealing techniques flooded his mind. Techniques such as the 5-element seal, 4-symbol seal, and 8-trigram seal were all effortlessly grasped. He could even unravel the curse of the caged bird. Subsequently, Uchiha Token turned his gaze towards the interior of the room. The artwork was quite impressive. Soon, Shin heard Uchiha Token's praise. To be fair, Sai's artistic skills at this point in time could not compare to those of later periods. However, during this phase, Sai infused emotion into his creations, rendering the artworks particularly vivid and authentic. Uchiha Token. The moment Shin laid eyes on Uchiha Token, his mind went blank. Wait, this is the root base, Danzo's stronghold. Uchiha Token is currently in a cold war with the village, yet here he is, standing before me. Shin's first reaction was to question his own vision. Are you human or ghost? Shin exclaimed, instinctively shielding Sai behind him, his face a mask of disbelief. Who else could know the nature of our relationship? Uchiha Token replied calmly. Facing Shin's incredulity. This is outrageous. How did you infiltrate here? Shin managed to recover, still in disbelief. The root base was heavily guarded. Even a mosquito would find it challenging to slip in unnoticed. Yet, Uchiha Token had somehow managed to enter without a trace. Infiltrate. I walked in openly through the front door. In response to Shin's skepticism, Uchiha Zhongjing merely scoffed. So, how have you pondered over the choice I offered you? He cast a nonchalant glance at Shin. I consent to accompany you, but I must bring my younger brother. Shin had long awaited this declaration. However, ever since Uchiha Zhongjing had initially expressed his desire to recruit him, there had been no further communication. Shin even began to doubt whether Uchiha Zhongjing had forgotten about him entirely. Brother, what are we doing? At this moment, Sai was of a similar age to Sasuke. A hint of curiosity flickered across his face as he was uncertain of his brother's intentions. Fear not. My brother is merely taking you to another place to live. Shin gazed at Sai with affectionate eyes. A wise decision. It seems you will soon share common topics with Uchiha Itachi. Observing Shin's prompt agreement to ally with him, Uchiha Zhongjing felt no surprise. Given Danzo's management style, it was indeed remarkable for root ninjas to serve him wholeheartedly. Suddenly, Zhongjing's figure vanished, only to reappear in front of Shin and Sai in an instant. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Uchiha Zhongjing executed a series of hand seals. Technique of tongue curse elimination, release. With merely a few hand signs. The tongue curse elimination technique, painstakingly devised by Danzo, was effortlessly undone by Uchiha Zhongjing. What are you doing? Shin exclaimed, bewildered by Zhongjing's abrupt actions. I merely helped you lift the tongue curse elimination technique. No need for gratitude. Uchiha Zhongjing replied coolly. What? Shin's expression was one of disbelief. It is important to note that the tongue curse elimination technique served as a binding spell over all root ninjas. Danzo had inscribed a curse mark upon each member of the root organization, so that uttering any information concerning the root or Danzo would render the marked member completely paralyzed and immobile. It appears that Danzo is not as malevolent as I thought. Uchiha Zhongjing shook his head. In Konoha, there exists a distinction between the main and branch families of a ninja clan, with curse seal techniques inscribed upon the branch family members. Those marked as caged birds would possess a diminished perspective compared to their main family counterparts. Furthermore, the main family could manipulate the curse seal to obliterate the neural structures of branch family members. Unless the marked individual perished, the caged bird would never cease to exist. Such a curse seal was something even the first Hokage would not impose upon his subordinates. It was truly a grievous display for the main family to wield such power over their kin, who share the same bloodline. Danzo, Shin attempted to speak, and indeed, the tongue curse elimination technique had truly been resolved. Danzo, am I not charming? Shin, having endured in silence for far too long, could no longer restrain himself. It was evident that Shin had been suppressing his feelings for an extended period. This sudden outburst even drew a glance of surprise from Uchiha Zhongjing. I have a task for you. Do you know where the supply warehouse of the root base is? Let me there. Uchiha Zhongjing did not recruit Shin without reason. At the very least, Shin immediately began to demonstrate his utility. Understood, Lord Zhongjing. I am aware of the way. I shall guide you forthwith. In this moment, Xian exhibited no hesitation, promptly transforming into a guide. He harbored no fondness for his former leader. After all, even if he did not betray today, it was inevitable that Danzo would eventually force both him and Sai into a deadly confrontation. Such is the tradition of the root. Emotions are deemed a taboo within the organization. Thus, Xian felt no pressure nor guilt in his betrayal. After all, it was initiated by another. This way, Lord Zhongjing. I am well acquainted with the locations of all the supplies stored by the root. With a visage of utmost respect, Xian led Uchiha Zhongjing onward. The youthful Sai, however, did not ponder too deeply on these matters, for he held little affection for Danzo himself. His curiosity lay solely in where he would reside next, if possible. He wished to avoid remaining underground any longer. Chapter 18. Event Rewards, Spirit Art, The Just Colossus. Lord Zhongjing, this way. This warehouse is where Danzo stores all the materials of the root organization. Part of it is funded by the Hokage, while the other part is self-financed by our root organization. As for the specifics of the self-financing, that would be a question for Lord Danzo. Xian explained with profound respect. He dared not venture further inside, as the deeper they went, the more checkpoints there were that he might not be permitted to pass. Moreover, he was currently accompanying his younger brother. Steady yourself, Uchiha Zhongjing said calmly. In the blink of an eye, Xian felt a sudden wave of dizziness. In an instant, Uchiha Zhongjing had transported them past numerous guard posts and directly in front of the warehouse. Did we really just arrive? Xian exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. The speed was astonishing. It dawned on him that Uchiha Zhongjing had indeed been truthful about entering through the main door. With such speed, the guards would scarcely have had time to react. They then stepped into the Root organization's warehouse, or rather, Danzo's private treasury. The entire room was cluttered with an abundance of storage scrolls. It seemed Danzo had opted to store silver, currency, and various strategic resources within these scrolls for convenience. However, this also made it easier for Uchiha Zhongjing to pack and take them away later. Lord Zhongjing, if I am not mistaken, these scrolls should be inscribed with sealing techniques. Without Danzo's permission, they cannot be opened. Xian began, but before he could finish, Uchiha Zhongjing had already taken action. It is worth noting that the system had previously rewarded him with the complete compendium of sealing techniques from the Hokage. Now, no sealing technique posed a challenge to him. In less than 2 seconds, Uchiha Zhongjing effortlessly dismantled the seals laid by Danzo. He then proceeded to assess his findings. One storage scroll contained approximately 20 million ryo, equivalent to the bounty on Asuma's head. Of course, his statement was not meant to mock Asuma. He was merely stating a fact. With over 100 scrolls in total, it amounted to around 2 billion ryo. Danzo's resources seemed rather meager. Uchiha Zhongjing frowned at this realization. Had the old man Danzo truly fallen to such depths? He recalled that the merchant Kato from the Land of Waves had amassed over 10 billion ryo. How could Danzo only have 20 billion here? My lord, you wouldn't be dissatisfied with the amount, would you? Xian inquired cautiously from the side, sensing a hint of discontent on the new leader's face. Was 20 billion not sufficient? It was worth noting that Danzo had accumulated this modest fortune over several decades. Certainly, the total might have approached 30 billion before. But after partnering with the cunning and treacherous Orochimaru, who had swindled a significant investment and then vanished, the Root organization's cash flow had suffered considerably. Never mind. Let us examine the other resources. Uchiha Zhongjing thought. Unexpected gains, whether few or many, were still gains. Subsequently, Uchiha Zhongjing unfurled another scroll pertaining to a different area. However, this particular scroll appeared somewhat faded, containing only a handful of explosive tags, amounting to perhaps a mere few hundred million in total. Uchiha Zhongjing did not hesitate to accept everything offered by Danzo, promptly gathering the remaining ninja tools and military rations without a second glance, storing them in his dimensional ring. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he had successfully claimed the entirety of Danzo's decades' worth of accumulated wealth. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing this event. Event evaluation. Event reward. Summoning technique. Justice Colossus Galio. Justice Colossus Galio consumes chakra to summon the Justice Colossus, with the strength of the summoned Galio determined by the amount of chakra expended, immune to any ninjutsu. With the system's notification, Uchiha Zhongjing regarded his mission as successfully accomplished. Summoning technique? He nodded, recognizing the merit of such an ability. However, he pondered the identity of this Galio. Could it be the same Galio he was familiar with? That Galio boasted a complete form nearly 10,000 meters tall, rendering any tailed beast utterly inferior by comparison. Well, it was nearly time to depart. After tidying up the area, Uchiha Zhongjing prepared to leave with his companion Xian. Just as he turned to exit, a thought struck him. Would it be somewhat impolite to leave so abruptly? He considered. There was nothing cordial between him and Danzo, especially since Danzo had covertly sought to undermine him. To simply walk away would be to disadvantage himself, and Uchiha Zhongjing was not one to suffer losses lightly. He turned his gaze back to the entire Root warehouse. This was a parting gift. Uchiha Zhongjing slowly retrieved a dragon talisman. Typically, he seldom employed the dragon talisman, favoring the rabbit talisman for its swiftness. Yet, when it came to destructive power, nothing could rival the explosive might of the incendiary dragon talisman. Lord Zhongjing, what are you doing? Xian asked, bewildered by the unfolding scene. Uchiha Zhongjing brandished a peculiar small stone towards the Root warehouse. The strange animal shape adorning the stone piqued Xian's curiosity, resembling a snake. In the world of Naruto, snakes held a position of considerable regard. Detonation power, flame burst, boom. In the next instant, the dragon talisman erupted with searing flames, and a powerful shockwave obliterated the entire warehouse. What just happened? Where did that explosion come from? Enemy attack. Quickly summon Lord Danzo. At that moment, chaos engulfed the root organization. The explosion had originated from within, leaving no one prepared for such an assault. Moreover, the detonation did not cease. The ferocious, superheated explosive energy nearly annihilated the entire root facility. Let us go, Uchiha Zhongjing remarked nonchalantly after completing his task. The swift incantation of the rabbit talisman once again whisked Shin and Sai away, the entire process flowing seamlessly like water. Meanwhile, Danzo returned from the Hokage's office, thoroughly pleased. Just moments ago, Hizen had informed him of the decision to procure substantial supplies to counter the Uchiha clan. Currently, the market price for rice from the Uchiha clan had reached an astonishing 5,000 ryo per pound, while the normal price hovered around 1,000 ryo. According to the plan devised by him and Hizen, he would personally oversee the acquisition from the villagers at 4,000 ryo, subsequently selling it to the Uchiha for 5,000 ryo per pound. This way, they could effortlessly amass a significant fortune. The profits would be divided, with Hizen receiving 30% to expand the root organization, while the remaining 70% would be allocated to the village. Truly, the Uchiha clan is a foolish one. With this thought, Danzo chuckled softly. Lord Danzo. At that moment, a disheveled root ninja descended from the heavens and knelt before Danzo on one knee. Chapter 19. Targeted by an invisible hand, the unraveled Danzo. What has transpired? Upon witnessing his subordinates in such a disheveled state, Danzo's expression darkened with discontent. As a high-ranking leader of Root, it was imperative to maintain composure at all times. To act in a flustered manner was utterly unbecoming. He cast a displeased glance at his subordinates, realizing that his management of Root had grown too lax. That is not the case, Lord Danzo. A significant explosion has occurred at our Root base, nearly obliterating the entire facility. The reporting ninja struggled to articulate the gravity of the situation. What? Danzo, incredulous, feared he had misheard. With a frenzied urgency, he sprinted towards the Root headquarters, scarcely allowing the other to finish speaking. Before long, he stood before the entrance of his base, now utterly collapsed. Numerous Root ninjas were engaged in rescue efforts. Witnessing this scene, Danzo's visage darkened further. What on earth had happened? Where is Oil Girl Ryoma? His instincts compelled him to search for his trusted aid. Lord Danzo, did Ryoma not sacrifice himself long ago? A fellow Root ninja rushed forward to elucidate. Previously, Ryoma had been dispatched to intimidate Uchiha Kakashi, only to be slain in turn. Shin is there? Danzo inquired, his expression still grim. At this juncture, Oil Girl Ryoma and Yamashiro Kaze had not yet joined Root, leaving him with his two most capable subordinates, Ryoma and Shin. However, Shin had vanished. Following the explosion, both he and his brother Sai had completely disappeared. Another disheartening report surfaced, and the murderous aura surrounding Danzo became almost palpable. En route, such circumstances often indicated betrayal. Hurry, find someone to retrieve the items from the warehouse, Danzo urged, his demeanor fraught with urgency. He cared little for the fate of the Root ninjas. After all, Konoha had plenty of shinobi. But the contents of the warehouse represented his entire fortune, and those items must not be compromised. Lord Danzo, I forgot to mention something. A Root ninja, upon hearing this, turned pale with fear. During our investigation, the explosion originated from the warehouse, and everything inside has vanished. This revelation struck Danzo like a bolt from the blue. What did you say? His single visible eye, bloodshot, bore down on the Root ninja. Defiant against fate, Danzo forcefully shoved the ninja aside and plunged into the depths of the Root base. Upon reaching the entrance of the warehouse he so fervently sought, he was met with a desolate sight. The expansive warehouse was entirely devoid of even a single mouse. This is impossible. Who could have done this? Danzo roared in fury. He felt as though an invisible pair of hands was deliberately targeting him. After years of arduous accumulation, it seemed his efforts had come to naught. The exhilaration he had just derived from the recent victory now stood in stark contrast to his current state of despair. Contemplating this, Danzo nearly choked on his own blood. Don't let me discover who is scheming against me. He had always been the one orchestrating the plans, never the victim of others' machinations. It was imperative that he devise a means to mend this substantial breach. Danzo forced himself to regain his composure. Life must go on. He had numerous subordinates to support, and every moment was an expenditure. Thus, he needed to urgently find a way to fill this gaping hole. Soon enough, he considered the prospect of seizing the assets of the Uchiha clan. Originally, he had intended to procure goods from the villagers at the price of 4,000 ryo, ensuring both profitability and the preservation of their reputation. After all, if he merely offered 1,000 ryo less, the villagers would likely still be inclined to sell to them. However, that was no longer feasible. With such a vast deficit emerging at the root, a significant influx of funds was essential. Kaichiwa, go and inform the current members of Root to monitor the situation regarding the procurement of goods from the Uchiha clan, Danzo commanded, summoning a member to oversee this matter. Ah, Lord Danzo, how are we to manage that? Kaichiwa asked, bewildered. His standing within Root was rather average, not comparable to the previous influence of Yamanaka Ryama and Shin. Now, with Danzo suddenly entrusting him with such a critical task, he wondered if. However, Root typically did not engage in such matters, usually dealing with darker affairs. Suddenly instructing them to monitor the market was unorthodox. Simply notify the villagers to prohibit the sale of goods to the Uchiha clan. All supplies must be sold exclusively to the village, which will manage the distribution, Danzo stated coldly. And what should our purchasing price be? Kaichiwa cautiously inquired. Set it at the market price, 1,100 ryo. Danzo declared without hesitation. The village is in dire straits. The villagers should be understanding. Oh, but the Uchiha clan's purchasing price is 5,000 ryo. Won't this incite public outrage? What shall we do then? Though Kaichiwa was not particularly astute, he was not foolish. He recognized that such actions could easily provoke the villagers' ire. Rest assured, I have my methods to manage it, Danzo replied, casting a dispassionate glance at Kaichiwa, causing him to feel uneasy. Perform well, and I shall promote you to captain. Afterward, Danzo took care to paint a promising picture for Kaichiwa. Understood, Lord Danzo. Kaichiwa's eyes lit up at the prospect. Given his current capabilities, without extraordinary circumstances, he would likely never ascend to the rank of captain in his lifetime. Although he was unaware of why Danzo had chosen him, he felt a deep sense of responsibility to ensure that Danzo's faith in him would not be in vain. Oh, if possible, he thought, the villagers could be asked to provide a temporary advance. At that moment, Danzo seemed to have an epiphany and spoke up. An advance? Indeed. The Root cannot currently provide payment. However, once the transaction with the Uchiha clan is concluded, we shall swiftly settle the accounts. Danzo nodded in agreement. Believing that as a senior elder of Konoha, he still possessed some degree of credibility within the village, he would assert that this was with the consent of Hiruzen. Aware that he could not shoulder this matter alone, Danzo brought Hiruzen Tsurutobi into the fold. Understood, Danzo. Hiruzen eagerly nodded, as if the position of captain was already beckoning him. Meanwhile, the instigator, Uchiha Itachi, remained completely unconcerned, indifferent to Danzo's forthcoming actions. Chapter 20. Entering the Umbu. An unexpected encounter with Kakashi. After returning the letter and sai to the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Zhongjing once again unfurled his scroll. He then marked a cross beside the names of the letter and sai with a pin. Next, it was the turn of the renowned architectural expert, Yamato. As for Yamato, an exceptional tool in their midst, Zhongjing had little to comment. With the rabbit curse now in his possession, Uchiha Zhongjing had attained a freedom akin to that of his counterpart, Uchiha Abido, with his Kamui. The rabbit curse, more formidable than Kamui, were no cooldown or restrictions. Its energy was boundless. Once he had arranged matters concerning the letter, Uchiha Zhongjing set off alone towards the Umbu. At that moment, his Shura eye functioned like a precise radar, leaving no trace of any individual unseen before its kaleidoscopic gaze. The Umbu, directly controlled by the third Hokage, undoubtedly enjoyed superior treatment compared to the Root. The previous recruitment of the letter had been a mutual agreement. The letter was willing to ally with him, and he had faith in the letter. Thus, no force was necessary. However, this time was different. Yamato had been a key subject of training under Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Zhongjing had no intention of persuading him. On a street nearing the Umbu, Uchiha Zhongjing's figure flickered and vanished from sight. On a rooftop adjacent to the Umbu, an Umbu ninja clad in a pig mask instinctively questioned his own vision, wondering if he had seen someone pass by. The Root ninja fell into contemplation. By the time Uchiha Zhongjing reappeared, he had already entered the Umbu headquarters openly, adorned in a brand new Umbu uniform procured from an undisclosed source. In truth, he had retrieved this outfit from the Root's storage. Externally, the attire of Root and Umbu bore no distinction. Upon stepping through the Umbu's entrance, Uchiha Zhongjing immediately spotted a familiar figure with pale hair and lifeless eyes, Kakashi Hitaki, who had just recuperated from his recent hospitalization. Since being bested by Uchiha Zhongjing, Kakashi had required several days of rest to regain his strength. What a nuisance, back on duty again. As Kakashi ambled along, the thought of yet another shift weighed heavily on his mind. He longed to delve into Jiraiya's latest book instead. At this moment, Kakashi exhibited traits characteristic of a half-demon transformation, a feature that had begun to manifest towards the latter part of his Umbu career, exacerbated since his promotion to a leading jonin. Suddenly, Kakashi halted in his tracks and turned to gaze at Uchiha Zhongjing, who had just brushed past him. Wait. The unexpected call halted Uchiha Zhongjing, leaving him somewhat astonished. After all, Kakashi's lifeless eyes had failed to recognize even Obito, yet he could discern Zhongjing's presence. Kakashi-senpai. At that moment, a member of the Umbu with striking purple hair approached slowly. Nightingale, I've told you not to address me by name within the Umbu. Such actions could easily compromise sensitive information. Kakashi, with his conspicuous white hair, expressed his frustration. All right, Kakashi-senpai. Yuzuki Yuin momentarily paused, then promptly acquiesced. Indeed, Kakashi-senpai, who is this? Yuin inquired curiously, glancing at Uchiha Keisei, who was disguised as an Umbu ninja. Ah, Yuin, do not forget the rules of the Umbu. Kakashi suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, effectively preventing Yuin from further probing. Kakashi appeared quite nonchalant, thus Yuin failed to perceive anything amiss. I just feel that this senpai seems somewhat familiar. Beneath the Umbu mask, Yuin's enchanting eyes fixated intently on the Umbu ninja before her. She couldn't shake the feeling that this person resembled someone she knew. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Keisei's purpose for the day did not involve Kakashi, so he wished to avoid unnecessary entanglements. However, he cast a deep glance at Hatake Kakashi. Truly, he was the man who had previously bested him in combat, and he had detected a peculiarity. Although Kakashi maintained a facade of normalcy, the beads of sweat upon his brow betrayed his current state of mind. After a gentle smile, Keisei proceeded towards Yamato's room. Let us depart. Kakashi turned his head, commanding with an impassive expression. Kakashi-senpai. Yuin was utterly perplexed. There was something unusual about Kakashi today. That individual, why did he seem somewhat reminiscent of Keisei? A casual remark from Yuin caused Kakashi's expression to shift dramatically. Do not speak carelessly. Kakashi hastily interrupted Yuin's words, quickening his pace as they departed. At this moment, Yuin remained oblivious to the situation's gravity. Indeed, Kakashi had recognized Keisei from the very beginning. After all, they were classmates. How could he possibly fail to recognize Uchiha Keisei? Yet, he refrained from uttering a single word. Can you guess why? While uncertain of Keisei's intentions, it was evident that the latter had no desire to cause chaos within the Umbu. Revealing his identity now would be detrimental for everyone involved. Nightingale. Notify all Umbu ninjas to evacuate the Umbu building immediately. I will inform the third Hokage. Kakashi declared, his expression grave. Upon recognizing Keisei, Kakashi's initial thought was not to apprehend him, but rather to ensure a swift evacuation. However, Yuin glanced back, seemingly hesitant. Yet, Kakashi had already set his plan in motion, swiftly making his way to the Hokage building. Yuin clenched her teeth, caught in her own indecision. Shadow Clone Jutsu. In the next moment, she created several shadow clones to relay the message in her stead. As for myself, I chose to head towards the direction of Uchiha Zhongjing. Ding. Event triggered by the host detected. Your infiltration plan has been discovered by Hatake Kakashi, who has decided to report to the third Hokage while instructing the Umbu ninjas to withdraw. You have decided. Option 1. Since I am already here, create a commotion and leave a lasting impression on the third Hokage. Selection reward, complete compendium of wood release techniques. Option 2. End it swiftly, defeat Yamato, and leave with him. Selection reward, flying thunder god technique. Option 3. The power of Konoha is immense, and you choose to avoid the spotlight for now. Selection reward, rubber fruit. Should I avoid the spotlight? Originally, Uchiha Zhongjing was quite fond of the third reward, yet he was disinclined towards this option. System. I choose the first option. Recalling the wood release Kekkei Genkai I had previously acquired, combined with the complete compendium of wood release techniques, it would undoubtedly unleash a potential greater than the sum of its parts. Selection successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the complete compendium of wood release techniques. Chapter 21. The wood release of Uchiha Zhongjing. In the next moment, Uchiha Zhongjing had mastered all forms of wood release ninjutsu, capable of unleashing them without the need for hand seals. Whether it was wood release, birth of the forest, or wood release, birth of the Sea of Trees. He could summon them with ease. Simultaneously, Uchiha Zhangjing arrived in the room where Yamato was located. Dragon Talisman, explosion of flames. Bang. Uchiha Zhangjing's method of entry was distinctly extraordinary. Yamato, still unprepared for the sudden turn of events, was caught off guard as a tremendous force burst through the door. For a moment, Yamato questioned whether he was suffering divine retribution. You are. Before Yamato could fully comprehend the situation, he was swiftly incapacitated by a precise strike from Uchiha Zhangjing. From the moment the door burst open to capturing Yamato, Uchiha Zhangjing had not taken even half a minute. Uchiha Zhangjing. At that moment, a cold voice echoed from behind. A dark-clad ninja with purple hair appeared before Uchiha Zhangjing. Her expression one of turmoil concealed beneath her mask. Of course, Uchiha Zhangjing was not at all surprised by the appearance of Yuzuki Yugao. What a nuisance. How much better it would be if you could just pretend you saw nothing. Uchiha Zhangjing sighed lightly. Like Kakashi, ignoring the situation would be beneficial for everyone. Zhangjing. Kakashi has already gone to inform Lord Hokage. You now have no path of escape. Yuzuki Yugao gazed at her former teammate, who had taken a path starkly different from that of their village, her heart filled with conflict. Although they were not part of the original three-man team, many teams had been disrupted during the Third Shinobi World War. At that time, she had been assigned to the team led by Zhangjing, which had the highest survival rate, becoming one of Uchiha Zhangjing's members. Now, meeting an old comrade again under such circumstances left her with a sense of reluctance. Zhangjing, Before Yuzuki Yugao could finish her sentence, another swift strike rendered her unconscious. Women are truly troublesome. Uchiha Zhangjing shook his head. This was not a romantic narrative. He had already instigated a rebellion with the Uchiha clan. Would he abandon his mission due to a few words from Yuzuki Yugao? That would be utterly foolish. Allowing her a few moments to speak was already quite gracious. Fortunately, as a member of the Umbu, her physical capabilities were certainly up to par. Otherwise, Uchiha Zhangjing's strike would have left her bedridden for weeks. Of course, we refer to the precision of that strike. After accomplishing all this, Uchiha Zhangjing chose to depart. As for Yuzuki Yugao, he had never intended to take her back. Outside the Umbu headquarters, a vast crowd had already gathered. Lord Hokage, it cannot be mistaken. That person is Zhangjing, Kakashi said gravely to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen was equally cautious, for he knew that Uchiha Zhangjing possessed the strength to effortlessly defeat Kakashi. Coupled with the Mangeki Sharingan, Hiruzen truly questioned whether they could conquer Zhangjing. Just as these thoughts plagued his mind, a figure emerged slowly from the Umbu, a masked Uchiha Zhangjing. Hiruzen cast a serious gaze upon the enigmatic Uchiha. I am not Uchiha Zhangjing. I am a shinobi of the Senju clan. Hiruzen assumed Zhangjing would negotiate. Yet to his astonishment, Zhangjing proclaimed this instead. Was he jesting? Why would a member of the Uchiha clan suddenly claim allegiance to the Senju? Do you think I am deceiving you? I invoke the honor of the Senju clan as my witness. Zhangjing nonchalantly asserted. Borrowing the name of the Senju was a spur-of-the-moment thought, as he intended to create some trouble for Hiruzen before his departure. After all, as long as he did not remove his mask, who could prove he was indeed Uchiha Zhangjing? Even if he were to unmask, could it not be said he was merely impersonated? Zhangjing, cease your jesting. Retreat while you still can, Hiruzen urged. Simultaneously, his attention was drawn to Yamato behind Zhangjing. Was Yamato his target? Indeed, Zhangjing trusts that the conflict between the village and the Uchiha can be resolved through other means. Although Zhangjing did not utilize his own voice, Kakashi remained steadfast in his belief that the figure was Uchiha Zhangjing. Would release, Birth of the World of Trees. As Zhangjing clasped his hands, the ground near the Umbu building fractured in an instant. Countless trees erupted from the earth, forming a miniature forest in the blink of an eye, with Zhangjing seated atop a colossal tree at its center. This is impossible, Hiruzen gasped, staring at the verdant expanse that enveloped the vicinity of the Umbu building. How could Zhangjing, being of the Uchiha clan, wield would release? Or was it possible that he was not Uchiha Zhangjing after all? In that moment, even Kakashi was left bewildered. Something was amiss. After all these years as classmates, he could not be mistaken. Both Kakashi and Hiruzen fell into confusion, let alone the other Umbu shinobi. Meanwhile, numerous clans within the village observed the unfolding scene from the shadows, eager to comprehend the situation. Even if Hiruzen wished to contain the information, it was futile. The towering forest, visible from many streets away, could not be concealed. Where was Danzo? Hiruzen now truly felt the inadequacy of his subordinates. Summoning Monkey King, Enma. In desperation, Hiruzen summoned his trusted beast once more. Old partner. What danger have we encountered this time? The enchanted ape has evidently grown accustomed to his old partner. Each time he is summoned, it is in the face of a formidable adversary. The last encounter involved the Ninetales. This time, the identity of the opponent remains uncertain. Old friend. Cast your gaze behind you. Sarutobi Hiruzen merely gestured towards the expansive forest stretching for hundreds of meters behind the enchanted ape. As the enchanted ape turned, he was met with a sight that was both awe-inspiring and daunting. So, am I to contend with this individual next? The enchanted ape fell into silence, pondering how his entrance always seemed to herald a high-stakes battle. I beg of you, enchanted ape. Sarutobi Hiruzen, aware of the discomfort of the situation, attempted to reassure him. But fret not. In future battles of this magnitude, I shall not trouble you again. Unbeknownst to Sarutobi Hiruzen, the underground Umbu ninjas had begun to waver. Isn't this the wood release exclusive to the Senju clan? Why? Not necessarily. Doesn't Tenzo also wield wood release? Yet, Tenzo's wood release lacks such grandeur. Regardless of the situation, Uchiha Kagami was invoking the name of the Senju clan, thus planting a seed of doubt in the minds of the villagers. Chapter 22. Once again, 3 talismans. With a cough, the Monkey King appeared, accompanied by the distinctive raspy voice of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The man and the monkey advanced towards Uchiha Kuzen. Splendid. The third Hokage has made his move. The elite Umbu ninjas, witnessing the third Hokage's intervention, felt an immediate surge of confidence. After all, he is revered as the strongest Hokage. Once the third Hokage launched his assault, everything would surely improve. Yet amidst the crowd, only Kakashi maintained a serious demeanor, his face etched with concern. To be frank, he did not believe that the third Hokage could rival Uchiha Kuzen. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kuzen remained remarkably composed. You do not think this is my full power, do you? Would release, tree binding eternal burial? Uchiha Kuzen brought his hands together. In the next instant, the ground beneath Sarutobi Hiruzen fractured, as countless saplings, resembling vines, transformed into ropes that firmly ensnared the Hokage. Initially, Sarutobi Hiruzen dismissed the threat. However, he soon realized that these branches were voraciously siphoning his chakra. How is this possible? Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at Uchiha Kuzen in astonishment. Such potency could only be matched by the first Hokage's wood release. Who exactly is this individual? At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen too felt uncertain of his opponent's identity. Hiruzen, today, I shall avenge the Senju clan, those who perished by your hands. Uchiha Kuzen was not merely chastising Sarutobi Hiruzen. He was invoking the name of the Senju clan to exact revenge. This scene rendered the observing Umbu ninjas speechless. Do not believe his fabrications. I am not that kind of person. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. However, the specifics of what transpired remained unclear. After all, Uchiha Kuzen's declaration was purely fabricated. As a member of the Uchiha clan, how could he possibly know the events from over a decade ago? Yet, this did not prevent Uchiha Kuzen from placing the blame squarely on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even if it were not Hiruzen's doing, he intended to make it an ironclad case today. Who are you, and how can you wield wood release? Sarutobi Hiruzen glared furiously at Uchiha Kuzen. It seemed that this person's objective was not merely to engage in battle, but rather to tarnish his reputation. Realizing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen struggled to free himself from the bindings of the wood release. However, the resilience of these branches was unfathomable. He could not break free, no matter how hard he tried. Old friend, I cannot hold on any longer. At that moment, the recently summoned Monkey King spoke with a resigned expression. Even summoned beings require chakra. Yet, in the brief span of their conversation, the vines had already drained most of its chakra. Boom. In the next moment, a puff of white smoke enveloped the arena, and the Monkey King vanished. Instantly, the situation grew dire. Initially, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Monkey King, and the elite Umbu against the mysterious masked man wielding wood release. However, now, due to the Hokage's capture, the tide had drastically turned. The remaining individuals were rendered utterly hesitant to act. Lord Hokage. Release Lord Hokage. The elite members of the Umbu swiftly surrounded Uchiha Zhangjing, seeking to coerce him into freeing their Hokage. In truth, their actions were not misguided. After all, summoning such an immense wood release technique had rapidly depleted Uchiha Zhangjing's chakra. He had only experienced a single enhancement of standard Jonin-level chakra throughout the ordeal. Presently, in terms of chakra alone, he barely possessed 5 cards. The sheer magnitude of the wood release technique consumed nearly 2 cards of his chakra. It seemed that swift resolution was imperative. In the midst of his thoughts, Uchiha Zhongjing produced a stone engraved with animal imagery. At least, this was how it appeared to the Umbu ninjas. Dragon Talisman, Flame Explosion, Maximum Power. Boom. At that moment, the Dragon Talisman erupted, unleashing an explosion wave of considerable girth. The street before the Umbu headquarters was utterly devastated by the shockwave. Any Umbu ninja caught in its wake either perished or sustained grievous injuries. Undoubtedly, the Hokage building suffered the most damage, given its proximity to the Umbu headquarters. Uchiha Zhongjing had intentionally adjusted the angle of his release, and inadvertently, the Dragon Talisman's flame explosion struck the Hokage. It was truly an inadvertent error. The explosion, reaching temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees, reduced the Hokage building to ashes. Cough, cough. What kind of jutsu is this? How can its power be so immense? Kakashi exclaimed, leaping from the deep pit. Turning back, he saw that nearly half of the elite Umbu had been injured. Lord Hokage. Kakashi quickly glanced towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. At that moment, Hiruzen appeared quite comfortable in slumber, seemingly lulled into sleep by the earlier explosion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing this event. Event evaluation, event rewards, monkey talisman, dog talisman, ox talisman. Meanwhile, Uchiha Zhongjing had already departed the Umbu headquarters. The ever-changing monkey, the immortal dog, the mighty ox. He could not deny that he had initially underestimated the power of the talismans. With the passage of time and usage, he increasingly recognized the potential heights of their capabilities. Not to mention, he had now acquired the dog talisman. The immortal dog of eternal life symbolized everlasting youth. Its magical essence endowed the bearer with eternal youth, immortality, and invulnerability. Furthermore, in this world devoid of Jackie Chan and his father figure, Uchiha Zhongjing, wielding 6 talismans, found himself in an invincible position. It could even be said that he lacked for nothing at present. Subsequently, Uchiha Zhongjing carried Yamato towards the Uchiha clan. Unbeknownst to him, chaos would soon erupt within the Hokage faction following his departure. At the Konoha hospital, urgent inquiries filled the air. What has transpired? Why is Hiruzen injured? Questioned Tsunade and Mito Gate in, their faces etched with concern. After all, the power they wield originates from Hiruzen Sarutobi. Rest assured, esteemed advisors, the Hokage merely succumbed to unconsciousness due to the explosive shockwave. Kakashi hastily clarified. The third Hokage's survival can indeed be attributed, in part, to that enigmatic figure who wields wood release. It is crucial to acknowledge that had it not been for the wood release vines entwined around the third Hokage, mitigating some of the damage, his fate could have been dire. Ahem. At that moment, the voice of Hiruzen Sarutobi emerged from the sickbed. Sarutobi. Tsunade and Mito Minju quickly gathered around him. Issue an SSS-level bounty for the mysterious man capable of using wood release. The first words uttered by Sarutobi upon regaining consciousness were a call to apprehend that enigmatic individual. As Hokage, he found himself helplessly witnessing the destruction of his own Hokage tower by this adversary. Is this not a form of betrayal in itself? Chapter 23. The notorious Uchiha Zhongjing and the curiosity of the Akatsuki. What? An SSS-level bounty? Isn't that a bit exaggerated? The reaction of Tuanchin Xiaochun was one of utter astonishment. It is worth noting that Orochimaru was merely classified as an S-level threat. Who could this enigmatic figure, capable of wood release, possibly be, and why does he command such attention from Hiruzen? The individual claims to be a member of the Senju clan, and has even abducted tens. Kakashi interjected, now no longer doubting if this person was indeed Zhongjing. With wood release at his disposal, how could Zhongjing, a ninja of the Uchiha clan, possibly wield such a technique? It is likely that his instincts had led him astray. If he were simply a ninja proficient in wood release, there would be no need for such grave concern. However, his assertion of belonging to the Senju clan, coupled with the insinuation that he had incurred the ire of the Hokage, is a matter of considerable significance. Kakashi cast a glance at the ailing third Hokage, especially in light of the already tense relations between the village and the Uchiha clan. The emergence of such a figure could ignite a flurry of rumors. Before long, Tuanchin Xiaochun and Mito Gate and realized that Hiruzen was not jesting. This individual's mastery of wood release rivaled that of the first Hokage, and such a person must be thoroughly investigated. The ailing Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly spoke. What bounty amount shall be offered? Tuanchin Xiaochun inquired. Let us provisionally set it at 20 million. After careful consideration, Sarutobi Hiruzen proposed a figure he deemed significant. After all, even Orochimaru's bounty had only been around 5 million. Perhaps this was due to Orochimaru being a former student of the third Hokage, leading Hiruzen to assign a rather meager bounty. Consequently, few in the ninja world were inclined to take on the task. After all, why risk one's life for a mere 5 million bounty against one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru? However, this time was different. The notoriously frugal Sarutobi Hiruzen had set a high price of 20 million. This does not imply that Orochimaru's bounty was low, although Konoha assigned a lesser amount to Orochimaru. The sheer number of missions seeking his capture across various ninja villages was substantial, with each village boasting at least a dozen missions targeting him. Collectively, these bounties amounted to a considerable sum. Soon, news of Konoha's newly established SSS-level bounty spread like wildfire throughout the ninja world. If any organization was to take notice first, it would undoubtedly be the Akatsuki, given that Obito and Nagato had initially devised a 3-stage mission for them. In the initial phase, amass a substantial fortune in preparation for future endeavors. In the subsequent stage, establish a mercenary organization unbound by any nation, inciting minor conflicts. Initially monopolizing war contracts from smaller countries at a low cost, subsequently escalating the scale of warfare, and eventually dismantling the economic structures of major powers to monopolize all warfare. The third step involves utilizing tailed beast weaponry to conquer the world. Undoubtedly, the true objectives of this elaborate scheme extend beyond mere appearances. However, the Akatsuki organization currently remains in its first phase. Within a dimly lit cavern, vibrant streaks of color manifested. What summons us this time? Have they perhaps found me a new partner? Faced with Pain's assembly call, Kakuzu displayed a distinct lack of interest. His primary concern at this moment was whether Pain had sourced a new teammate for him. Kakuzu, how many times must I reiterate? Do not eliminate your comrades for the sake of bounty. A displeased voice interjected, belonging to Conan. Even through the body flicker technique, one could still sense the unique charm exuding from her. Enough, Conan. Pain interrupted her reproach. In his perspective, should a subordinate lack the requisite strength, their demise would be inconsequential. He could always procure a more resilient partner for Kakuzu in the future. I have been a member for quite some time now. Yet I have yet to be assigned a suitable teammate. It is rather disconcerting to undertake missions alone, another shadowy figure inquired. When did the notorious rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist, known for his bloodied hands and cruelty, Zuki Kisame, become so unfamiliar? A chilling voice resonated from the other side. Orochimaru, I find it intriguing that you have chosen to join the Akatsuki. Zuki Kisame retorted defiantly, directing his gaze towards the cold-faced Orochimaru. During the Third Great Ninja War, Orochimaru commanded the western front of Konoha. The notion that these two, once engaged in a fierce struggle against one another, now found themselves part of the same organization was astonishing. We are actively searching for a suitable partner for you, so you need not worry. Conan, acting as the HR of the Akatsuki, calmly reassured. The current roster of the Akatsuki was not yet complete, with only Orochimaru and Sasori comprising a duo. Kakuzu had recently eliminated his teammate for bounty, while Zuki Kisame still operated solo on missions. It matters not. I merely hope my new partner is not a short-lived one. Zuki Kisame replied nonchalantly. If they perish shortly after partnering with me, it would be quite tedious. I am here to convey an important message. Recently, Konoha has issued a bounty. Anyone in the vicinity of the Land of Fire may wish to address it. Pain delivered this information in a cool, detached tone. Another defector from Konoha? Truly, the foremost ninja village lives up to its reputation, Kakuzu remarked, unable to suppress a hint of admiration upon hearing the news, although it was evident to astute observers that he was subtly mocking Orochimaru. After all, the individuals who gather here are predominantly renegade ninjas or mere lowly figures. This statement, however, is certainly not directed at Conan or the leader. Yet, Orochimaru stands apart. He is indeed a distinguished figure with a remarkable legacy in Konoha. He participated in both the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars. Ultimately, he found himself allied with these outcasts, leading many to speculate whether Orochimaru had infiltrated their ranks as a spy. After all, devoid of the all-seeing eye, they truly found it hard to believe that a most celebrated disciple of a Hokage would choose to defect. It is no wonder that Orochimaru eventually opted to betray the Akatsuki once more. With an entire organization composed of, it is astounding that it could persist. Who is that person, and what is the bounty? Kakuzu inquired, voicing his concern. 20 million. Pain simply stated a figure, causing Kakuzu's anticipation to surge. A bounty of such magnitude certainly hinted at a lucrative opportunity. According to the intel provided by Konoha, the target is believed to belong to the Senju clan. Proficient in both wood and fire release, but beyond that, there is little information available. Pain spoke slowly, revealing that were it not for the enticing bounty, he would not have entertained the prospect of this mission at all. Chapter 24. The ancestry of Uchiha Kinji and Uchiha Zhongxing. Would release. At that moment, Orochimaru's eyes suddenly glimmered. The reason was simple. It stemmed solely from the mention of would release. When it pertains to Orochimaru's realm of knowledge, it is inevitable that he would exhibit a degree of excitement. Is there no other information? Kakuzu inquired, considering the vastness of the ninja world. They could not possibly embark on a futile search without any leads. Fear not, I have dispatched Zetsu to investigate. At this juncture, Pain interjected. Upon hearing Zetsu's name, both Kakuzu and Orochimaru revealed expressions of intrigue. Kakuzu was motivated by the bounty, whereas Orochimaru was purely captivated by the concept of would release. If it were Zetsu, one could trust that intelligence would soon be unearthed. Jay-Z nodded in agreement. Although his time with the Akatsuki had been brief, he had developed profound impressions during his tenure. The entire Akatsuki organization, from top to bottom, appeared to be a rather disheveled ensemble. Yet, this Zetsu, who specialized in intelligence gathering, seemed to be a remarkable anomaly. Had such a figure existed during the time when their 7-man team from the Mist Village ambushed Konoha? How could they possibly have fallen to a mere genin from Konoha? Just as the conversation was unfolding, a creature resembling a pitcher plant emerged. So, Zetsu, have you managed to uncover any information about that individual? Pain inquired, directing his attention towards Zetsu regarding the would-release ninja. The investigation is nearly complete. Based on my estimations, it is highly likely that the individual is not from the Senju clan. Black Zetsu stated with unwavering loyalty. Naturally, prior to reporting the situation, he had already informed Obito of this news. I am quite curious as to who could provoke such fury in the old man. Orochimaru instinctively flicked out a tongue reminiscent of a serpent, revealing an expression of keen interest. It should be a member of the Uchiha clan. Based on my deductions, it is highly probable that the individual is one Uchiha Zhongxing. Black Zetsu articulated slowly. The mention of this name was not without basis. He had implanted numerous spies within Konoha, and he was capable of acquiring nearly all information in real time. However, this Uchiha Zhongxing was an exception, originally a rather unremarkable individual. He had suddenly lost all control. During the time when Madara was selecting a successor, he had contemplated two candidates, Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Zhongxing. Madara believed that the talents of both were commendable. To this end, they even had White Zetsu observe them for an extended period. Ultimately, the decision was made to select Uchiha Obito. This was not due to Uchiha Zhongxing's inadequacy, but rather because Obito's simplicity of mind and uncomplicated relationships rendered him incapable of discerning the traps laid before him. Although Black Zetsu had just returned from Obito, he spared no regard for him. Uchiha Zhongxing, a member of the Uchiha clan? Orochimaru instinctively found himself momentarily stunned. When did the Uchiha clan acquire the ability to wield would release? However, he could not recall any instances of matrimonial alliances between the Senju and Uchiha clans. During his experiments with the Senju clan, such a situation had never arisen. The Uchiha clan, intriguing indeed, their Sharingan appeared to hold considerable value in the marketplace. Upon hearing the name of the Uchiha clan, Kakuzu's eyes gleamed with interest. It was prudent to exercise caution when dealing with him. Ever since he began to make a name for himself, all the pawns I had placed within the Uchiha clan had vanished without a trace. Kagaya spoke with a grave tone. The ability to perceive White Zetsu's disguise was nothing short of extraordinary. Fascinating, Uchiha Kakashi. At that moment, Orochimaru also found himself intrigued by Uchiha Kakashi. It was the first time he had witnessed someone push the old man to such extremes. It is noteworthy that even when he had defected years ago, the old man had merely issued a token bounty. It remains a mystery what this individual did to provoke such ire from the old man. He had obliterated the entire Hokage building in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen while injuring nearly half of the Umbu. Black Zetsu added, upon hearing this, injuring half of the Umbu? Kiba was taken aback. Were today's youth truly this formidable? According to Zetsu's intelligence, the opponent was likely around 18 years of age. At 18, he had only just joined the Umbu of the Hidden Mist and had not even qualified to wield the decapitation blade. Yet, here, at 18, he had single-handedly taken on the entire Umbu. I will instruct Zetsu to continue gathering intelligence on this individual, should he have the opportunity to leave the village. We will take action to eliminate him, Pain stated nonchalantly, seemingly dismissing Uchiha Kakashi's significance. After all, he was merely an Umbu ninja. He had slain many before. In fact, I would suggest we seize this opportunity to recruit him. At that moment, Conan, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. All eyes turned to Conan, curious as to why she would make such a suggestion. Truth be told, if the mischievous Kisame were present, he would surely jest about Conan's assertion. Could it be that Lady Conan knows this individual? Hiba Shiz expressed his curiosity, as he did not recall Conan ever exhibiting such an attitude toward anyone else. Even Pain appeared somewhat taken aback. I believe our Akatsuki organization is in need of talent, and this ninja, Uchiha Kakashi, seems quite fitting. In response to the skepticism of others, Conan merely replied with an impassive expression. As the chief HR of Akatsuki, it was evident that she possessed a modicum of authority to be a little capricious. It is not out of the question, according to Zetsu's intelligence. This Uchiha Kakashi has a conflict with the Hokage of Konoha. Pain nodded in agreement with Conan's perspective. In truth, Conan had not contemplated it deeply. She simply felt that Akatsuki should not be composed solely of rogue ninjas from various villages. After all, Akatsuki is destined to embody peace in the future. Upon observing the members of the Akatsuki, it became evident that they were all rogue ninjas. This realization prompted Conan to suddenly entertain the notion of recruiting them into the Akatsuki. One can only surmise that she was profoundly influenced by Jiraiya. However, at this moment, Kagaya became anxious. After all, the arrangement it had concocted with Obito was to leverage the power of the Akatsuki to eliminate him. Obito believed that the existence of Uchiha Obito would disrupt his forthcoming plans. This could not be allowed to happen. Hence, Kagaya hastily interjected. Pain, with a stoic expression, turned his gaze toward Kagaya, causing it to feel a pang of insecurity. As a triple agent of utmost sophistication, Kagaya's capabilities were evidently commendable. Indeed, it was as such. Chapter 25, Preparations before the Uchiha clan's coup. The ninja known as Uchiha Zhangjing exhibits a style of conduct that is in stark contrast to our Akatsuki organization. Such an individual is utterly unsuited for our ranks. Black Zetsu hastily interjected, embellishing his words. Regardless, he was determined to dissuade Conan from any notions of recruiting the individual. Furthermore, the Uchiha clan's mental state is exceedingly unstable. I strongly advise against allowing any members of the Uchiha clan to join us. In a bid to tarnish Uchiha Zhangjing's reputation, Black Zetsu even disparaged the entire clan. Is that so? Yet, it seems you harbor significant objections to Uchiha Zhangjing? Perhaps Black Zetsu's stance was overly pronounced, leading Conan to doubt his assertions. After all, everyone was well aware of what Black Zetsu had been like previously. How could his sentiment shift so dramatically at the mere mention of Uchiha Zhangjing? Black Zetsu attempted to defend himself, but was abruptly interrupted by Pain. Very well, if that is the case, let us proceed as Black Zetsu suggested. Orochimaru, Sasori, you two shall head to Konoha and assess the opportunity to seize this bounty. Pain decisively declared. Even if Kakuzu felt discontent, it was of no consequence. The Akatsuki currently had only Orochimaru and Sasori as a capable duo to complete the task. If only he had changed that useless individual for a bounty sooner. Meanwhile, a week had allowed Konoha's situation to ferment considerably. At the forefront was Danzo, the leader of Root, who procured supplies from villagers at a meager price. He then resold them to the Uchiha clan at exorbitant rates. This policy was inherently unjust, compounded by Danzo's prohibition against villagers trading with the Uchiha clan. Consequently, the villagers of Konoha were vociferously condemning this policy. What on earth is the Hokage thinking? Why would he permit Danzo to act in this manner? Within a shop on the commercial street, a dozen nearby shopkeepers gathered to vent their frustrations. Indeed, it is one thing to offer such low prices, but he expects us to front the costs. The Umbu didn't give me a single coin. One disgruntled rice shop owner exclaimed. To ordinary villagers, there was little distinction between Root and the Umbu. Isn't that the truth? Just today, Umbu agents came to collect goods, 20 pounds of vegetable seeds, yet they paid me nothing. They resold them to the Uchiha clan for tens of thousands. The shop was filled with their outcries. To cut off someone's livelihood is akin to murdering their kin. Who could endure such a thing? Enough, enough. Haven T. Those Umbu agents stated they are acting under the Hokage's orders. In the end, we shall receive our payment collectively. A few shop owners, still trusting in the village, offered some reassurance. Though the payment might not align with the Uchiha clan's purchasing price, it was unlikely they would entirely lose their investments. Indeed, upon hearing the name of the third Hokage, many nodded in partial agreement. This is the power of reputation. Meanwhile, at the Uchiha clan's territory, Master Zhongjing, the acquisition task is nearly complete. During this period, we have procured a substantial amount of essential supplies, sufficient to sustain our Uchiha clan of over 1,000 for several years. Uchiha Dahu and Uchiha Tiehu, with utmost respect, reported the situation to Uchiha Zhongjing. The acquisition efforts have primarily been managed by Uchiha Dahu and Uchiha Tiehu. By the way, the 8th Hokage is somewhat displeased with our actions, Uchiha Dahu remarked, a hint of conflict evident in his expression. Although he could not comprehend why Zhongjing would exchange the clan's accumulated wealth for what seemed to be worthless items, his unwavering trust in Uchiha Zhongjing compelled him to proceed without hesitation. Understood. Gather all members of the Konoha Police Department for a meeting shortly. Izumi. Inform all members of the Uchiha clan to refrain from rest today and assemble at the Uchiha Plaza. Uchiha Zhongjing felt the moment was ripe and issued his command. However, Brother Zhongjing, could this raise the village's suspicions? At that moment, Uchiha Izumi was no longer the naive child she once was. Since joining the Konoha Police Department, she had gained an understanding of the current situation. There is no need for concern. Simply follow my instructions. In response to Izumi's uncertainty, Uchiha Zhongjing replied calmly. Very well. Trusting her brother, Izumi nodded obediently. By the way, Master Zhongjing, should we notify Uchiha Shisui? Dahu, who was about to inform the police department, suddenly recalled this matter. Uchiha Shisui had previously been a member of the department, and as of now, he had not been dismissed. Uchiha Shisui, you say? Uchiha Zhongjing pondered. During this time, Shisui had not been involved with the Hokage's faction. Perhaps Sarutobi Hiruzen sensed that Shisui's spirit had waned completely, or perhaps he had found a new favorite in Uchiha Itachi. This brings to mind Uchiha Fugaku's rather bold maneuver. His decision to have Uchiha Itachi join the Umbu was an obvious gamble, one with no return. Summon Uchiha Shisui. With this thought, Uchiha Zhongjing slowly spoke. Shisui is not beyond redemption like Itachi. Understood. Uchiha Dahu then proceeded to the police department to notify everyone. Such a large-scale personnel movement would undoubtedly not escape the notice of the observant, such as Uchiha Itachi. At that moment, within Uchiha Itachi's household, Sasuke inquired curiously, Brother, what are they up to? Observing the excitement within the clan, he directed his question to his older brother. They must be occupied with other matters. By the way, Sasuke, aren't you supposed to be going to school? Uchiha Itachi instinctively reached out to pat Sasuke's forehead, only to be met with strong resistance. Brother, I am no longer a child. Sasuke spoke with a hint of irritation. All right, Sasuke, make sure to head to school early today. There's no need to rush home later. You can return a bit later. Itachi, addressing Uchiha Sasuke, spoke in a voice that was notably somber. Why must I come home late? Sasuke replied. A look of reluctance etched on his face, as he longed to return home sooner to learn ninjutsu from his older brother. School was hardly appealing. That boy, Naruto Uzumaki, seemed to delight in opposing him, which left Sasuke with a rather unfavorable impression of him. Be good, Sasuke. I will personally pick you up from school. With just a few words, Itachi managed to sway Sasuke's unwillingness. All right. Upon hearing that his brother would come to fetch him from school, Sasuke's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was determined to show Naruto Uzumaki just how remarkable his brother truly was. Brother, I'm off to school, Sasuke exclaimed cheerfully, waving goodbye to Itachi before departing from their home. Chapter 26, Itachi Uchiha's Betrayal and Uchiha Kojing's Deceit. After Sasuke's departure, Itachi Uchiha's demeanor turned completely frigid. Uchiha Kojing, what exactly are you planning? Coupled with the recent rumors surrounding the Uchiha clan, Itachi keenly sensed that a significant event was imminent. Recalling Shisui's previous words entrusted to him. Itachi, the heavy responsibility of maintaining the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village has been entrusted to you. With this in mind, Itachi made a resolute decision. Meanwhile, the once dilapidated Hokage building was beginning its reconstruction. Regrettably, without Yamato, the rebuilding of the Hokage office had to rely solely on manual labor, progressing one layer at a time. Bang! Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed a stack of intelligence reports onto the table. He had assigned the task of acquiring resources from the villagers to Danzo, originally intending for Danzo to bear the burden, not out of mistrust, but rather out of faith in him. Yet, what transpired? Danzo not only failed to follow his directives, but also purchased resources from the villagers at an extraordinarily low price. To make matters worse, he conducted these transactions under Hiruzen's name. Reflecting on this, Hiruzen felt increasingly that his old comrade had gone too far. Had he not been bedridden in the hospital, he would certainly have intervened to halt Danzo's actions. Indeed, Danzo had crossed a line. I completely agree, chimed in T.K. Haruno. I mentioned before that this was unavoidable. When Hiruzen was absent, I took it upon myself to handle matters. Faced with the accusations from Hiruzen and T.K., Danzo exhibited an indifference akin to a pig unbothered by boiling water. He even disregarded T.K.'s presence entirely. Although they had once served together as subordinates of the second Hokage, he held a genuine disdain for these two old compatriots. Hiruzen is correct, Danzo. You have indeed gone too far this time, voiced Mito Gaiden. However, they were astute. During Hiruzen's unconsciousness, they refrained from intervening against Danzo. Only after Hiruzen's full recovery did they bring this matter to his attention. Just as Hiruzen prepared to confront Danzo, a knock echoed at the temporary Hokage office door. Knock. Knock knock. Hokage-sama, Itachi Uchiha has arrived. At this moment, Yuzuki Yugao entered to report. Itachi, you say? Upon hearing of Itachi's arrival, Hiruzen placed the intelligence reports into his drawer. Though merely a temporary office, it was equipped with all necessary facilities. Hokage-sama. At this time, Itachi Uchiha, clad in his umbu attire, slowly stepped into the temporary Hokage office. He had also heard about the recent events concerning the third Hokage. A formidable member of the Senju clan had appeared and injured the third Hokage. Itachi, what brings you here? Is there something of great importance? Hiruzen greeted Itachi with a warm expression. Since Shisui had ceased providing them with intelligence, Itachi had become their sole source of insight into the Uchiha clan. Under Uchiha Kojin's leadership, the Uchiha clan had decided to instigate a revolution within Konoha. What? As Uchiha Itachi had just finished speaking, Tsubaki Kishino revealed an expression of profound shock. How could it have come to this? Sarutobi Hiruzen displayed an anxious demeanor. Moreover, it was led by Uchiha Kozen. Is your father not the clan leader? Has he not stepped forward to intervene? Or is this the decision of your clan? Danzo, less courteous, interjected with direct inquiries. The village has not treated your Uchiha clan harshly. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, one playing the role of the benevolent and the other the malevolent, had Uchiha Itachi firmly in their grasp. I have decided to take preemptive action and eliminate Uchiha Kozen. In the face of the third Hokage's pressure, Uchiha Itachi spoke slowly. In his heart, he believed that once Uchiha Kozen was dealt with, everything would improve. Do you possess such confidence? However, Danzo posed a grim question next. On what grounds does Uchiha Itachi believe he can defeat Uchiha Kozen? True, you possess the Manjiki Sharingan, but Uchiha Kozen does as well. Furthermore, even Shisui, who also bore the Manjiki Sharingan, fell before Kozen. I have already found allies. In response to Danzo's probing, Uchiha Itachi replied calmly. Half an hour later, Uchiha Itachi exited the Hokage's office. No one knew what kind of cooperation had been established. All that was known was that Uchiha Itachi proceeded directly towards a forest near the Uchiha clan's territory. Meanwhile, at the Konoha Police Department, Lord Kozen. All members of the police department have gathered. Uchiha Inaba reported to Uchiha Kozen after assembling all the members. Indeed, Kozen, are we about to execute that plan? Uchiha Fugaku glanced over. Long ago, he had been informed by Uchiha Kozen about the idea of leading the Uchiha clan to the Land of Waves to rebuild a ninja village. Thus, he instinctively assumed that Kozen was about to commence the mission. Today, Konoha has learned of our impending coup. Addressing the throng of police department members below, Uchiha Kozen commenced with a bombshell revelation. What? How could this be? Has our information been leaked? Upon this news, the members of the police department began to murmur amongst themselves. Lord Kozen, who exactly leaked our coup's information? Uchiha Inaba exhibited considerable anger. Clearly, there was a traitor within the Uchiha clan. Almost everyone's gaze shifted towards Uchiha Shisui. They were already aware that Shisui had been covertly serving the Hokage. In response, Shisui had remained silent. He acknowledged that his previous actions could indeed arouse suspicion. It was not Shisui. Uchiha Kozen's statement left Shisui momentarily stunned. Even without his sight, Shisui still directed his gaze towards Kozen's location. Therefore, the coup must be expedited. Moreover, I possess absolute assurance that I can lead you away. Uchiha Zhongjing cast a glance at Uchiha Fugaku, who, appearing somewhat uneasy, promptly stepped forward. His discomfort stemmed from the apparent knowledge of who had divulged the information. Indeed, Zhongjing had devised a formation capable of transporting the entire Uchiha clan away from Konoha. Fugaku stood to testify on behalf of Uchiha Zhongjing. What? The audience erupted into a frenzy of discussion upon hearing this revelation. It is worth noting that the Uchiha clan comprises over 1,000 individuals. Yet, the esteemed Lord Zhongjing could potentially facilitate their exodus from Konoha. Such a notion seems rather exaggerated. However, there are constraints on the transportation, thus, we must depart in waves. I have resolved to prioritize the evacuation of the Uchiha civilians, with the combatants leaving last. At this juncture, Uchiha Zhongjing spoke calmly. The members of the police department nodded in agreement, with no dissenting voices. Even Fugaku found this decision to be exceptionally prudent. Chapter 27, at this moment. Must I be overwhelmed with sorrow? After all, although we are all ninjas here, who among us does not have a wife, children, or family? Therefore, they wholeheartedly endorsed Uchiha Kuzen's decision. Consequently, the Public Security Department would temporarily safeguard the retreat of the Uchiha clan. The time is set for this very evening. Uchiha Fugaku is tasked with guarding the eastern street, while Uchiha Izumi will oversee the western street. Uchiha Inahibi and Uchiha Tetsuhibi are responsible for the northern street. Lastly, I, alongside Uchiha Hakadai, will defend the most perilous southern street. As Uchiha Kuzen completed the allocation of all members of the Public Security Department, Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow. Why were all his loyal members assigned to Kuzen-S command? Uchiha Hakadai had always been his supporter, and that remains true even now. Yet, all these supporters were now placed under Kuzen-S authority, which left Fugaku somewhat concerned. What? Does clan leader Fugaku harbor dissenting opinions? Uchiha Kuzen turned to face him. No. Fugaku shook his head, dismissing his own overthinking. Moreover, the southern street is not far from his own eastern street. Should any trouble arise, he would be able to respond immediately. Furthermore, Kuzen would undoubtedly refrain from such blatant treachery. If all his loyal subordinates were to perish while the other streets remained unscathed, it would be evident to all that Kuzen was eliminating dissenters. Seeing no one questioning him, Uchiha Kuzen commenced his final address. Originally, I should have stood with you all, alongside every member of the Uchiha clan, fighting to the bitter end with the Hokage. Alas, I must depart from Konoha, leaving behind the village that clan leader Madara founded with his own hands. I must part from the resting place of our ancestors. If the Uchiha clan were to fall one day, I should only meet my end in service, perishing at the gates of the Uchiha Public Security Department. Only then can I report to my ancestors and answer to my clan. Do you believe that at this moment, I am bereft of sorrow? Do you think I am filled with unexpressed regret? No. Within my heart lies an unbearable weight. It is my departure that leaves me without a burial place. Uchiha Kuzen spoke with conviction. Almost everyone was moved by his words. Even Uchiha Hakadai, who had often opposed Kuzen, had to acknowledge the profound love Kuzen held for the Uchiha clan. He vowed to protect the final line of defense with his life. The members of the Konoha Public Security Department erupted in fervent cries of support. Soon, all members began to take their posts according to Uchiha Kuzen-S plan. However, Uchiha Kuzen did not leave. He was waiting for someone. Indeed, once the crowd dispersed, a figure slowly approached him. Kuzen, everyone has a task. What about me? Despite having lost his sight, for Shui, the impact was not as severe. Even relying solely on his instincts, he could function as any ordinary person would. Even without his sight, an ordinary jonin would certainly not be a match for Shui. You possess these eyes, yet until now, you have lost so much. Still, you yearn for something. Now, tell me, what is it that you seek? Uchiha Kuzen gazed intently at Shui, observing whether he had come to any realization. It indicated that Shui had not succumbed entirely to the darkness. Otherwise, he would not have been granted an opportunity. I am uncertain, but at this moment, I am willing to venture down a different path. Shui replied with a wry smile in response to Uchiha Kuzen's inquiry. He had once chosen to support the Hokage to foster peace between the village and the Uchiha clan. Yet, it had become evident that the village did not fully trust him, and his kin had grown distant. Now, he was willing to place his faith in Kuzen. Indeed, this belongs to you. It is returned. Observing that Shui had at least regained his composure, Uchiha Kuzen retrieved an item from his storage space. This is my Manjiki Sharingan. Although he could not see it, Shui sensed a familiar aura emanating from it. You intend to give me the Manjiki Sharingan? For a moment, Shui was taken aback. He had done so much for the Hokage yet had not earned their genuine trust. However, in the face of Uchiha Kuzan. The latter chose to believe in him based solely on his words. This sentiment left Shursui feeling somewhat disoriented. I possess a Mangeki Sharingan as well. Uchiha Kuzan merely gestured toward his own eyes. Ever since he had acquired the would-release Kekiai Genkai, his Mangeki Sharingan had evolved into the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Thus, the Kodo Amatsukami Mangeki should be entrusted to someone more deserving. What must I do? Shursui took a deep breath and inquired. Go and bring someone back, Hinata's branch family member. Niji Hyuga. Uchiha Kuzan replied nonchalantly. The Hinata clan's branch family? Shursui was somewhat perplexed, yet he accepted the task. Although he was unclear about Kuzan's motives, he was willing to place his trust in him. Taking the Kodo Amatsukami Mangeki from Kuzan, Shursui opened his eyes the next moment. Shursui's presence was restored. Just then, a figure rushed over in a flurry. Kuzan, Sasuke has yet to return. Uchiha Fugaku said, his face etched with urgency. That is not necessary. I can retrieve him. Uchiha Kuzan responded immediately upon hearing this. He intended to bring Naruto Uzumaki back. Ah, but aren't you supposed to guard the southern street? Fugaku inquired, puzzled. A shadow clone can suffice for the time being. Besides, isn't Uchiha Hakudai around? Uchiha Kuzan replied calmly. The majority of his subordinates stationed on the southern street were loyal to Fugaku, so his departure would actually ease Fugaku's worries. Is that acceptable? Fugaku cautiously inquired. Having learned from Makoto that Sasuke had gone to school. Originally, he had intended to ask Itachi to take a leave of absence from school. However, it appeared that Itachi had not followed through with his request, as he had not seen him at all throughout the day. A sense of unease began to creep into Fugaku's heart. Just keep an eye on your area. There's no need to worry about the rest. Uchiha Zhaojin remarked slowly in response to Fugaku. Certainly, there will be movements from the Hokage's side this evening. Very well, I entrust all matters concerning Sasuke to you. Fugaku said, placing all his hopes upon Uchiha Zhaojin. Chapter 28. A bold infiltration of the Ninja Academy to rescue Sasuke, Naruto. At the Konoha Ninja Academy. Within the confines of a classroom, Sasuke gazed listlessly out the window. For reasons unbeknownst to him, an unsettling feeling lingered in his heart that day. He distinctly remembered that everyone in his family had been preoccupied when he left. Why had his elder brother chosen to return home later? Unbeknownst to Sasuke, his classroom was currently under surveillance. Perched atop a verdant rooftop in the distance, a figure clad in a dark, stealthy ensemble, Yuzuki Yugugo, was tasked with monitoring Sasuke. Initially, she had assumed this was merely a routine surveillance mission, until she caught sight of a familiar silhouette. It was Itachi Uchiha. Why was he here? Upon witnessing Itachi's presence at the Ninja Academy, Yugugo was taken aback. Hadn't he, the third Hokage, stated that Itachi was to undertake a clandestine mission and that she was to ensure Sasuke's safety? Why, then, was he appearing in this location? Instinctively, she heightened her vigilance. As Itachi approached the Ninja Academy, she leapt down to confront him. Itachi Uchiha, this is not a place for you. She regarded him with a wary expression. At that moment, Itachi should not have been present. Is it not permissible for me to check on my beloved Otudo? Replied a figure masquerading as Itachi, known as Uchiha Kakashi, with a nonchalant demeanor. Indeed, the individual was not Itachi, but rather Uchiha Kakashi, who had assumed Itachi's guise. Itachi had believed his plans to be flawlessly executed. However, Kakashi, a trickster by nature, disregarded conventional tactics. In one moment, Itachi had entrusted Sasuke to the third Hokage. In the next, Kakashi was utilizing his guise to whisk Sasuke away. What is your intention? Yugugo suspected this might be an illusionary transformation. Yet, after observing him for an extended period, she found no signs of deception. Typically, a transformation technique would leave some trace of chakra, but this impersonator exhibited no abnormalities. The Hokage has declared that no one is to see Sasuke during this time. Ultimately, Yugugo resolved to uphold her duty. She had previously faltered against Kakashi, and this time, she could not afford to err again. Tsukuyami. In the next instant, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan within Kakashi's gaze ensnared Yugugo, rendering her unconscious. He then spread his hands in resignation. Despite his meticulous disguise, Yugugo remained steadfast in her resolve. It was also possible that Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, did not trust even Itachi, opting to keep Sasuke as leverage. After all, Itachi was indeed a member of the Uchiha clan. Should they engage in a game of deceit, it would leave Sarutobi in a precarious situation. Let us take a moment to rest, Kakashi declared, having successfully incapacitated Yugugo with the Tsukuyami technique. As an elite ninja of the Konoha Anbu, Yuzuki Yugao surprisingly managed to be generous twice. After completing his tasks, Uchiha Keisei casually dealt with the remaining tales. He then entered the ninja academy. Arriving at the classroom where Sasuke was situated. Through the window, he could already discern the familiar faces within the class: Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno, Sasuke Uchiha, Shikamaru Nara. Hinata Hyuga, brother. The previously listless Sasuke's eyes lit up upon seeing Uchiha Keisei, who had transformed into Uchiha Itachi. You are Uchiha Itachi? Irika, who was teaching, instinctively froze for a moment upon seeing Uchiha Keisei. After all, he was a genius ninja of the village. And since Itachi had previously escorted Sasuke to school, Irika recognized him. Irika-sensei, there has been a family matter, and I've come to take Sasuke home for leave. Facing Irika, Uchiha Keisei merely smiled faintly before speaking. This, very well. Irika hesitated for a moment, but ultimately agreed. Given the tone of his voice, it seemed there was indeed a family issue. It would be inhumane not to grant leave under such circumstances. Thus, Irika nodded in consent without further hesitation. Brother. Sasuke looked at Uchiha Keisei in confusion. This was not what his brother had said when urging him to attend school. However, due to his trust in his brother, Sasuke chose not to voice his concerns. I also need to take another student with me. Just as Sasuke was about to leave, Uchiha Keisei spoke once more. Another one? Irika was momentarily bewildered. He recalled that there was only one Uchiha clan member in his class. Curious, he looked at Uchiha Keisei, wondering whom else Sasuke's brother intended to take. Uzumaki. Naruto. Uchiha Keisei slowly turned his gaze towards the conspicuous blonde in the classroom. This left Naruto, who had been reluctantly complaining moments before, utterly stunned. Me? Naruto exclaimed, looking at Uchiha Keisei with disbelief. He found it difficult to comprehend why. In the event of Sasuke's family issue, he would be summoned as well. Naruto? No, this is unreasonable. I cannot explain to the principal why I would allow you to leave without justification. Irika quickly shook his head upon hearing this request. It was absurd. Even if there was a family matter concerning Sasuke, there was no necessity to grant Naruto leave. After all, Naruto had no connection to the Uchiha clan. Even Naruto himself wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, why would I need to be excused? I only know Sasuke from the Uchiha clan. Naruto cast a glance at Uchiha Zhong, who firmly rejected him. What? That is my elder brother. Sasuke exclaimed with evident dissatisfaction upon hearing Naruto's earlier address. In truth, Zhong could have easily employed Genjutsu from the outset to control them and make his escape. However, his compassionate nature prevented him from doing so. You see, I was once a subordinate of Naruto's father, and Sasuke's father was also a close friend of Naruto's father. Therefore, I would like to request a leave of absence to spend some time with Naruto as well. Given that he was currently assuming the identity of Uchiha Itachi, Zhong felt no apprehension. If the truth were to be revealed later, he could always be pursued for the bounty on Itachi. Chapter 29. Indeed, I am Uchiha Itachi. The Hidden Leaf Village possesses a Hokage, and the Uchiha clan deserves its own leader as well. However, the most astonishing reaction to Uchiha Sei's proclamation did not come from Irika, but rather from Naruto Uzumaki. Upon hearing those words, he stood frozen in place. All this time, he had believed himself to be an orphan, unloved and reviled by those around him. Yet today, he suddenly learned of his parents from the lips of another. How could he not be overwhelmed with emotion? Hey, Sei, do you really know my parents? Naruto cautiously glanced at Uchiha Sei, his eyes brimming with urgency. What? This Naruto fellow actually has parents? Wasn't he the child of the nine-tailed fox? Then surely, his parents must also be fox spirits. Lower your voice. Don't let Irika-sensei hear, came the whispers from the students in the classroom. Naruto, Sakura Haruno, seated beside him, noticed his unusual demeanor and quickly reached out to pull him back to reality. All right, everyone, quiet down. Irika felt an overwhelming headache coming on. As for Naruto's parents, even the third Hokage had never divulged anything to him. This is troublesome. In the classroom, Nara Shikamaru observed the unfolding scene and deduced the implications. Naruto's parents were undoubtedly extraordinary individuals, as evidenced by the way his brother referred to him. He was a subordinate of Naruto's father, and the leader of the Uchiha clan was a close friend of Naruto's father. With such connections, how could they possibly be ordinary people? So, Mr. Sei, might I inquire who exactly Naruto's parents are? Irika asked. Yes, Sei, who are my parents? Naruto eagerly pressed for an answer. With everyone's attention now fixated upon him, Uchiha Sei merely smiled faintly. Your father is the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. He paid no mind to the potential repercussions of revealing Naruto's father's identity, nor the impact it might have. After all, the one who would ultimately bear the burden of responsibility would be Sarutobi Hiruzen. If there were inquiries to be made, they would be directed at Uchiha Itachi, not him. What? Iruka could hardly believe his ears. Naruto's father is the fourth Hokage? Not only Iruka, but many of their classmates also found it difficult to accept. This must be a joke. The revelation that Naruto Uzumaki is the son of the fourth Hokage was as shocking as a bolt from the blue. This matter was surely known by Akimichi CHG and Yamanaka Ino, who were likely more informed about it. Uchiha SHC had not forgotten to stir trouble for Sarutobi Hiruzen. The leaders of the Akimichi and Yamanaka clans had been comrades of Minato Namikaze during their time in the Land of Wind, so they probably knew a thing or two. What? My father knows. Akimichi CHG and Yamanaka Ino both paused, bewildered by the connection. Now, can I take Naruto with me? Uchiha Zhongjing smiled faintly as he turned his gaze towards Iruka. Due to his trust in Itachi's identity, Iruka had already come to believe a considerable amount. How about this? You take Naruto and Sasuke over first, and I will seek the Hokage's permission. Iruka proposed. No problem. Uchiha Zhongjing replied with a serene smile, acquiescing to Iruka's suggestion. After all, what he spoke was entirely the truth. By the time Sarutobi Hiruzen sensed anything amiss, it would already be too late. Ultimately, Uchiha Zhongjing successfully departed the school with Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto in tow. Hey, brother, do you really know my father, or are you one of his subordinates? Throughout the journey, Naruto persistently sought an answer. Even Sasuke, who usually clashed with Naruto, remained unusually silent. Intrigued by the revelation that Naruto's father was a close friend of his own. I'm just kidding. In response to Naruto's earnest plea, Uchiha Zhongjing merely replied, as expected. Upon hearing this news, Naruto's spirits plummeted. Ah, Nisan. Sasuke cast a conflicted glance at his brother, then glanced at the dejected Naruto. Perhaps this was the bond between Indra and Ashura. Despite Uchiha Sasuke's outwardly arrogant demeanor, he genuinely cared for Naruto. No, what I mean is, I am not your father's subordinate. Your father's subordinate is actually Zhongjing. I came here at his request. Uchiha Zhongjing's words sent Naruto's emotions on a roller coaster ride. Zhongjing-ji? Uchiha Sasuke paused momentarily upon hearing the name, while Naruto brimmed with curiosity about it. Uchiha Zhongjing spoke no falsehood in this regard. During the battle at the Kanabi Bridge, he, along with Uchiha Obito, Hatake Kakashi, and Noara Rin, served under the command of Namikaze Minato, although he was tasked with flanking support at the time. Now, the Kanabi Bridge remains, yet the leader of those days is nowhere to be found. I will take you to Zhongjing shortly. Remember to listen to his words from now on. At this moment, Uchiha Zhongjing was utilizing Itachi's identity to finalize his arrangements. Nisan, you. Sasuke felt an unsettling sense as he heard this, as if it implied they might never meet again. I am on a mission from the third Hokage to infiltrate a rogue ninja organization as a spy. This task is of utmost importance, and for the foreseeable future. You may not see me. Uchiha Zhongjing, adopting Itachi's identity, spoke this lie without a flicker of guilt. What? Nisan, you are going to become a rogue ninja. The young Sasuke was no longer oblivious to the world. Upon hearing this, he instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. Why? Why does it have to be you, Nisan? Can't Shisui do it? Sasuke ruthlessly threw Shisui under the bus. Fortunately, Uchiha Zhongjing had not assigned this task to Shisui. Otherwise, Shisui would have found it utterly hilarious. In any case, this matter was one that could only be undertaken by him. What I wish to convey is that when we meet again, I may appear quite unfamiliar to you. No matter what actions I take, do not be surprised. With just a few words from Uchiha Zhongjing, Sasuke nodded earnestly. I understand. Nisan. Although young, Sasuke was obedient. In the future, you must heed the family's guidance and also listen attentively to your brother Zhongjing and brother Shisui. Regardless of what I tell you, you must not believe it. Do you understand? Uchiha Zhongjing spoke solemnly to Uchiha Sasuke. I understand. From now on, when I see my brother again, I shall not believe anything he says. Sasuke nodded resolutely. However, he then looked at Uchiha Zhongjing with an anxious expression. But Nisan, when will you return? Although Sasuke had promised decisively, he was still a little one who could not bear to part from his brother. You may follow the instructions of your brother Zhongjing. He is the only one who will communicate with me. Uchiha Zhongjing said earnestly. Chapter 30, The Bewilderment of Danzo. Once again taking the blame, Sasuke nodded obediently, yet his face reflected a hint of reluctance. "But, brother, can I truly not trust you when we meet again in the future?" he expressed, a tinge of sorrow in his voice. At this moment, he was still a mere child, lacking the arrogance he would later possess. Thus, the revelation that his beloved elder brother was to become a spy inevitably stirred a sense of loss within him. "Indeed, it is best to masquerade as a stranger," Uchiha Zhongjing added. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi likely remained oblivious to the fact that their ancestral home had been compromised. He was still engaged in negotiations with Uchiha Obito, who had assumed the guise of the masked man. On the other hand, Uchiha Zhongjing halted after escorting them to the entrance of the Uchiha clan's territory. "All right, I shall take my leave here. Naruto, you can seek out Zhongjing. Heed his words, for he will unveil everything to you." This time, Uchiha Zhongjing attempted to play the riddle master. Through the tales he had shared with Naruto along their journey, he had significantly elevated his initial favorability. In summary, it was a worthwhile endeavor. Simultaneously, this experience allowed Uchiha Zhongjing to once again appreciate the potency of talismans. If one were to rank the 12 talismans, the monkey talisman would scarcely reach tier 1. 5, as it possessed merely the power of transformation. Nevertheless, it could still wreak havoc in the world of Naruto. Upon transforming with the monkey talisman, the exterior bore no signs of wear. Perhaps even the sage of 6 paths would struggle to discern the true form. Coupled with Uchiha Zhongjing's own possession of the Meijiki Sharingan, the act of masquerading as Uchiha Itachi posed no challenge. After all, whatever Uchiha Itachi could do, so could he. Having completed all this, Uchiha Zhongjing chose not to revert from his transformed state. Instead, he seized the opportunity to find some incriminating evidence against Uchiha Itachi. Previously, he had deliberately employed some tricks with the clan's finances. Now was the moment for that scheme to bear fruit. He could distinctly sense that a substantial sum of money obtained through transactions with the Uchiha clan was stored in a particular location. If his intuition served him well, this should be where Sarutobi Hiruzen kept his funds. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Zhongjing sauntered confidently towards that place, disguised as Uchiha Itachi. Simultaneously, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not idle. Upon learning from Uchiha Itachi about the Uchiha clan's impending coup, he promptly summoned the elite forces of Konoha, the Hyuga clan, the Inuzuka, and the Sarutobi clans. "Old man, why have you summoned us here today?" Sarutobi Asuma inquired with evident dissatisfaction toward his father amidst the Jonin assembly. Ordinarily, Sarutobi Hiruzen would offer some words of reassurance. However, today, he bore an unusually grave demeanor. "Lord Hokage, could it be?" Only Kakashi seemed to grasp the situation, instinctively deducing the gravity of the matter from the third Hokage's expression. "Indeed." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded solemnly. "Ah, Kakashi, what on earth are you all discussing?" Standing beside Kakashi was Might Guy, his face a mask of confusion, utterly oblivious to the conversation between Kakashi and the Hokage. This evening, the Uchiha clan was set to instigate a coup. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood that such news could hardly be concealed from them. In truth, had the Uchiha clan not possessed such an abundance of Meijiki Sharingan, he would have never involved the higher-ranking ninjas. After all, these elite shinobi included Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Izumi, 3 pairs of Meijiki Sharingan, a force to be reckoned with. What? The assembly was struck dumb by this revelation. A coup by the Uchiha clan was indeed monumental news. "Hokage-sama, is this information accurate?" In the midst of the elite shinobi, Shikamaru's father, Shikaku, stepped forward, expressing disbelief that the Uchiha clan would dare to orchestrate a coup. Over recent times, the Uchiha had been stockpiling provisions, a behavior that hardly suggested rebellion. Who has ever seen a family preparing for insurrection by hoarding supplies rather than weapons? He had even heard that the Uchiha clan had purchased thousands of pounds of grain seeds. You heard correctly, not grain, but seeds. This hardly appeared to be a sign of impending revolt. This news was relayed to me directly by Itachi, the son of Uchiha clan leader Fugaku. To substantiate the veracity of this information, Hiruzen disclosed the details concerning Itachi. "The purpose of gathering you all here today is to deliberate on how to address this situation." Hiruzen cast his gaze upon the assembled clan leaders. While he spoke of resolution, it was evident to the discerning that the matter was more grave than mere discussion. At that moment, another figure slowly entered the Hokage's office. "Hiruzen, the Root and Umbu have completely encircled the Uchiha clan." Danzo stepped into the office, bearing a significant piece of news. Even the dimmest among the clan leaders could perceive the gravity of the situation. This was not a meeting for discussion. It was a clear display of power. The clan leader most profoundly affected was Hyuga Hayashi. After all, the Hyuga clan had consistently viewed the Uchiha clan as their benchmark. With the Uchiha clan facing such dire consequences, it was impossible for him not to harbor ulterior thoughts. There is no need for concern. For all present are the future of Konoha. The village shall not forsake you. In the presence of numerous clan leaders, Sarutobi Hiruzen sought to reassure them. Clan leader. Clan leader. At that moment, an urgent voice called from outside the door. A Jainin clad in the attire of the Hyuga clan rushed in, clearly flustered. What has transpired to cause such haste? Hayashi inquired, a hint of displeasure in his tone. The Hyuga Jainin exhibited considerable agitation, frequently glancing towards Danzo. What do you want from me? Danzo retorted, visibly irritated. Moreover, the look in his eyes seemed to imply something was amiss with the Hyuga clan. After being chastised, the Hyuga Jainin quickly lowered his head. Esteemed patriarch, just a moment ago, a ninja clad in peculiar attire burst into our clan and abducted Niji, who was on the verge of commencing his training. What? Upon hearing this, Hinata Hazashi was instantly consumed by fury. He swiftly turned his gaze toward Danzo. A multitude of clan leaders present also directed their attention toward Danzo. Such a synchronized reaction left Danzo somewhat uneasy. What are you looking at me for? This matter is certainly not at my behest. Danzo snorted coldly. However, no one believed him, for his reputation preceded him. In terms of reputation, none could rival Danzo. All the clan leaders were acutely aware that Danzo harbored a covetous desire for the bloodline limits of their respective clans. This had become an open secret. Chapter 31. Uchiha Itachi once again becomes the scapegoat. Water release strikes Amaterasu. In the Hokage's office, even Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a dubious glance towards Danzo. There was little surprise. Such behavior was quintessentially Danzo. Having known him for many years, Hiruzen recognized that this was precisely the sort of thing Danzo would do. A mere branch family member was hardly worth his direct involvement. Despite the scrutiny of numerous clan leaders from Konoha, Danzo remained utterly unyielding. He even expressed disdain towards Hyuga Niji, a member of the branch family. Upon hearing Danzo's derisive remarks about Niji, Hyuga Hayashi could only protest silently with his eyes. Moreover, wasn't the Hyuga clan equipped with the caged bird seal? If there were concerns regarding the potential leakage of the Byakugan, activating the caged bird technique would suffice. Danzo's words were blunt. While it was well known that he relished collecting the bloodline limits of various clans, he was not indiscriminate in his pursuits. What purpose would the capture of a branch family member serve? Hyuga Hayashi's character was notably weak, perhaps even more so than Uchiha Fugaku's. Thus, faced with Danzo's obstinate demeanor, Hayashi soon fell silent. Could he activate the caged bird seal? If it were any other branch family member, he would not hesitate. However, the individual taken was the only son left in this world by his brother. Boom. As their conversation unfolded, an explosion suddenly erupted from a warehouse several kilometers away from the Hokage's office. The deafening blast reverberated, reaching even their distant ears. Which direction? Wait. Upon witnessing the direction of the explosion, the expressions of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo shifted dramatically. This was disastrous. The infernal Uchiha clan, Danzo instinctively exclaimed. Perhaps due to his prolonged association with the second Hokage, he had developed a habit of blaming the Uchiha at every opportunity. It was said that even the second Hokage would curse the Uchiha if he stumbled over a stone. What? Hyuga Hayashi glanced towards the source of the explosion, noting that it was not the Uchiha clan responsible. Why would Danzo and the others attribute this to them? Jonin class and all clan leaders, accompany me to provide assistance. Sarutobi Hiruzen urged, his urgency palpable. He was acutely aware that the warehouse contained funds pilfered from the Uchiha clan. The outbreak of conflict in such a location was laden with implications. Understood. Kakashi's expression tightened as he charged forward, followed closely by Might Guy. Naturally, the other clan leaders were more cautious, assessing the situation before proceeding. The scale of the explosion was visible even from kilometers away. It was clear that the adversary was far from ordinary. Rushing in recklessly would be tantamount to courting death. After all, how much was at stake? Thus, the ninja heading for reinforcements swiftly divided into two groups. The first wave consisted of hot-headed individuals like Might Guy, loyalists of the Hokage, and Kakashi, who genuinely cared about whether the explosion could harm civilians. The second wave was more peculiar. Most of them are the clan leaders of the ninja clans represented by Hyuga Hazashi. The first wave of ninjas merely needed to rush forward to meet their demise, while the second wave had to contemplate numerous considerations. As for what to contemplate, let's set that aside for now. Meanwhile, at the Konoha Umbu warehouse, a few Umbu ninjas remained, their faces etched with despair as they gazed at the inferno engulfing the warehouse. Remembering the days when they mocked the Root ninjas for being unable to guard their own base, they were now confronted with a bitter twist of fate. Uchiha Itachi, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? The remaining Umbu ninjas glared in fury at the instigator of this blaze. Uchiha Itachi, what is the purpose of this? Is it not evident? In the face of the Umbu ninjas' inquiries, Uchiha Shinjin replied with calm assurance. In truth, he intended to leave no witnesses. However, considering the necessity of having a few individuals to bear witness, he decided to show some restraint. After all, it was imperative for them to know who was responsible for their demise. Uchiha Shinjin awaited a moment, finally spotting Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others approaching. Uchiha Itachi. The first sight that met Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes was Uchiha Shinjin transformed into Uchiha Itachi. Instinctively, he found himself momentarily speechless. Uchiha Itachi, you are responsible for all this. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could utter another word, Danzo nearly erupted in fury, nearly pointing a finger at him. At the Konoha Umbu warehouse, or rather, what remained of it, a fierce blaze continued to rage. It was evident that the millions of Ryo obtained from the Uchiha clan had been reduced to ashes. The thought of this sent a pang of anguish through Danzo's heart. Itachi, why have you chosen this path? Sarutobi Hiruzen, filled with sorrow, cast a pained glance at Uchiha Itachi, his eyes reflecting deep grief. Of course, we cannot discern whether his sorrow stemmed from witnessing Uchiha Itachi stray from the right path or from the loss of millions of Ryo. Lord Hokage, are you certain that the perpetrator is Uchiha Itachi? Fortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not without intelligent allies. Nara Shikako promptly considered the possibility of someone framing Uchiha Itachi. Impossible. It is undoubtedly Uchiha Itachi. My Byakugan cannot be mistaken. At that moment, Hyuga Hizashi interjected. Indeed, my insects inform me that he does not appear to be under any transformation technique. The head of the Aburame clan also chimed in. Many of the clan leaders present were highly skilled in reconnaissance. To disguise oneself before them would be akin to pointing at Uchiha Madara's nose and inquiring about Izuna. Observing that all the spectators had gathered, Uchiha Shinjin deemed it time to commence his performance. Amaterasu. The power of the Mangekyo Sharingan surged forth. Moreover, unlike Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shinjin possessed the wood-release bloodline limit within him, thus rendering him impervious to the effects of Amaterasu, since it bore no adverse effects. Uchiha Shinjin decided to wield Amaterasu as if it were a fire technique. This is the Mangekyo Sharingan. Be cautious. In the fleeting moment after witnessing the kaleidoscope, both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo instinctively recoiled. After all, they had first-hand experience of the formidable power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, the remaining individuals were oblivious to the reality they faced, the legendary, indomitable black flames known as Amaterasu. They mistakenly believed they were contending with mere fire techniques. Water style, water barrier. Water style, water dragon bullet. Water style, great waterfall technique. A dozen clan leaders, accompanied by an equal number of elite shinobi, simultaneously unleashed their water techniques. In the face of fire, water is the most effective countermeasure. Yet, the outcome seemed to diverge from their expectations. Was the water igniting? Kakashi observed, alarmed, that the water techniques they employed not only failed to yield any effect but instead exacerbated the spread of the ravenous black flames. Kakashi, be careful. As a tendril of black fire surged through the water techniques, it charged directly toward Kakashi. 8 gates, 6th gate, the gate of view, open. Chapter 32 Kaleidoscope Versus. 8 gates of bypass. A bounty is issued again. The moment Madogai witnessed Kurohi sprint towards Kakashi, he reacted instinctively. The 8 gates of bypass were immediately activated, and a surge of green steam erupted forth. In an instant, he transformed into a blindingly fast figure, whisking Kakashi away. Those left behind were not so fortunate. Kurohi unleashed a wave of black flames that spread through the crowd. Many were caught off guard, nearly succumbing to the excruciating pain upon contact. Be careful. Do not approach the black flames. Nara Shikaku attempted to issue a warning, but it proved futile. The blame also lay with Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, who, upon retreating, failed to utter a single word of caution. Moreover, one could question Madogai's judgment. Was he truly serious in his reckless dash merely to rescue Kakashi? The 8 gates of bypass, how intriguing. Atop a rooftop, Uchiha Itachi observed Mato Guy activating the 8 gates with a spark of interest. One could hardly fault his exuberance. Possessing the charm of immortality, what harm could a little recklessness bring? His only shortcoming was the absence of the tiger seal, which prevented him from wielding multiple seals simultaneously. Should he utilize the rabbit seal, he could not engage any other seals. This limitation would only be alleviated upon acquiring the tiger seal. Itachi, cease your actions. These are all Leaf Village ninjas. Even at this juncture, Sarutobi Hiruzen attempted to dissuade Uchiha Itachi. Is that so? Yet it appears these individuals are on the brink of death, Itachi retorted, prioritizing his comrades over Hiruzen's pleas. A single Amaterasu had already reduced Hiruzen's forces to smoldering remnants. This fire cannot be extinguished, Asuma exclaimed, horrified by the cries of despair echoing around him. Was the Uchiha clan's power truly so formidable? Be cautious. Do not come into contact with the black flames. They will burn endlessly. Kakashi, saved by Mato Guy, quickly warned. It seemed that the only way to extinguish the black flames was for Uchiha Itachi to dispel them himself. Right, Jinjutsu? Kakashi suddenly turned to Yugao. Yugao? Use your Jinjutsu to control Uchiha Itachi into extinguishing these flames. Kakashi believed that as a master of Jinjutsu, Itachi would be matched by Yugao, who was also renowned for her skills, and perhaps even had a slight age advantage over Itachi. However, in Uchiha Itachi's eyes, this was perhaps the most amusing jest he had encountered that day. Before he could react, a tree materialized behind him, sprouting branches that ensnared him. It was over. Yugao had stealthily appeared behind Uchiha Itachi. Splendid, Yugao succeeded. The elite shinobi surrounding them displayed their excitement at this turn of events. Really? Why not take a look behind you? Uchiha Itachi's mocking voice echoed. Impossible. As the setting sun cast its crimson hue, everything before her shattered in an instant. At that moment, the presence of Uchiha Itachi seemed to fade into oblivion. Instead, she found herself ensnared in a spell of magical entrapment. With a resounding thud, Uchiha Kagami propelled his adversary away with a powerful kick, sending them crashing through several walls before finally coming to a halt. Nonetheless, the opponent was rendered devoid of any fighting capability. Asuma wished to utter something further, yet upon turning, he found Uchiha Itachi standing right before him. Bull Summoning Technique. The power to shatter the earth. Upon invoking the Bull Summoning Technique, Uchiha Kagami felt an overwhelming strength coursing through his fists, capable of effortlessly piercing the ground. In a state of panic, Asuma drew his chakra blade to defend himself. However, the sheer force of the impact drove him mercilessly into the earth, shattering his prized chakra blade in two. How could this be? Asuma barely had time to comprehend the situation before he succumbed to sleep from a single punch. Asuma. Sarutobi Hiruzen could only watch in despair as his son was embedded into the ground. Morning Peacock. Might Guy activated the 8 gates, rapidly enhancing his physical abilities, unleashing a torrent of fists that fell from the sky like flames. Susanoo. In its first form, a colossal arm emerged before Uchiha Kagami, successfully blocking the onslaught of Morning Peacock. At that moment, activating the first form proved to be the optimal choice. The power of Susanoo is finite, yet its initial form could concentrate all strength into a singular point. What? How could he withstand Guy's attack without a scratch? Kakashi was left astounded by this spectacle, fully aware of his dear friend's formidable prowess. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen's side was not entirely bereft of good fortune. Utilized the sealing technique with the sealing scroll. Nara Shikaku astutely recognized the vulnerability of Amaterasu. These black flames could not be extinguished and would not dissipate until their target was entirely consumed. Thus, employing a sealing technique was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Fortunately, among them was a ninja well-versed in sealing arts, who temporarily restrained the black flames using a sealing scroll. It seems not all of you are utterly useless. Uchiha Kagami was not particularly surprised by Narashikaku's insight into Amaterasu's weakness. Ever since awakening Amaterasu, he had understood that it was not invincible. However, he did not rely on it as heavily as Uchiha Itachi. Apart from Amaterasu, he possessed a myriad of offensive techniques, though the circumstances did not permit their demonstration here. I, Uchiha Itachi, hereby sever all ties with Konoha. After uttering those final words, Uchiha Kagami cast a fleeting glance at the chaotic assembly of ninjas on the ground. Then, he transformed into a whirlwind of crows, vanishing completely from the scene. Uchiha Itachi. Sarutobi Hiruzen was consumed by a profound hatred. He was now convinced that this was indeed Uchiha Itachi. The same Manjiki Sharingan, the same Amaterasu, and even the final transformation into crows were all identical. Issue another SSS-level bounty for Uchiha Itachi, with a reward of 50 million. At this moment, it is uncertain whether Sarutobi Hiruzen harbors greater animosity towards the masked man of Wood Release or Uchiha Itachi himself. The masked man had brazenly destroyed the Hokage building before his eyes, while Uchiha Itachi not only incinerated a fortune of several hundred million, but also inflicted harm upon his only son right in front of him. At this juncture, the other clan leaders dared not provoke Sarutobi Hiruzen's ire. Go, notify all forces of Konoha to surround the Uchiha clan and locate Uchiha Itachi. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt he had been toyed with by Uchiha Itachi. Understood. The clan leaders unanimously nodded in agreement. Having suffered such a significant loss at the hands of Uchiha Itachi, it was inconceivable for them to simply swallow their pride. Moreover, the reason they were not formidable opponents today was largely due to their failure to bring their clansmen along. No matter how powerful Uchiha Itachi may be, could he truly contend against the combined might of over 1,000 elite ninjas? Meanwhile, on the other side, in the Uchiha clan's territory. Chapter 33, Elder Uchiha. Am I to confront the masked man? On the southern streets of the Uchiha clan's territory. Is this indeed the area under Uchiha Zhongjing's command? A figure donning a tiger-striped mask, accompanied by a ninja clad in umbu attire, materialized within the Uchiha domain. It was none other than Akatsuki Obito and Umbu Itachi. Indeed, Uchiha Itachi nodded. Based on the intelligence he had extracted, Uchiha Zhongjing was indeed present here. However, it was clear that he was not the sole occupant of this place. Beneath the tiger mask, Obito's shadowy gaze swept across the entire street. Then let us resolve this entirely. Do you not desire the Sharingan? The umbu-clad Uchiha Itachi remained expressionless. He stood atop a utility pole, the moon behind him shining brilliantly. From the moment he collaborated with the masked man, Itachi understood he was engaging in a perilous game. Sacrifices were inevitable. If they could eliminate the most formidable Uchiha Zhongjing, the Uchiha clan would endure. Some losses were a necessary evil. Moreover, Itachi believed that those who had chosen to follow Uchiha Zhongjing were likely his most trusted allies. It would be prudent to deal with them swiftly. It matters not. Obito, on the other hand, was indifferent. His sole aim was to acquire a few Sharingan and recruit talent for the Akatsuki organization. He harbored no animosity towards the Uchiha clan. Their extermination was merely a means to obtain their Sharingan and expedite the Moon Eye plan. In the grand design of his final Moon Eye plan, everyone would live without worry. Obito looked down upon the area from above. Night had fallen. Let it quietly vanish. In the next moment, the sky above the Uchiha clan turned a deep crimson. Obito's figure flickered as he entered this territory, with the power of Kamui in hand. Hardly anyone perceived his presence. Obito had already unsheathed his ninja blade. Who are you? Even at this moment, Uchiha Hakadai had led a portion of the police force to make preparations in advance. However, Obito's prowess was too overwhelming. All attacks proved ineffective against him, and he could retaliate with a blade of his own. Who on earth are you? Uchiha Hakadai watched in horror as more and more of his police subordinates fell to the enemy. How could he not be alarmed? These were loyal aides to clan leader Fugaku. If only Uchiha Zhongjing were present, he would feel at ease. The critical reality was that Uchiha Zhongjing was absent. The dozens of police ninjas present were utterly incapable of forming a single manjiki. In his frantic state, he suddenly caught sight of Uchiha Itachi amidst the crowd. Splendid. Uchiha Itachi, you must eliminate him. Uchiha Hakadai instinctively exclaimed. Yet, before he could fully process the situation, a ninja blade had already pierced through his chest. How? Is this possible? Uchiha Hakadai's eyes, once filled with joy, now reflected despair, for it was Uchiha Itachi who had pierced his chest. Why? Uchiha Hakadai had not yet succumbed to death. He gazed at Uchiha Itachi with eyes brimming with resentment. These individuals were all loyal subordinates of his father. What could have compelled them to act thus? The truth remained shrouded in darkness. Facing Uchiha Hakadai's desperate struggle in his final moments, Uchiha Itachi intended merely to deliver the coup de grâce. At that moment, a familiar voice called out to Uchiha Itachi from behind. HM. Upon hearing the voice, Uchiha Itachi instinctively furrowed his brow. Subsequently, he beheld the one person he least wished to see. Father. In that instant, Uchiha Itachi's mind spiraled into contemplation. How could it be his father? Was it not supposed to be Uchiha Shsei? Furthermore, Uchiha Fugaku was accompanied by several elders, whom Uchiha Itachi recognized at once, the Grand Elder, the Second Elder, and the Third Elder. The events of the day had far exceeded Uchiha Itachi's expectations. How could this be, Fugaku? When Uchiha Grand Elder witnessed this scene, he too was rendered bewildered. Why would Fugaku's son turn against his own kin? They were meant to remain with the elderly and infirm of the clan. However, Fugaku had summoned them, stating that SHC had temporarily departed and that assistance was needed for the defense of the southern street. Yet, the unfolding spectacle was utterly incomprehensible. It seems you have been deceived, Uchiha Obito remarked with an indifferent expression, clearly dismissing the elderly figures before him. Naturally, this was due to his unfamiliarity with them. Although he hailed from the Uchiha clan, he had long been regarded as a disgrace, thus earning no favor from the elders. Hence, he would not hold back in the impending conflict. Help me deal with them. Faced with the dire situation, Uchiha Itachi had no alternative. He slowly fixed his gaze upon his father. Let us step outside. This place is too confined. Uchiha Fugaku sighed and then fixed a sharp gaze on Uchiha Itachi. A confrontation between father and son was imminent. Clan leader, be cautious. At this moment, Uchiha Hakudai was gravely injured, yet he still managed to offer a warning. Surveying the sea of corpses, Uchiha Hakudai felt an overwhelming hatred. Why was Uchiha SHC absent at such a critical juncture? If he were present, how could so much chaos have ensued? Crack. In the next instant, a kunai was plunged into Uchiha Hakudai's body once more. Uchiha Itachi granted him a swift end before departing. Itachi, you. Witnessing the scene filled Fugaku with a seething rage. He had not anticipated that Itachi would descend into such madness. Earlier, he had requested SHC's assistance in retrieving Sasuke, only to realize that the southern street had been left unguarded. Thus, the elders were summoned with great care, yet none could have anticipated the scene that unfolded today. At the familiar rendezvous, I awaited your arrival, hoping you would provide me with an explanation. Uchiha Fugaku gazed at Uchiha Itachi with palpable pain. Subsequently, the two shared a profound understanding and vanished from the spot, leaving behind 3 Uchiha elders and the enigmatic figure of Tobi, the eldest, the second, and the third elder collectively pondered. Is this truly the purpose behind our summons? I have long asserted that maintaining the status quo of the Uchiha clan suffices. Yet Fugaku insists on heeding the words of Uchiha Shinjin. The third elder, known for his fiery temperament, instinctively attributed the current predicament to Uchiha Shinjin's provocations. Silence, Elder 3. We must address the situation at hand. The eldest elder reprimanded sharply, his gaze locking intently onto Tobi's eyes. Tobi was already poised to draw his blade. Chapter 34. Uchiha Itachi targeted by all, Uchiha Fugaku. The remaining 3 Uchiha elders were instantly bewildered. They had been summoned for assistance, yet Fugaku had vanished with his son, leaving them to confront such a formidable foe alone. Who are you exactly? The elder fixed a piercing gaze upon the enigmatic masked man before him. He instantly recognized the Sharingan within his eyes, yet he pondered, when did the Mangekyou Sharingan become so trivial? These aged men, having lived for 70 or 80 years, had never awakened the Mangekyou, while these young ones seemed to effortlessly surpass them. Go to hell and inquire if you must. Beneath his crimson eyes, Uchiha Obito wasted no time, unleashing his Kamui to strike at them. Such a disregard for martial ethics. The 3 elders were momentarily stunned. This masked man exhibited no respect for age or hierarchy. In the face of his onslaught, the 3 elders of the Uchiha clan could only barely withstand the assault by uniting their strengths. Meanwhile, on the other side, Father, it is you who has instigated this entire conflict. Your actions are leading the Uchiha clan into an abyss. Confronting his father, Uchiha Itachi sought to persuade him to reconsider. However, Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened. So what? You conspire with others to turn against your own kin. Many of them have watched you grow. Is this what you call acting for the sake of the Uchiha clan? Fugaku's eyes burned with fury. He was uncertain whether Zhongjing's actions were right or wrong. But how could Itachi claim that everything he did was for the Uchiha clan? Is annihilating the Uchiha people truly for the benefit of the clan? Lay down your weapons. 1 against 7, surrender now, the police are all around us. Uchiha Fugaku cast a complex gaze at Uchiha Itachi. Had he been confronted by an ordinary Uchiha today, he would have already taken action. With the Mangekyou Sharingan, I shall not be defeated. I challenge you. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi spoke with a hint of madness in his eyes. No one could sway him now. He believed he was acting for the good of the Uchiha clan. Yet nearly everyone sided with Uchiha Zhongjing. It was clear that Zhongjing's actions would indeed plunge their clan into darkness. He believed he was saving them. Why could they not see it? 1 against 7. You were too naive. Do you think what you see is the entirety of Zhongjing's power? Uchiha Fugaku replied with a bitter smile. Where did Itachi find the confidence to believe he could defeat Uchiha Zhongxing? Even he, a seasoned shadow-level powerhouse, could not discern Zhongxing's true strength. Very well, I accept your challenge. Surprisingly, Uchiha Fugaku agreed to wager with Itachi. After all, to kill Uchiha Zhongxing, one must possess the requisite ability. As Fugaku engaged in this father-son duel with Itachi, he appeared to be entirely oblivious to the three elders on the other side, who were on the verge of reopening their discussion. Witness the ultimate ocular technique of the Uchiha clan. Susanoo. A skeletal form of Susanoo encircled Fugaku. Amaterasu. Uchiha Itachi showed no mercy towards his own father, launching directly into Amaterasu. However, what they were unaware of was that every action and reaction occurring here was being monitored by the Umbu. After all, a colossal skeleton towering dozens of meters high would surely attract attention throughout Konoha. Anyone with functioning ears would certainly hear it. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, after being toyed with by Uchiha Koji, rushed over in a fit of rage. Lord Hokage, upon seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Umbu, who had been secretly observing the Uchiha clan, quickly expressed their respects. Yet, their esteemed Hokage's mood seemed rather dismal. Have you seen Uchiha Itachi? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired directly. Even the most honest of individuals could become incensed. First, a mysterious masked man wielding wood-style techniques, and now, Uchiha Itachi. If Sarutobi Hiruzen did not assert his authority, others might truly believe that his reputation as a master of ninjutsu was merely a facade. Captain Itachi just clashed with clan leader Fugaku, and they are still engaged in combat. The Umbu ninja paused for a moment, but spoke obediently. They are fighting Fugaku. Upon hearing this news, Sarutobi Hiruzen instinctively furrowed his brows. Why would Uchiha Itachi engage in battle with Fugaku? Was there some hidden agenda at play? Hiruzen, what are you hesitating for? Now is our opportunity, while they are embroiled in internal strife. Danzo's perspective was markedly different, focusing solely on taking advantage of their discord. Sarutobi Hiruzen's first thought was to consider the possibility of underlying motives, while Danzo's approach was far more straightforward, advocating for a surprise attack during their conflict. Danzo's words hold merit. Several clan leaders of Konoha nodded in agreement. They had nearly been incinerated by Uchiha Itachi's Amaterasu moments ago, and it was impossible for them not to seek retribution. It was no wonder they did not suspect that Itachi might be impersonated. After all, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan and the insects of the Aburame clan could not lie. Could it be that the ninja world possessed transformation techniques without a single flaw? Hence, they did not pursue that line of thought. Lord Hokage, the sealing team has arrived. Nara Shikaka stepped forward to report. Now, even if the opponent unleashed Amaterasu once more, it may not harm them. With the atmosphere charged, Sarutobi Hiruzen resolved to act. Subdue Uchiha Itachi. Subsequently, the Umbu team, Jainin, and Sealing Squad, along with several uninjured clan leaders, led their elite forces towards the direction of Uchiha Itachi's battle. However, unbeknownst to them, every movement was under the watchful eye of Uchiha Koji. The grand performance was finally set to commence. All his efforts to play the role of a professional actor were not in vain. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi could scarcely fathom that, within a single night, he had amassed such an overwhelming burden. He was currently engaged in a fierce battle with Uchiha Fugaku. Bang! The Susanoo manipulated by Fugaku sent Itachi flying through the air with tremendous force. Fortunately, as he was propelled away, Itachi transformed into a swarm of crows, narrowly evading the blow. Now, he gazed solemnly at the colossal figure before him, realizing he had somewhat underestimated his father. Though he too possessed the Manjiki Sharingan, he had never summoned Susanoo before, and thus found himself at a distinct disadvantage. It appeared that it was time to take a risk. Tears began to well up in Itachi's eyes as he resolved to attempt to summon Susanoo. Just then, he noticed the third Hokage and a contingent of Umbu shinobi rushing towards him. Could it be that the third Hokage had come to his aid? Itachi furrowed his brow, for the Hokage had clearly stated that he would refrain from intervening for the time being. Chapter 35. Itachi Uchiha realizes he has been manipulated. A peach kills 3 warriors. However, Itachi swiftly refuted this notion himself. Initially, he resolved not to involve the third Hokage, believing he could manage the situation independently. Yet, the circumstances had evidently spiraled beyond his control. His father, Uchiha Fugaku, had made a grave error. Once a coup d'etat erupted, the Leaf Village would inevitably descend into chaos, allowing other nations to exploit the turmoil, potentially igniting a large-scale war that would spell disaster for their home. Contemplating this, Itachi cast another glance at his father. hoping he might reconsider in time. Having witnessed the Third Shinobi World War at the tender age of 4, he harbored a deep disdain for conflict. To prevent his village from succumbing to strife, he chose to eliminate the radical elements within the Uchiha clan, sacrificing his kin for the sake of peace and stability in the Leaf Village. Should the Uchiha clan be condemned to perish? Fugaku's anger flared at this remark. What significance does such peace hold without the Uchiha clan in the Leaf? I believe you have completely lost your mind. At this juncture, Itachi's actions had thoroughly disheartened Fugaku. He unleashed the massive hand of Susanoo toward Itachi with fierce intensity. Susanoo. In a critical moment, Itachi activated Susanoo. The Crimson Susanoo clashed with Fugaku's Ebony Incarnation, sending shockwaves that toppled nearby structures. However, this did not deter the Umbu ninjas, who had already encircled them. Shadow Summoning Technique. Narashikaku was the first to act. He clasped his hands together, and the shadow beneath him sprang to life, swiftly advancing towards Itachi. But this was merely the beginning. 5 elements. Great Multiple Shuriken Technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen, having endured such humiliation over the past few days, found his thoughts clouded by rage. He yearned to retaliate fiercely. He was a ninja of valor, not a coward. Sarutobi Hiruzen employed the Shadow Clone Technique to summon 4 clones, coordinating their efforts to unleash attacks with fire, lightning, water, earth, and wind elements simultaneously upon Itachi. At first, Itachi thought they had come to assist him. Yet, in the next moment, he sensed something amiss. Why were all these jutsu directed at him? Susanoo. Without hesitation, Itachi instinctively maneuvered Susanoo to shield himself. Just as he prepared to counter, the Shadow Summoning Technique suddenly ensnared his shadow, momentarily stalling his movements. This brief pause left him vulnerable. The 5 elements, Great Multiple Shuriken Technique struck the chest of his Susanoo, inflicting significant damage and leaving numerous cracks on its surface. Itachi Uchiha, take my blow, Peacock. This was swiftly followed by a relentless barrage of assaults from the elite ninjas. The once formidable Susanoo rapidly began to shatter under this overwhelming onslaught. Faced with such an overwhelming force, not even the Itachi of the Umbu era could withstand it. Even though, at this juncture, Uchiha Itachi had already mastered both Genjutsu and Taijutsu with remarkable proficiency. Even the Susanoo from the Pacific War would likely meet its demise against the fury unleashed by a coalition of elite shinobi, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, Kakashi, Asuma, Might Guy, and numerous others. The immense toll of this confrontation caused Itachi to cough up blood. At that moment, he was utterly bewildered, entirely unaware of the reasons behind the third Hokage's sudden aggression towards him. Not only he, but even Fugaku appeared perplexed, casting a dubious glance at Itachi, as if questioning his allegiance. How could both sides suffer such a fate? He had been deceived. At this moment, the astute Uchiha Itachi realized the underlying machinations at play. Uchiha Izumi was undoubtedly the mastermind behind this chaos. His thoughts instinctively turned to Izumi, who had never revealed himself on the battlefield. Such a terrifying intellect. Though Izumi remained unseen, it seemed as though all events were orchestrated by his design. Moreover, Itachi recalled that during the massacre of the police department's Uchiha, those individuals were closely affiliated with his father. The implications were staggering, and Itachi hesitated to contemplate further. Uchiha Itachi, a life for a life. I shall avenge the clan leader who fell at your hands. Meanwhile, the elite shinobi gathered around Sarutobi Hiruzen glared furiously at Itachi, for their clan leader had just perished at his hands. In unison, they drew their shuriken and hurled them towards him. Amaterasu. Itachi, of course, would not await his demise. He faced the onslaught of shuriken with utmost caution. However, the Hokage side was well prepared. Sealing Team. 8 sealing ninjas brandished their sealing scrolls. Fire Sealing Technique. Itachi instantly recognized this ninjutsu, a B-rank auxiliary sealing technique capable of sealing all fire-based ninjutsu into a scroll. But why were they so familiar with his techniques? It appeared they had been preparing for this moment. As the flames of Amaterasu dissipated, Itachi had no choice but to adeptly maneuver into the shadows to evade the assault. Despite his efforts, several shuriken found their mark, inflicting wounds upon him. Now, Itachi was on the brink of exhaustion, his chakra nearly depleted. From a distant rooftop of the police department, Izumi observed, Itachi seems to be injured. Should I descend to assist him? Uchiha Shursui inquired of Izumi. No need. This is his destiny. Uchiha Izumi replied coolly. To eliminate Uchiha Itachi here would be too lenient. As Itachi found himself in a precarious position, Fugaku had yet to intervene. When suddenly, a shadowy figure materialized behind him. You appear to be in quite a predicament, facing 7 adversaries. The unique voice of Uchiha Obito resonated from beneath his mask. It's you. Upon the moment when Fugaku beheld the masked man, a sudden realization struck him. What has become of the three elders? He demanded, his gaze ablaze with fury directed at the masked figure. However, Uchiha Obito exhibited an unsettling calmness in response. You left them behind. And now you dare inquire about their fate? This cannot be a mere jest. I hope we shall have the opportunity to meet again, Kakashi. Obito understood that their mission today was destined for failure. Conversely, it was highly probable that they had become mere instruments manipulated by others. Such a notion was intolerable for Obito, who prided himself on being the foremost puppet master in the ninja world. Uchiha Azuna, we shall meet again. With that, Obito vanished alongside Uchiha Itachi, leaving a bewildered crowd in their wake. Chapter 36, Uchiha Zhongjing, a beacon of hope amidst turmoil, declared, today, we must resolve this predicament once and for all. Upon witnessing Uchiha Itachi being taken away, Danzo directed the attention of the crowd towards Uchiha Fugaku. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity, as they were numerous while Uchiha Fugaku stood alone. However, at that moment, the indecisive nature of Sarutobi Hiruzen became apparent. It cannot be labeled simply as indecisiveness. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a man who valued his allies. And to act against Uchiha Fugaku without cause would raise questions among the many clan leaders present. Hiruzen pondered, is there still a need for principles against these malevolent Uchiha? Danzo, in a state of frenzy, had forcibly seized the villagers' resources, selling them at exorbitant prices to the Uchiha clan. His initial plan was to delay payment to the villagers until the end, but now, their hard-earned savings had been entirely consumed by the devastating fire ignited by Uchiha Itachi. If they did not recoup their losses from the Uchiha clan, the public opinion in Konoha would not spare them. You are right. Sarutobi Hiruzen unexpectedly agreed with Danzo, possibly overwhelmed by the series of blows he had endured throughout the night. Asuma, you are still injured. You should return. He first urged the severely wounded Asuma to depart, acknowledging the grave injuries he had sustained in the previous battle. No one objected, as Asuma's condition was indeed dire. He had been forcefully embedded into the ground by a single blow, likely suffering internal injuries. Now, he bore the burden of his grievous wounds while accompanying them. You come and go as you please. What do you think this place is? As Sarutobi Hiruzen's companions began to leave, Uchiha Zhongjing would not grant them the luxury of such an opportunity. Uchiha Zhongjing, upon catching sight of that figure, the gazes of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo instantly converged upon Uchiha Zhongjing. The leader of the Uchiha coup had not shown himself until now. While they had already suffered losses and injuries, it was particularly striking that he appeared at this moment of their utmost vulnerability. Regrettably, my two disciples, Tsunade and Jiraiya, are not present. Otherwise, how could the situation have escalated to this? Sarutobi Hiruzen lamented, reminiscing about the times when Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Kakashi, and Minato were by his side. He wondered when the village had ever been cornered to such an extent. Uchiha Zhongjing, what do you intend to do? We are open to negotiations regarding any conditions you may have. Upon Uchiha Zhongjing's arrival, Sarutobi Hiruzen's demeanor softened considerably. The village will exhaust every means to fulfill your demands. Hiruzen felt he had made the greatest concession possible. Is that so? Then I propose that you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, step down, and the next Hokage position be entrusted to a member of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Zhongjing's words nearly elicited a laugh from him. However, he still harbored provocative thoughts. Allowing Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Fugaku to witness the true nature of the Hokage. The position of Hokage was unattainable. Upon hearing this declaration, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately rejected it without a moment's hesitation. The concessions he spoke of pertained to other matters, such as relinquishing several Umbu positions or allowing the Uchiha clan to manage certain departments. Even the role of Hokage's advisor was not out of the question. He could even permit the Uchiha clan to reclaim their ancestral lands from before the Nine Tails incident. These demands were all negotiable. It is not solely the powerful who can ascend to the role of Hokage. The most crucial prerequisite for becoming Hokage is the recognition of the people. When the topic of Hokage arose, it tapped into Sarutobi Hiruzen's expertise. He attempted to persuade Uchiha Kuzan using the same teachings he had imparted to Shisui and Itachi. Oh, is that so? Then I could simply eliminate all of you and still become the Hokage of this village. In response to Sarutobi Hiruzen's arguments, Uchiha Kuzan merely smirked. The individuals present here were either the elite of various departments, the village's upper echelon, or the clan leaders. Should they all perish today, he would smoothly ascend to the position of Hokage the following day. A collective gasp escaped the lips of the surrounding shinobi. Might Guy revealed a resolute gaze. As if he had made a certain decision. Most of the other clan leaders displayed expressions of regret. Why had they chosen to wade into these murky waters? Thus, it was indeed the strong who would claim the title of Hokage. Uchiha Kuzan succinctly unveiled the essence of the so-called Hokage. It was akin to the throne of an emperor. You are engaging in sophistry. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face flushed red as he was confronted with this challenge. For the first time, the eloquent Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself at an impasse with Uchiha Kuzan. Where had this Uchiha Kuzan learned such twisted logic? He had grown up in the village, seemingly untouched by its darker aspects. Why was he so impervious to persuasion? Kuzan, what is it that you truly desire? At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was genuinely curious. Power, wealth, status, Uchiha Kuzan seemed indifferent to all of these. What, then, was his true aspiration? Do not overestimate your importance. Do you think anyone truly cares about your position as Hokage? At this juncture, Uchiha Kuzan could no longer be bothered to jest with them. He had no interest in the promises made by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Why not establish a new shinobi village, a new regime, and pursue his own aspirations? Why must he choose to inherit the already battered Konoha? The current Konoha was clearly a burden. This statement was by no means an exaggeration. The village's treasury had been completely depleted. In other words, Konoha was now unable to even disburse the salaries of its shinobi. Why then? Would he want to take over this mess? It would be far better to lead his people in their own endeavors, returning victoriously at a later time. Rather than inheriting such a decayed Konoha, establishing a new regime is far simpler than rejuvenating a decaying one. Henceforth, the Uchiha clan shall stand wholly independent. As for the rest of you, I am not one to revel in bloodshed. Flee for your lives. Uchiha Zhongjing cast a fleeting glance at them. He entrusted the defense of this vast territory to them, intending to return when the time was ripe. However, by then, the status of both parties would be irrevocably altered. Let us depart. Uchiha Zhongjing turned his gaze towards Uchiha Fugaku. The two left the desolate district without a backward glance. Zhongjing, Kakashi, watching the direction in which Zhongjing had departed, felt a wave of regret wash over him. As a classmate, he found himself powerless, unable to amend anything. Once Uchiha Zhongjing had left, Danzo, who had held his breath throughout the encounter, finally exhaled in relief. Quickly summoned Jiraiya and Tsunade back. Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed his subordinates with a grave expression. This, isn't it a bit excessive, Hiruzen? Is it really possible for the Uchiha clan to simply take flight? Danzo remarked in surprise. He believed that the Uchiha clan would at most establish a village within the hidden leaf. Could it be that they might sprout wings and fly away? Chapter 37. The Enigmatic Arc and the Departure of the Hounds. Tobirama's words held a grain of truth. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded thoughtfully. The Uchiha clan was vast and prosperous. It was implausible for them to vanish overnight. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the surrounding ninjas displayed expressions of astonishment. What is this? Kakashi exclaimed, incredulous. A brilliant blue beam shot into the sky, its radiant glow visible even from several streets away. Have you seen anything like this, Kakashi? Guy inhaled sharply. This blue beam is astonishingly grand. It emanated from the direction of the Uchiha clan. Surely something significant was occurring. Kakashi's heart raced at the sight of such a colossal ninjutsu. Was it possible that Uchiha Itachi intended to leave Konoha with a parting gift? Third Hokage. What are your thoughts? At that moment, nearly everyone turned their gaze toward the renowned master of ninjutsu. Hiruzen fell silent. Although he had witnessed numerous jutsu, he had never encountered one of such expansive magnitude. The range of the blue beam spanned nearly 1,000 meters. 1,000 meters of jutsu. I should take a closer look, Kakashi proposed. That sounds like a splendid idea. Tobirama promptly agreed. If it were left to Kakashi alone, he would hesitate. However, with someone eager to investigate, he wholeheartedly supported the initiative. Hyuga clan leader, could you employ your Byakugan to discern what is transpiring? Hiruzen inquired, glancing at Hyuga Hizashi. They were keen to avoid another encounter with Uchiha Itachi. Otherwise, none among them would see the dawn of another day. I cannot. This blue beam is too enigmatic for my Byakugan to penetrate. It seems only a close observation could unveil its secrets. Hizashi activated his Byakugan, attempting to scrutinize the phenomenon. Yet, the blue beam appeared as an impenetrable barrier. He could not discern anything through it. Is it possible that even the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan cannot see through this? Upon hearing this, Hiruzen felt compelled to take a look himself. It was known that one of the basic abilities of the Byakugan was to amplify vision through chakra, allowing one to perceive objects within a kilometer radius. Yet, now even the Byakugan failed to penetrate the mysteries before them. Hiruzen's heart was tumultuous with unease. With that thought, Hiruzen led the remaining forces toward the origin of the blue beam. The beam was not constant. By the time Hiruzen and his companions arrived, its intensity was waning. What is this? What are all the members of the Uchiha clan doing? Kakashi was utterly astonished at the sight before him. All members of the Uchiha clan stood collectively in the square, surrounded by a mysterious blue formation etched with arcane runes. The origin of the entire formation lies with someone they are all too familiar with, Uchiha Keisei. Surely, Uchiha Keisei must be employing some nefarious jutsu. At this moment, Danzo had caught up, having deliberately waited for Sarutobi Hiruzen to arrive with his entourage. Only someone like Danzo would send juniors ahead to scout. Upon witnessing the formation before him, Danzo immediately proclaimed that it must be an evil sacrificial ritual orchestrated by Uchiha Keisei. It was rumored that the village of Hot Springs in the Land of Rivers had once been plagued by a cult of dark deities. Perhaps Uchiha Keisei was involved in such practices. Impossible. Keisei is not that kind of person. Before Danzo could elaborate further, Kakashi interjected decisively. Lord Danzo, do not presume that your thoughts are shared by others. Kakashi firmly opposed. Why would Keisei do such a thing? His reputation within the Uchiha clan is unparalleled. Almost every member regards Uchiha Keisei as a great hero. How could he possibly engage in such self-destructive actions? To speak bluntly, if any sacrifices were to be made, it would likely be Keisei sacrificing them. After all, they are not related to Keisei and are in a hostile relationship. Wouldn't the benefits of sacrificing them be greater? Indeed, Kakashi makes a valid point. Might Guy nodded in agreement, only to be met with a disdainful glare from Danzo. The look seemed to suggest, are you not supporting what Kakashi has said? I also believe that Kakashi has a point. At this moment, Nara Shikaku, Akimichi Choza, and Yamanaka and Noichi stepped forward in support. We must not judge a noble by the actions of a petty person. Their words darkened Danzo's expression. Since the noble referred to as Uchiha Keisei, it was clear who the petty person was. I am acting for the good of Konoha. If Uchiha Keisei were to truly engage in any detrimental actions towards the village, I would be the first to stand in opposition, Danzo declared with righteous fervor. After all, Uchiha Keisei was positioned quite far from them at that moment. Suddenly, Danzo spotted a familiar figure among the Uchiha clan. It was none other than Shin, who had been reported as having perished in an unfortunate incident, along with his brother Sai. Wait, how could they be over there with the Uchiha? Danzo pondered, having believed them to have heroically sacrificed themselves during the previous explosion at the root. He had even secured martyr status for Shin and Sai. Yet now, the identities of these so-called martyrs were resoundingly slapping him in the face. Clearly, Shin had conspired with the Uchiha clan to plunder his root's treasury. Not only had they emptied it, but they had also obliterated the entire root base before their departure. Uchiha Keisei and Shin, you are both truly remarkable. Danzo's gaze seethed with fury as he fixated on Uchiha Keisei below. It is the remnants of reason that prevented Danzo from descending into madness and engaging in a fierce battle with Uchiha Obito. Meanwhile, Shin seemed to have sensed Danzo's presence. In regards to this former superior, Shin did not utter much, but instead sincerely raised his middle finger in a gesture of defiance. Witnessing this scene, Danzo nearly succumbed to fury. Ungrateful wretches. Despite my treatment towards you, you repay me with betrayal after betrayal. From the moment his adversary dared to brazenly mock him, Danzo realized that the curse seals he had placed upon his subordinates had undoubtedly been lifted. Lord Danzo, why the anger? Just a moment ago, were you not composed? Hyuga Hizashi could not resist mocking him upon witnessing this. After all, he had not forgotten how Danzo had stealthily taken his nephew Niji. It was only natural for him to revel in this moment of schadenfreude, especially now that Danzo was in a vulnerable position. Until, amidst the crowd, he spotted a familiar figure. Chapter 38. The Grand Teleportation Technique. A collective shock among the Jonin. What is this? Niji. No, why is Niji here? Hizashi Hyuga suspected he must have been mistaken. Was T Niji supposed to be taken away by the root? Why is he appearing here? Just as Hizashi was about to voice his questions to Danzo, his pupils suddenly constricted. His gaze was fixated intently on Niji's forehead. At this moment, Niji had already removed his forehead protector. The cursed seal of the caged bird, which once marked his skin, had now vanished without a trace. What does this mean? The caged bird seal can be undone? A moment of instinctive shock caused Hizashi to swallow the words he had intended to speak. This matter must not be disclosed to anyone. If the information that the caged bird seal can be lifted were to reach others, it would undoubtedly ignite a fierce conflict between the main and branch families. Hizashi was not a selfish man. He also yearned to alter the current state of the Hyuga clan, although it may seem somewhat ironic coming from someone like him, a vested interest holder. The Branch family would undoubtedly strive desperately for freedom upon hearing that the caged bird seal could be broken, willing to pay any price for it. One must not underestimate the determination of the Branch family in their pursuit of liberty. After all, if your very life were at the mercy of others, you would act similarly. Yet, should this happen, the elders of the main family would not stand idly by. They might even resort to activating the caged bird seal once more. Such actions are certainly within the realm of possibility for those elders. In his youth, Hizashi had even pondered why he had not planted the caged bird seal on these elders back then. With this thought in mind, Hizashi chose to feign ignorance of Niji's presence. This seemed to be the best course of action. However, upon witnessing Niji's genuine smile in the square, a wave of unease washed over Hizashi. Throughout the entire ordeal, no one had coerced Niji, which signifies that he acted entirely of his own volition, without any form of compulsion. Brother, the path ahead may soon depend solely on Niji. Ultimately, Hizashi could only watch his nephew from afar, too apprehensive to utter a sound. Perhaps due to the Byakugan, others failed to notice Niji Hyuga. Meanwhile, on the other side, Uchiha Kagami was on the verge of completing his formation. The blue light vanished in an instant. In the Uchiha Plaza, a moment ago bustling with people, the next moment, it was entirely devoid of any human presence. Where have all the people gone? Disappeared? Is this a joke? How could so many Uchiha clansmen vanish in the blink of an eye? Faced with this sudden turn of events, everyone present was left utterly bewildered. Where have all the Uchiha gone? How could so many clansmen simply disappear without a trace? Upon witnessing this scene, Kakashi was the first to descend from the heights, arriving at the square. At that moment, the entire square appeared eerily silent, as if no one had ever set foot there. How could this be? Gradually, others began to make their way down as well. The Oil Women clan's ninjas had even employed insects to scour the surroundings. Lord Hokage, the entire Uchiha clan has vanished without a trace. Not a single soul remains. Oil Woman Shirwei stated solemnly. Impossible. What kind of ninjutsu could facilitate the simultaneous disappearance of so many people? Sarutobi Hiruzen found it hard to believe, even witnessing it firsthand. He struggled to accept the reality unfolding before him. Lord Third, I seem to recall a technique, the Flying Thunder God technique. Kakashi suddenly thought of something. The jutsu used by Uchiha Shisui bore some resemblance to the Flying Thunder God technique. That cannot be. Do you have any idea how much chakra is required to teleport so many individuals? Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. This is utterly impractical. Even the Flying Thunder God technique can only transport one person at a time, requiring the cooperation of multiple individuals, and is highly unstable. With this thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to the Umbu ninja behind him. Go fetch my crystal ball. He commanded one of the Umbu members. Understood. The Umbu ninja promptly vanished from sight. The others seemed to grasp Sarutobi Hiruzen's intent. Before long, one of the Umbu returned with a crystal ball in hand. Could it be the third Hokage's telescope technique? Nara Shikaku remarked, astonished. How had he not thought of it? The telescope technique could be utilized to observe the enemy's movements from a distance. However, Lord Hokage, I recall that the telescope technique requires knowledge of the chakra signature of the observed individual. Nara Shikaku had yet to finish his thought when Sarutobi Hiruzen activated the crystal ball. As for the chakra signature of the observed individual, there was no cause for concern. He had previously recorded Shirsue's chakra, making it easy to locate him. As soon as the telescope technique was initiated, Sarutobi Hiruzen sensed something amiss. His chakra was rapidly depleting. This was unusual. Typically, a distance of several kilometers would not result in such significant consumption. Then the image materialized. It depicted a location reminiscent of a mountain's foothill. However, a mere second later, the entire scene abruptly vanished. The assembled crowd fell into silence. If he was not mistaken, that must have been Mount Tsukumori to the east of Konoha, approximately 100 kilometers away. In an instant, everyone present gasped in disbelief. Uchiha Shisui had actually transported over 1,000 Uchiha clan members to a location more than 100 kilometers distant. Hiruzen, we must pursue them. We must bring them back. In the midst of the profound silence, Danzo exclaimed fervently, his desperation palpable. After all, it was his fortune at stake. Decades of savings had been shamelessly pilfered by Uchiha Kakashi. Upon hearing his words, the others regarded Danzo with incredulous expressions, as though he were a fool. Lord Danzo, it's 100 kilometers. By the time we arrive, They will have long vanished, Kakashi retorted. Moreover, even if we were to catch up, what could we do? Resort to violence? Lord Jiraiya and Lady Tsunade are absent from the village, and Lord Hiruzen is injured. What could we accomplish by pursuing them? Surprisingly, at that moment, Sarutobi Asuma interjected. Seemingly realizing the gravity of the situation, the entirety of Konoha's resources had vanished. Even if the Uchiha clan could not be reclaimed, a discussion should be held to persuade them to return some of the provisions. Chapter 39. Naruto's identity revealed. Everyone shocked. It cannot be said that the third Hokage has lost his wits. The crucial point is that there are truly no options left at this moment. The Uchiha clan had, before their departure, procured nearly all the resources of Konoha. Their root and Umbu vaults have been thoroughly plundered. Moreover, it is evident that this is the work of a single individual, coupled with today's unusual behavior of Uchiha Itachi. A dreadful realization dawned upon Sarutobi Hiruzen. They had fallen victim to a scheme. The Uchiha Itachi who had attacked the Umbu was likely a mere disguise. This also elucidates why Itachi exhibited such reactions during their second encounter. Hokage-sama! Hokage-sama! At that moment, a purple-haired Umbu ninja rushed in with haste. Yaya! Weren't you tasked with guarding Uchiha Sasuke? What brings you here? Upon seeing Yaya, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt an unsettling premonition. Hokage-sama, Sasuke has been taken away by Uchiha Kazuki. I was unable to stop him. At this juncture, Yuzuki Yuin felt a pang of conflict within her. Logically, after being knocked out twice by Uchiha Kazuki, she should harbor a grudge against him. However, Kazuki had spared her life for the sake of their comrades. This complex emotion left her momentarily bewildered. Sasuke, the mere utterance of that name almost caused Sarutobi Hiruzen to spew blood. Until that moment, he believed he could clarify matters with Uchiha Itachi. With Sasuke present, Itachi would not hold any grievances. However, with Sasuke now in captivity, the implications were dire. Losing Sasuke meant relinquishing their only leverage against Uchiha Itachi, who held numerous secrets about the village. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Yuzuki Yuin continued, not just Sasuke, but Naruto has also been taken away by Kazuki under some pretext. Iruka-sensei is currently in the Hokage's office, anxiously seeking to report to you. What? More bad news in rapid succession. In just one night, so many troubling developments have arisen. Initially, I thought Sasuke's abduction was already a significant blow. But it seems there is something even more critical. The intensity of his heartbeat rendered Sarutobi Hiruzen momentarily unsteady. Yet, on the other hand, Yuzuki Yuin appeared hesitant to continue. Is there more news? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened. Was this not the end? As the village's Jinchuriki, Naruto's abduction by Kazuki was an immense loss. Could there possibly be something worse? It is true, Yuzuki Yuin cautiously revealed. Before leaving, Kazuki disclosed Naruto's true heritage. Regarding the unique identity of Uzumaki Naruto, the Umbu should be well aware. After all, many among them had undertaken missions to protect Naruto, which, in a sense, could be termed as surveillance protective assignments. Even many of the shadowy ninjas had personally cared for Naruto during his childhood. Is Naruto the rumored son of the demon fox in the village? Questioned the oblivious clan leader of the ninja tribe, his face a picture of confusion. A son of a demon fox has gone missing. Why the concern? Perhaps this is a blessing in disguise for the village. Only those privy to the truth remained silent. Naruto is the son of the fourth Hokage, whispered Yuzuki Yugao. Upon hearing this revelation, some were instantly taken aback, followed by disbelief, yet the majority chose to remain silent. Lord Third, Naruto. The first to speak was Yamanaka Shikaku, who typically blended into the crowd. Konoha is a place that values human connection, though often, they cannot express it openly. Yamanaka Shikaku had been a teammate of Namake's Minato for several years, undertaking numerous missions together. His previous reticence stemmed from the dangers of revealing Naruto's identity. As the third Hokage had stated that Minato had made countless enemies during the Third Shinobi World War. This was no jest. Exposing Naruto's identity could indeed endanger him. Yet now that Naruto had been taken and his identity disclosed, he felt compelled to speak up. Indeed, Lord Third, we must ensure Naruto's safe return, proclaimed Akimichi Choza, the clan leader of the Akimichi clan. Initially, Nara Shikaku intended to restrain Choza, but Choza's resolve was unyielding. A portion of the uninformed felt a storm brewing within their hearts. This son of the demon fox seemed to have a significant background. However, why were they kept in the dark? Rest assured, Naruto will certainly be brought back. Kakashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Kakashi, who had been hesitant to speak. You will lead a team of Jonin to pursue him. Remember, the objective is not to engage in battle, but to bring Naruto home. Sarutobi Hiruzen stated with utmost seriousness. Entrusting this matter to Kakashi was indeed the wisest choice. Understood, Lord Hokage. Without a moment's hesitation, Kakashi accepted the mission, even if it meant confronting Zongjing. Lord Third, please allow me to join this mission. At that moment, Might Guy suddenly stepped forward. Kakashi alone may not suffice. Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Might Guy, acknowledging his commendable performance in today's battle. In fact, Guy's contributions had proven more vital than most present. Very well. Thus, without hesitation, Sarutobi Hiruzen granted Guy's request. However, Hiruzen, what about the financial matters? On the other side, Danzo grew anxious, noticing that Sarutobi Hiruzen had not mentioned money at all. Enough, Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted him decisively. Can one truly expect to retrieve money that others have grasped in their hands? The events of today have already been sufficient to cause him considerable distress, and here is Danzo, incessantly stirring up trouble. Sarutobi Hiruzen finds himself reminiscing about the days when Minato was present. Danzo, you ought to refrain from meddling in the forthcoming matters. Allow Kakashi to handle it alone. At present, Sarutobi Hiruzen is solely focused on bringing Naruto back. Money can be sought anew from the daimyo, but the loss of a Jinchuriki is an irreversible tragedy. Hiruzen, you shall come to regret this. A flicker of resentment glimmered in Danzo's eyes. Such a sum, amounting to billions, cannot simply be dismissed. Without funds, how can he expand route? How can he conduct his experiments? With these thoughts in mind, Danzo departed without a backward glance. Those familiar with him understand that this matter will not conclude here. Chapter 40. The gratitude of the four little ones and the preparations for the military academy. Meanwhile, 100 kilometers away from Konoha village, at Mount Mochizuki, Uchiha Zongjing was utilizing the previously acquired technique of dimensional leap to transport all members of the Uchiha clan to this location. At that moment, the Uchiha clansmen who had been teleported here were still in a state of confusion. Where are we? Weren't we just in Konoha? Oh my! Why is there a mountain here? Most of the ordinary clan members were unaware of Uchiha Zongjing's specific plans. Therefore, upon witnessing their surroundings, they instinctively fell into a state of astonishment. Amidst the crowd, two slender figures stood out conspicuously. Sasuke, have we left the village? Where are we? Naruto exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he surveyed the environment. He was still eagerly awaiting Uchiha Zongjing to share stories about his father. Consequently, Naruto exhibited no signs of feeling out of place. Rather, he was brimming with enthusiasm. Moreover, with the presence of the esteemed Sasuke beside him, Naruto felt no sense of loneliness whatsoever. We can just listen to father and brother Zongjing. There's no need for us to worry, Sasuke remarked with a maturity beyond his years. It was evident that he felt somewhat uneasy in this unfamiliar setting. However, the thought of Naruto being by his side made him reluctant to display any signs of trepidation. By the way, Sasuke, are you scared? Who has scared, you slacker? Sasuke retorted immediately, his pride shining through. Indeed, even in this new environment, Naruto and Sasuke could not resist their playful banter. Look, Sasuke, there's someone over there who looks just like you. Is he a relative? At that moment, Naruto seemed to spot something intriguing and curiously pointed to the other side. Where's the resemblance? He is much fairer than I am. Sasuke merely glanced over before turning his head away, choosing to ignore Naruto. Having not experienced the tragic night of their clan's demise, Sasuke retained a certain charm. Hello, I'm Sai. Niji. As Naruto and Sasuke engaged in their playful exchanges, Sai and Niji gradually approached. Unlike Naruto and Sasuke, they were more adaptable to their new surroundings. Thus, upon seeing Naruto and Sasuke, they took the initiative to greet them. Fate indeed has a whimsical way of intertwining lives. Originally, Naruto, Sakura, and Sai formed Team 7, but now it had evolved into a combination of Sai, Niji, and Sasuke. Brother Zongjing. At that moment, Naruto and Sasuke suddenly spotted Uchiha Zongjing nearby. In fact, Uchiha Zongjing had arrived here well ahead of them. The individuals before him were promising talents he had unearthed from the third Hokage. In the coming time, you may want to interact more with each other. In the future, you might even become teammates. Uchiha Zongjing smiled at the group. Talent is the cornerstone of a ninja village's enduring prosperity. Once they reached the Land of Waves, Uchiha Zongjing intended to establish a novel ninja academy. At present, Naruto and Sasuke still bore the lingering effects of the fire of consciousness. Therefore, it was imperative to realign their values. He even conceived a name for the ninja academy, calling it the Military Academy of the Land of Waves. He would assume the role of the principal of this institution. For now, he planned to establish 3 phases, which would suffice. Phase 1. Uchiha Izumi, Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Inazuma. Uchiha Tetsuhan, Shin, and Yamato. Phase 2. Hyuga Neji and Haku. Phase 3. Naruto, Sasuke, Sai, and Ino. Furthermore, in the future, outstanding students from the Military Academy of the Land of Waves could serve as instructors, creating a sustainable cycle. With the wisdom of his ancestors to guide him, he felt quite assured. Brother Zhongxing, where are we? Naruto, who had never been shy, felt an innate fondness towards Zhongxing, knowing he was acquainted with his father. They were likely at the border of the Land of Fire, not far from the eastern Land of Whirlpools. Speaking of which, the Land of Whirlpools could be considered your maternal home. In response to Naruto's eager gaze, Uchiha Zhongxing smiled and replied, "My maternal home." Hearing this, Naruto's heart raced uncontrollably. No one had ever shared any information about his parents before. Today, he learned from Brother Zhongxing that his mother hailed from the Land of Whirlpools. Then, Brother Zhongxing, can we visit the Land of Whirlpools? Naruto said, barely able to contain his excitement. Sasuke looked at Uchiha Zhongxing as well. Brother Zhongxing, we should be able to go, right? Of course, it's definitely not because of Naruto. After uttering those words, Sasuke quickly turned away, feeling the need to defend himself against any misinterpretation. Yes, later. I can have Shursui take you for a quick visit. Naruto's words aligned perfectly with his intentions. The Land of Whirlpools had now turned into a wasteland. And what would happen after Naruto's visit was evident. This was not a scheme against anyone. He merely relayed the truth to Naruto. Could this be called a scheme? If one acts with integrity, one would not be concerned about slander from others. After all, the destruction of the Land of Whirlpools had nothing to do with him. As for who it did concern, there was no need for him to elaborate. Thank you, Brother Zhongxing, Naruto exclaimed, nearly jumping with joy. He was beginning to enjoy the atmosphere here. There was Brother Zhongxing and Sasuke, and others were also willing to befriend him. Previously, Sasuke's mother had even prepared a multitude of delicious dishes for him. Naruto envied such a life. Upon witnessing Naruto's current expression, Uchiha Zhongxing smiled faintly. He then turned to Neji. So, Neji, how are you adjusting here? Uchiha Zhongxing inquired. Although Shursui had forcibly brought Neji back, it was impossible without Neji's cooperation. Thank you, Brother Zhongxing, for freeing me from my cage. Neji responded quickly upon hearing Zhongxing's inquiry. Since arriving here, he felt an unprecedented sense of ease. Previously, he had felt as though he were not living as a person, but merely as a tool. It is not to say that he harbors a profound hatred for all members of the clan at present. On the contrary, should he witness Hinata in peril, he would still choose to intervene, albeit this time under the banner of brotherhood, rather than being coerced by the threat of life. In essence, he is willing to protect voluntarily, yet he will never be compelled by others to act against his will. Many may perceive Neji as somewhat naive. However, this seemingly foolish notion has been his aspiration for over a decade. Indeed, Uchiha Itachi nodded in acknowledgement. Even without making a concerted effort, the 4 young ones hold him in deep gratitude. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering an event choice. Detected that the host wishes to recruit Kaguya. Yet her mother is currently in grave danger. You decide. Chapter 41. The Resurrection of Senju Rope Tree. Option 1. What does it have to do with me? The land of grass is so far away. I can go wherever I please. And what concern is it of yours? Reward for selection. 3-tailed Isabu. Option 2. To recruit K-Rin. Leveraging her mother's death to instill hatred towards this world in her. Darkening Scroll. Darkening Scroll guarantees that a character will fall into darkness, tripling their power. Option 3. Head to the Hidden Grass Village, save K-Rin's mother, and recruit K-Rin. Reward for selection. Random Resurrection Scroll, CH Nin. Random Resurrection Scroll. CH Nin randomly resurrects a deceased ninja, strength not exceeding that of a CH Nin. How intriguing. Uchiha Zhong contemplated quietly. Just a moment ago, he had conceived the idea of establishing a ninja academy to gather talent. And the next moment, a task was presented to him. Moreover, the freedom of choice in each task issued by the system was remarkably high. Regardless of the choice made, one would receive commendable rewards. Even inaction would yield benefits. System. I choose the third option. Uchiha Zhong decisively selected the third choice. He chuckled at Uchiha Kenji's lack of strategy and Uchiha Madara's limited intellect. What is meant by collaboration for mutual benefit? Of course, Uchiha Madara might not be entirely ignorant, But Uchiha Obito surely lacks strategy. Kenji is simply Kenji. Once a Kenji, always a Kenji. Ding. Selection successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a random resurrection scroll, ch Nin. In the next moment, a scroll appeared in Uchiha Zhong's hand. Without hesitation, he used the scroll. After all, it could only resurrect one ch Nin, and he did not hold high expectations. Although it is said that the ch Nin of Konohagakure possess earth-shattering abilities, the scroll did not specify that the resurrection would be of a Konohagakure ninja. If it were a ch Nin from the 5 great shinobi countries, that would be one thing. However, if it were a ch Nin from a lesser village, he would simply have to accept his misfortune. The system will randomly select a ch Nin for resurrection from the following list. Option 1. Konohagakure ch Nin, Might Guy. Option 2. Konohagakure ch Nin, 7th Hokage, Naruto, Uzumaki. Option 3. Sound Village ch Nin, Kid Maru. Option 4. Sound Village ch Nin, Kimimaro. Option 5. Grass Village ch Nin, Haruka Taka. In an instant, numerous names appeared on the scroll. A glance revealed a dense array of names. Many of them were familiar to Uchiha Zhong, yet the majority were almost entirely unknown to him. However, among them seemed to be something peculiar. In the following moment, the names on the scroll began to flicker. Amidst the multitude of names, Uchiha Zhong did not pay much heed until, at last, the final name stood out prominently. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have randomly selected the Konohagakure ch Nin, Senju Rope Tree. Senju Rope Tree? Uchiha Zhong was somewhat taken aback. Remarkably, although he did not draw one of the top-tier individuals, he had nonetheless resurrected a character of considerable significance. Now, it is indeed a bustling scene. Members of the Uchiha clan, the Uzumaki clan, and the Hyuga clan are present, and even individuals from the Senju clan have emerged. The atmosphere grows increasingly lively. Inuzuka, please inform Fugaku and the others to gather here. Uchiha Zhongjin communicated directly with his Shirai. Before long, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Izumi, Uchiha Inuzuka, and Uchiha Tekai arrived, with Shin also accompanying them. Uchiha Fugaku appeared somber throughout, bearing the weight of a significant blow. News had already spread within the clan that his eldest son had ruthlessly slain all of his trusted subordinates, even when he attempted to intervene with 3 elders. They too had fallen, leaving no trace behind. Lord Zhongjing, what instructions do you have for us? Uchiha Inuzuka gazed at Uchiha Zhongjing with reverence. Since Zhongjing had led them away from Konoha, his prestige had become unparalleled. Suddenly, Inuzuka noticed a child standing beside Zhongjing. Wait a moment, who is this child? Although he recalled that Zhongjing had indeed brought back several children, this one was evidently not among them. Uchiha Fugaku, who had been downcast, also recognized the familiar child before him. Why does this child seem so familiar? Wow, brother Zhongjing, there are so many people here. Senju Narikes observed his surroundings with curiosity. Having grasped the current situation while Inuzuka went to call for others, he felt an innate fondness towards Zhongjing due to the circumstances of his resurrection. And this uncle seems somewhat familiar. Have we met somewhere before? Narikes approached Uchiha Fugaku, scrutinizing him closely. Little Fugaku. At that moment, Narikes noticed the stern-looking middle-aged man bore a resemblance to the Fugaku he knew. How dare you, a mere child, address our clan leader in such a manner? Although Fugaku no longer held authority, he remained the nominal leader of the Uchiha clan. So Uchiha Jonin could not help but feel displeased at being addressed so informally by a child. Indeed, you little rascal, our clan leader is likely older than your parents. They chimed in. However, most chose to remain silent. Uchiha Inuzuka and Uchiha Tekai refrained from commenting, recognizing that this child was with Zhongjing. Uchiha Shursui remained quiet as well, noticing Fugaku's astonishment. Perhaps this child. Shursui regarded the child, who appeared slightly older than Sasuke and Naruto, wearing a Konoha Jinin headband. Facing the reprimands from several Uchiha Jonin, Senju Narikes remained blissfully unaware, his heart pure amidst the gathering of Uchiha elite. In history, only Senju Hashirama, who was slain by 5 adult ninjas of the Uchiha clan during turbulent times, has endured such a fate. However, the indomitable Senju Rope Tree remains unfazed. Are you the father of little Fugaku? You bear a striking resemblance to him, exclaimed Rope Tree with the innocent candor of a child. Yet, Uchiha Fugaku had already recognized him. Rope Tree, you are alive. Fugaku's expression shifted from initial astonishment to sheer disbelief. But why is he here, and in this manner? Fugaku gazed up at Rope Tree, who towered over him, surpassing even Sasuke in height. Chapter 42. Rope Tree is to introduce a match for Zhongjing. Your brother Rope Tree. Uchiha Fugaku exclaimed in disbelief. Back in the day, Brother Rope Tree was merely a year ahead of him. Due to the limited number of students at the time, it was not uncommon for several grades to attend the same classes, leading to some inevitable social interactions. However, wasn't he Rope Tree supposed to have perished during the Second Ninja World War? As this thought crossed his mind, Uchiha Fugaku cast a look of incredulity at Uchiha Zhongjing. Naturally, others were even more stunned. The audacious young lad addressing their clan leader as little Fugaku was shocking enough. But the fact that Fugaku himself referred to this boy as Brother Rope Tree left everyone perplexed. What on earth was happening? Many of the Uchiha clan's senior ninjas were bewildered, and even Shursui turned to Uchiha Zhongjing with a puzzled expression, certain that this was one of Zhongjing's antics. Rope Tree. Please introduce yourself to everyone, Uchiha Zhongjing said with remarkable composure. After all, resurrection was not such a rare occurrence. All right, Brother Zhongjing. Rope Tree replied obediently with a nod. He addressed Fugaku as Little Fugaku yet referred to Zhongjing as Brother Zhongjing, inadvertently elevating Zhongjing's status among them. My name is Senju Rope Tree. Although you may not recognize me, you must know my sister. My sister is Tsunade, my teacher is Orochimaru, the first Hokage is my granduncle, and the second Hokage is my great-granduncle. Rope Tree spoke earnestly, his sincere gaze as if recounting a commonplace fact. In the next moment, nearly everyone gasped in astonishment. All eyes in the room turned toward the somewhat dazed, no, rather sincere, young man. So, he is the young master of the Senju clan. However, wasn't it said that he perished during the Second Ninja World War? Why had he suddenly reappeared, and in such a guise? Brother Zhongjing resurrected me. Rope Tree expressed his gratitude toward Uchiha Zhongjing. He had indeed been dead, but in the Pure Land, he felt a force calling to him. Subsequently, a voice in the ether informed him that he would be revived by Uchiha Zhongjing. With this thought, Rope Tree gazed at Uchiha Zhongjing with immense gratitude. Thank you, Brother Zhongjing. When the time comes, I can introduce my sister to you. Although she has a terrible temper, she is exceptionally beautiful, Rope Tree said proudly, still envisioning his sister as a lovely young woman in her late teens, completely oblivious to how much time had passed. It was no wonder that he initially mistook Fugaku for little Fugaku's father. Could it be Lord Rope Tree's sister is Princess Tsunade? Shursui pondered, unable to conceal his shock upon hearing this revelation. After all, she was indeed Princess Tsunade. That's right. You've heard of my sister's name too, Rope Tree exclaimed excitedly. Looking towards Shursui, Brother Zhongjing, do not doubt me. I shall bring forth my sister's photograph for you to behold on another day, due to Xingshu's premature demise. He remains oblivious to the events that transpired in Tsunade's life thereafter. Stubbornly, he still wishes to see Zhongjing transformed into his brother-in-law. However, Uchiha Zhongjing interrupted his thoughts. Let us set this matter aside for now, as your sister is currently absent from Konoha. The purpose of summoning these individuals was not to deliberate over such topics. Xingshu should first join Naruto and Sasuke. We must prepare to journey to the Land of Waves. Regarding Xingshu, Uchiha Zhongjing refrained from elaborating further, as it was likely that the other party would not comprehend. Thus, he instructed Xingshu to play with Naruto and the others, while he assigned combat tasks to the remaining members. I may need to be away for a day. Subsequently, Izumi and Fugaku will lead everyone to the Land of Waves. What? Brother Zhongjing, I wish to accompany you. Izumi protested, her countenance filled with reluctance. She, a mere girl, questioned her suitability for such endeavors. Rather than the mission at hand, she yearned to remain close to Brother Zhongjing. This was not due to any dependency on his part, but rather the overwhelming experiences she had endured recently. Merely half a month ago, she was an untroubled genin of Konoha, with her concerns limited to finding cats and attending to trivial tasks. Yet, in less than 2 weeks, she found herself tasked with bearing the weight of the entire Uchiha clan's destiny. The stark contrast between her past and present was quite difficult for her to accept. The destination they were to visit was rather unique, located in the Land of Grass. What? The Land of Grass? Upon hearing this statement, Uchiha Izumi was momentarily bewildered. They were currently situated in the easternmost part of Konoha, and if her memory served her correctly, the Land of Grass lay to the west. The distance between the two locations was indeed formidable. I support Brother Zhongjing's proposal as we traverse this journey. The presence of over 1,000 Uchiha clan members could easily attract the pursuit of other ninja villages. It is essential for some to remain behind. After careful consideration, Uchiha Shursui concurred. Despite the strength they possessed, The number of civilians far surpassed that of the warriors. Thus, it was imperative for more individuals to stay. Of course, it shall not be more than a day before I return. At that time, you need only await our arrival on the shores of the land of waves. Uchiha Zhongjing harbored no concerns regarding the pursuing enemies. The battleship he had previously acquired had seen considerable use, primarily in inland regions. But the situation would differ upon reaching the coastline. If I were to deploy the Bismarck battleship, how would you respond, my esteemed companions? Moreover, keep an eye out for talented youths along the way. We may recruit them, as upon our arrival in the land of waves, I intend to establish a ninja academy. Uchiha Zhongjing had not forgotten his aspiration to create a school. Talented youths, I see. Uchiha Shisui nodded with keen interest. He had long harbored a dream. More than being a ninja, he yearned to be a teacher. In this moment, witnessing Uchiha Zhongjing's profound commitment to the realm of education fills Ji Shui with a sense of affirmation regarding his allegiance to him. Consequently, Ji Shui increasingly laments his inability to thwart Itachi in the past, which has led to the current state of affairs surrounding him. Remember, regardless of one's origins, as long as there exists a spark of talent, be it in physical prowess, ninjutsu, or jinjutsu, one can excel in any singular aspect. Uchiha Zhongjing is acutely aware of this truth. There are no truly worthless individuals, only those who fail to recognize and nurture talent. Esteemed colleagues, the land of waves is merely our starting point. Our journey shall undoubtedly transcend that humble village. Our ambition stretches toward the boundless sea of stars. Uchiha Zhongjing's words ignited a fervor among many present. Chapter 43. The Shinobi World in shock, Kumogakure attempts to court Uchiha Zhongjing. After completing all necessary preparations, Uchiha Zhongjing chose to depart for the land of grass. The news of the Uchiha clan's decision to part ways with Konohagakure swiftly spread throughout the shinobi world. The other 4 great villages received the news immediately. In the conference room of Kumogakure, a serious-looking secretary reported, "Reikage-sama, we have received alarming news. Konohagakure's Uchiha clan has erupted into a complete conflict. The entire Uchiha clan has vanished without a trace overnight." Mabu-e, the secretary to the Reikage, had already dispatched personnel to investigate as soon as the incident unfolded. Moreover, she had unearthed the pivotal figure behind the Uchiha clan's coup, Uchiha Zhongjing. This entire upheaval was orchestrated by him alone. As she spoke, Mabu-e presented a photograph of Uchiha Zhongjing. So young. Upon digesting the relevant intelligence, the Reikage's aide, too, was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed that the mastermind behind such a meticulously planned coup would be at least in their 40s, possessing the wisdom and means to execute such a flawless operation. Yet, the reality was that it was merely a Uchiha Jonin under 20. According to our intelligence from Konohagakure, the entire Uchiha clan, even the clan leader Fuyue, follows Uchiha Zhongjing. Mabu-e stated gravely. The photograph depicted a youthful, radiant figure. No one anticipated that such an individual could have orchestrated the Uchiha coup. Marvelous. This Uchiha Zhongjing is indeed a fortuitous ally. At a crucial moment, he has significantly weakened Konohagakure's military strength. Upon hearing this news, the 4th Reikage rose to his feet. If anyone rejoiced at Konohagakure's decline, it was undoubtedly Kumogakure. Dispatch word to all Kumogakure Jonin. I seek to challenge Konohagakure once more. The fiery 4th Reikage was eager to engage in another shinobi war. However, Mabu-e and 2, the Reikage Sade, were utterly bewildered. Reikage-sama, our current strength in Kumogakure does not support the initiation of another battle. To prevent the Reikage's temper from flaring, Mabu-e felt compelled to remind him. After all, during the 3rd Shinobi World War, Kumogakure had suffered severe setbacks, and recovery would not be swift. Is it possible that your intention is to seize this opportunity to locate the Uchiha clan and annihilate them? The Reikage furrowed his brows. If not for battle, what could their purpose be? Reikage-sama, what Mabu-e implies is that we might seize this chance to court the Uchiha clan. Since Konohagakure and the Uchiha clan have parted ways, Kumogakure could entirely leverage this moment to attract the Uchiha clan to join us. The Tsuchikage understood that speaking to the 4th Reikage required a straightforward approach, avoiding riddles. Thus, he directly conveyed the intentions of Mabu-e. The assistant lord was correct. According to reports from the reconnaissance ninjas, traces of the Uchiha clan had been discovered along the border of the land of fire and the land of waves. Moreover, the scale appeared to be quite substantial. Mabu-e nodded and shared the intelligence she had gathered. The Uchiha clan's bloodline limit was already renowned throughout the ninja world. If they could persuade the Uchiha clan to join the Hidden Cloud Village, It would significantly enhance our standing. To ensure the fourth Reikage comprehended the benefits, Mabui elaborated. Indeed, the current leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shinjin, was as formidable as the legendary Minato Namikaze. Should they successfully win over Uchiha Shinjin, the Hidden Cloud Village could potentially ascend to the pinnacle among the 5 great shinobi countries. The Tsuchikage concurred, believing that the Uchiha clan would also be eager for collaboration. After all, the era of warring states had long passed, and individual clans struggled to survive in the ninja world. The Uzumaki clan was a prime example. Despite possessing an exceedingly rare bloodline limit, they lacked the strength to protect themselves. Thus, the Tsuchikage believed the Uchiha clan would inevitably seek to join a village. Among the current 5 great nations, the Hidden Cloud Village stood out as the optimal choice. Upon hearing this, the fourth Reikage experienced a moment of enlightenment. It was the Sharingan. If they could welcome the Uchiha clan into the Hidden Cloud Village, but would they truly agree? Wouldn't it be more advantageous to subjugate them by force? With this thought, the fourth Reikage furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "No, absolutely not." Observing the Reikage's mindset, the Tsuchikage hastily interjected to dissuade him. The Uchiha clan tends to exhibit extreme thinking. Such an approach could yield adverse consequences. Having lived for many years, the Tsuchikage understood the temperament of the Uchiha clan all too well. We should attempt to court the current leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shinjin. Based on investigations, Uchiha Shinjin's prestige within the clan had reached unprecedented heights, even surpassing that of Uchiha Fugaku. The Tsuchikage identified a potential entry point. If what you say is true, then Uchiha Shinjin is akin to the Minato Namikaze of his time. How do we win him over? Hearing that Tsuchikage and Mabui placed such emphasis on Uchiha Shinjin, the fourth Reikage could not help but take the matter seriously. There are numerous strategies. Uchiha Shinjin, being so young, is driven by power, reputation, and beauty. The Hidden Cloud Village can certainly capitalize on these desires. The Tsuchikage proposed 3 angles of approach. In terms of strength, we possess the secret ninjutsu of the Land of Lightning, the Raijin armor technique. We can promise Uchiha Shinjin that if he agrees to join the Hidden Cloud Village, we will generously bestow these techniques upon him. That is indeed feasible. The fourth Reikage nodded in agreement. If a secret martial art could win the allegiance of the Uchiha clan, then the price was one he could fully accept. As for power and reputation, we could promise Uchiha Zhongjing authority over any department outside of the Umbu. Simultaneously, I am prepared to relinquish the position of Reikage's aide to them. It must be said that the vision of the Tsuchikage is truly unparalleled. In his eagerness to have Uchiha Zhongjing join, he was even willing to forfeit his own position as aide to the Reikage. However, what if the Uchiha clan desired further advancement? At that moment, the beautiful secretary of the Cloud Village, Mabui, expressed her dissent. Simply put, if they were genuinely willing to join the Cloud Village, I could promise them the opportunity to compete for the position of Reikage. In response to Mabui's concerns, the fourth Reikage waved his hand decisively. Chapter 44 I don't know. Go speak to my rabbit charm instead. What? Upon hearing this remark, Mabui was rendered utterly astonished. Allowing the Uchiha clan to compete for the position of Reikage was an extraordinary display of power. Lord Reikage Mabui contemplated saying more, but the fourth Reikage offered no opportunity for further discourse. If Uchiha Zhongjing truly possessed strength and sincerely wished to join Kumogakure, what harm would there be in relinquishing the Reikage position to him? The fourth Reikage held no sentimental attachment to the position, unlike the Hokage succession system in Konohagakure. In Kumogakure, popularity alone does not secure the title of Reikage. Only the strongest may ascend to that esteemed role. The Hokage succession system in Konohagakure lacks clarity and a definitive structure. Conversely, in the case of the Reikage, as long as one surpasses all others in strength, one is deemed worthy of the title. As for the final alluring factor, heroes often find themselves ensnared by the charms of beauty. Uchiha Zhongjing, being youthful and passionate, would be no exception. Fortuitously, Kumogakure has historically been blessed with exquisite beauties. Indeed, their village is renowned for producing stunning women, the graceful Mabui, the icy beauty Sami, and the aloof allure of Yumirin. Thus, in this regard, T-Dai felt a measure of confidence. Naturally, the decision to employ beauty to win over Uchiha Zhongjing stemmed from a dearth of information. Otherwise, they could have tailored their approach to suit his preferences. Currently, they knew nothing about Uchiha Zhongjing, necessitating a multifaceted strategy. Very well, this matter shall be entrusted to T-Dai. After thoughtful consideration, the Reikage chose to delegate authority to T-Dai. Lord Reikage, At that moment, a yellow-haired reconnaissance Jonin entered. Lord Raikage. We have detected the presence of the Uchiha clan at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Waves. It appears they are heading towards the Land of Waves. The reconnaissance ninja, Shi, delivered the news regarding the Uchiha clan. The Land of Waves. Upon hearing this news, Raikage A, T-Dai, and Mabu E swiftly approached the map. The map was introduced at the beginning of the first chapter. The Land of Fire is located at the heart of the ninja world, the most prosperous area, while the Land of Waves is a small island situated in the southeastern coastal region. Their Land of Lightning lies to the northeast of Konohagakure. In other words, the Uchiha clan's current position is not far from them. Lord Raikage. I propose sending a Jinchuriki accompanied by a small team of ninjas to swiftly pursue the Uchiha clan's main force. Simultaneously, we should convey our goodwill. T-Dai stated decisively. However, would it not be somewhat perilous to send Killer Bee? He has yet to become a perfect Jinchuriki. Upon hearing this, A hesitated. After all, who is unaware that the Sharingan is particularly effective against tailed beasts? Sending a Jinchuriki would be akin to courting disaster. No. Our intention is not to oppose the Uchiha clan, but merely to express goodwill. T-Dai clarified. Sending a Jinchuriki is also a precautionary measure to prevent other ninja villages from obstructing them. However, in our Hidden Cloud village, there is but one Jinchuriki. Sending him out might be somewhat involving Kurabi. AI hesitated slightly. Yet, as soon as he uttered those words, Mabui and Tuchai were instantly taken aback. Lord Raikage, there is also a Jinchuriki named Waimurin. Mabui hastily interjected. Ah, indeed, there is Waimurin. With that, the fourth Raikage decisively declared that Waimurin would lead the Samui team to proceed. What they were unaware of, however, was that this mission to recruit was fated to fail. At this moment, Uchiha SH was not even in the Land of Waves, but rather in the Land of Grass. Situated in the northwest corner of the Land of Fire. No one could have anticipated this twist of fate. Uchiha SH, who was supposed to lead the Uchiha clan to the Land of Waves, had unexpectedly appeared in the Land of Grass. The Land of Grass, within the confines of Kusagakure, armed with the lightning speed rabbit seal and the flying thunder god plus technique. Uchiha SH traversed the distance from the border of the Land of Fire to the Land of Grass in less than an hour. Is this Kusagakure? From his elevated vantage point, Uchiha SH surveyed the entirety of Kusagakure. In comparison to Konoha, Kusagakure's scale was merely a fraction, less than 1/10, of that of Konoha. Nonetheless, this fact facilitated Uchiha SH's quest for his target. In the next moment, the domain of the Shurazai unfurled, enveloping nearly the entire village within its reach. Soon, he detected two anomalous presences within his perception. If the chakra of others resembled mere weeds by the roadside, then these two exceptional entities stood out like two trees amidst a thicket. One, however, appeared somewhat precarious. Uchiha SH confirmed that these were indeed the locations of Karen and her mother. The rabbit seal. Grasping the rabbit seal, he vanished in an instant, leaving only a lingering shadow. Moments later, he materialized at the entrance of Kusagakure's hospital. As for the ninjas stationed at the gates of Kusagakure, they remained oblivious, standing there as if they were mere wooden figures. Caught in a blind spot, they were none the wiser. Take it up with my rabbit seal, he thought. The gatekeepers of Kusagakure did not even have time to react before meeting their demise. Proceeding through the hospital, he finally halted at the most dilapidated ward. Having not made any effort to conceal his presence, he was inevitably noticed. Who are you? Outsiders are not permitted here. Leave at once. The ninja guarding the hospital chastised Uchiha SH as if he were a mere delivery person. Take it up with my seal, he retorted. Dragon seal, flame explosion. Boom. With the boundless power contained within the seal, Uchiha SH relished employing seals to vanquish his foes. A single flame explosion was sufficient to obliterate the entire hospital structure. Of course, one must commend the architectural resilience of Kusagakure. Remarkably, the building had yet to collapse despite the devastation. Subsequently, Uchiha Zhongjing arrived before the most dilapidated hospital room. Knock, knock, knock. To convey his goodwill, Uchiha Zhongjing even took the care to tap gently on the door. It was a pity that there were no fruit vendors nearby. Otherwise, he would have considered purchasing some fruit to bring as a gesture. However, much to his dismay, no response emanated from within the room. Without a moment's hesitation, Uchiha Zhongjing chose to push the door open. Bang! As the door swung wide, a petite girl with striking red hair collided directly with him. What? This caught Uchiha Zhongjing by surprise. Just moments ago, he had unintentionally bumped into someone, and now he was on the receiving end of a collision. Bang! Ouch! Merely a slight impact, yet the red-haired girl nearly toppled to the ground. Chapter 45. Uchiha Zhangjing. Strive to be an exceptional medical ninja. But do not follow my example. Oh, the pain. Xianglin felt as though she had collided with a colossal mountain. The little one was rather impolite. Uchiha Zhangjing gazed at Xianglin, who lay sprawled on the ground, and effortlessly helped her to her feet. She dared to challenge a shadow-level powerhouse. Her audacity nearly elicited a chuckle from him. You, please don't bite my mother. Can you bite me instead? The moment she was lifted, Xianglin approached and extended her hand towards Uchiha Zhangjing, seemingly to prove her own capability. She tore at her sleeve, revealing her fair arm beneath. It appeared that Xianglin had not suffered any inhumane abuse. However, Uchiha Zhangjing seized her other arm. Unbeknownst to him, this action sent her into a state of panic. Ninja Master, may I have my other arm bitten? Xianglin implored, her voice laced with desperation, her anxious gaze darting towards her mother, who lay unconscious on the bed. As he rolled up her sleeve, various wounds emerged on her once slender arm. Little one, please remain still. Uchiha Zhangjing stated calmly in the face of her distress. Yet, frightened, Xianglin assumed he intended to bite her other arm, causing her to tightly shut her eyes. It was only when Uchiha Zhangjing produced the horse talisman that she felt a flicker of hope. The healing power of the talisman could eradicate all external afflictions within the bearer's body. The magic began to mend Xianglin's arm. How delightful! The girl, who had been keeping her eyes closed, suddenly felt a wave of warmth. The elder brother before her seemed different from those outside. With newfound courage, she opened her eyes. To her astonishment, Xianglin discovered that the scars on her arm were vanishing rapidly. Furthermore, the fatigue that had once weighed her down was dissipating. How remarkable! Uchiha Zhangjing remained unaware of the profound impact his casual actions had on Xianglin. At that moment, she looked at him again, her fear completely evaporated. Big brother, can you save my mother? I beg you. Little Xianglin's first thought was not of herself, but of her mother lying on the sickbed. She even wished to kneel. In her eyes sparkled a hope that had never before been present. Certainly, but Xianglin, you must agree to one condition. Uchiha Zhangjing did not actually compel her to kneel. I promise you. No matter how arduous the condition, Xianglin agreed without hesitation, her eagerness evident. She didn't even notice that he had called her by name. Then you must become my apprentice. Uchiha Zhangjing certainly would not let go of such a talented medical ninja. I will be your apprentice. Xianglin gazed at the elder brother before her with astonishment. What kind of conditions were these? The elder brother possessed remarkable medical skills, undoubtedly a renowned medical ninja. Being able to take him as her master felt like a divine gift bestowed upon her. I accept your terms. Soon after, Uchiha Zhangjing approached the bedside. There lay a somewhat youthful woman, yet her entire being exuded an aura of desolation. It was evident, without any need for probing, that she suffered from the severe repercussions of having lost a substantial amount of chakra. The scars on her body were secondary. Master, can you save my mother? Little Xianglin looked up at her newly acknowledged master with wide, hopeful eyes. No problem. Perhaps when you close your eyes, your mother will awaken. Uchiha Zhangjing reassured his newly accepted pupil. Although he had never taken on students nor disciples before, he considered this an opportunity to gain experience for the future establishment of a ninja school. With that, Uchiha Zhangjing produced a talisman. Xianglin obediently closed her eyes. A wave of healing light enveloped the room, and the previously unconscious mother of Xianglin began to recover swiftly. First, all visible wounds vanished, followed by a surge of vitality flooding into her body. In less than a minute, the mother, who had been on the brink of death, suddenly opened her eyes. It's all right. You can open your eyes now. Upon hearing Uchiha Zhangjing's words, Xianglin hesitantly opened her eyes, fearing she would see her mother gone forever. She worried that what she had witnessed today might merely be a fantasy conjured in her final moments. Xianglin, a familiar voice resonated in the air. Mom. In an instant, tears streamed down Xianglin's face as she rushed into her mother's embrace. Thank you, elder brother. No, master. At that moment, Uchiha Zhangjing appeared to Xianglin as the last glimmer of hope in her life. There is no need for excessive gratitude. Just give this to your mother. Uchiha Zhangjing temporarily handed the talisman to Xianglin. It could alleviate all ailments and injuries afflicting the user, relieving pain and unconsciousness, but it required continuous holding for enduring effects. Currently, her mother's condition was not something that could be resolved in the short term. To put it bluntly, he was the only one who could assist her today. Otherwise, even Tsunade's presence would not alter the situation. Master, your medical ninjutsu is so impressive. I want to be like you in the future. Xianglin's eyes sparkled with admiration for Uchiha Zhangjing. I aspire to become a formidable medical ninja, but don't follow my path. Uchiha Zhangjin was acutely aware of his own limitations. It was no wonder Xianglin would say such things. Human understanding is often confined to the realm of perception. No one would believe that a person utterly ignorant of medical ninjutsu could bring someone back to life. Gather your belongings. Soon, I shall escort you away. After completing these tasks, Uchiha Kuzan addressed the mother and daughter, Kei-rin. During their conversation, Kei-rin's mother became aware of the events that had just transpired. Esteemed ninja, we are profoundly grateful for your assistance. Should we require anything, we shall harbor no grievances. Kei-rin's mother looked at Uchiha Kuzan with heartfelt appreciation. Subsequently, she extended her arm, seemingly to demonstrate her worth. However, such an expression of gratitude seemed somewhat misplaced. There is no need. I have not yet fallen so low as to require your healing. Uchiha Kuzan gently declined. If he were indeed injured, not even Kei-rin's mother, let alone Kei-rin herself, could suffice to restore him. This is unexpected, Kei-rin's mother thought, astonished that this esteemed ninja had refused so outrightly. Chapter 46. A lone warrior against an entire village, spirit communication, the emergence of the Colossus. The village hidden in the grass fails to comprehend the true essence of talent utilization. Cheyenne possesses the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, and its potency far surpasses that of Naruto's. With just a modest amount of nurturing, her ascent to the rank of elite jonin is all but assured. Should she also master some sealing techniques from the Uzumaki clan or become a Jinchuriki, she would undoubtedly step into the realm of shadow-level powerhouses. Yet, it is evident that the village hidden in the grass harbors no such ambitions. Come, I shall take you to another place. With these words, Uchiha Kamizumi slowly departed the infirmary, leaving Cheyenne and her mother exchanging glances filled with uncertainty. Nevertheless, they obediently chose to follow him. Teacher, should we not take another route to leave? As they stepped out of the hospital's entrance, Cheyenne noticed her master boldly striding toward the front gate without a hint of concealment. This caused a wave of anxiety to swell within her. Indeed, esteemed ninja, exiting through the front gate makes it easy for them to spot us, Cheyenne's mother said cautiously. In their perception, the ninjas of the village hidden in the grass were immensely powerful, and with only one benefactor, discovery would pose significant danger. There is no need for that. I do not have a habit of using back doors. Uchiha Kamizumi replied nonchalantly, shaking his head. Stop. Outsider, your journey ends here. As soon as the words were uttered, a throng of ninjas closed in around them. Such is the nature of a small ninja village. Even the slightest disturbance sends ripples throughout the community. Teacher, Cheyenne looked at her instructor with deep concern. Guilt filled her eyes. For she believed that if her master had not come to rescue them, they would not have found themselves in such a predicament. Teacher, perhaps you should leave first. There are too many of them. With resolve etched upon her face, Cheyenne gazed at Uchiha Kamizumi. Although their acquaintance had been brief, she was convinced of her teacher's integrity. Attempting to flee? It won't be that simple. At that moment, a ninja emerged from the crowd, exuding an aura that indicated he was no ordinary foe. The surrounding ninjas were a motley crew, many lacking even proper ninja attire. Yet this particular ninja donned a deep green cloak, adorned with silver patterns symbolizing leaves or vines upon his shoulders. I am the 5th Hokage of the grass, Ajino Chiaki. Outsider, this is not a place for you. Ajino Chiaki's icy gaze bore down upon Uchiha Kamizumi. In less than a quarter of an hour, nearly 100 ninjas from the village hidden in the grass had encircled the trio. Lord Hokage, why deliberate? Just eliminate him. A disdainful jonin from the grass village remarked. Outsider, I offer you one chance. Leave now, and I will pretend you were never here. Compared to the threats of the jonin, Ajino Chiaki had far more considerations weighing upon him. He cast a wary glance at the foreign ninja before him. The latter exuded an extraordinary demeanor, displaying no trace of fear even when surrounded by so many. Such composure was not typically characteristic of a mere village ninja. It was highly probable that he hailed from one of the 5 great ninja villages, and the likelihood of him being a high-ranking shinobi was substantial. Though they were all elite ninjas, the opponent could easily dispatch the high-ranking shinobi of the grass-hidden village as if he were merely kicking a stray dog by the roadside. Thus, Chihiro Ojaya chose to afford him a semblance of respect. Grass shadow? I've never heard of such a thing. When did insects gain the audacity to embellish their own image? Yet, in the next moment, nearly everyone was taken aback. Uchiha Nakaku let out a cold snort, offering no semblance of goodwill towards his adversary. Upon hearing this, Ojaya's face flushed crimson with indignation. Arrogant. Everyone, attack. Let us eliminate him. The one thing Ojaya could not tolerate was the denial of his identity as the grass shadow. Why ought only the shadows of the 5 great ninja villages to be deemed worthy of that title? Let me witness the true strength of the ninja from the 5 great villages. Grass release, binding vines. In an instant, the wild grass beneath began to grow wildly. Was it the wind today that was too strong, or could he simply not comprehend my words? Thud. Uchiha Nakaku casually stepped onto the ground, causing the earth within a radius of several hundred meters to sink abruptly by 2 meters. Wood release, adamantine technique. The ground suddenly split open, and the once dense vines were violently torn apart by an uprooting tree. How could this be? My grass release is renowned for its resilience. Ojaya instinctively froze, stunned that his prideful binding vines were so effortlessly shattered. Everyone charged. Realizing this, Ojaya decisively commanded his comrades to advance. No matter how formidable the opponent, he could not possibly annihilate over 100 ninja. In the next instant, all the ninja surged forward. After all, they believed that their sheer numbers gave them the upper hand against a single adversary. They well remembered that even the illustrious Third Reikage had succumbed to a similar encirclement. Teacher. Seeing this scene, Kei-Rin was already filled with concern, her small figure yearning to rush forward to assist her mentor. In stark contrast, Uchiha Nakaku remained expressionless. Wood release, thorn death technique. Uchiha Nakaku casually plucked a branch from a tree. In the following moment, he hurled the branch forward. Ojaya nearly burst into laughter. Surely, his opponent did not intend to defeat him with such a mere branch? Yet, in the next instant, his laughter faded. The branch began to swell dramatically, morphing into a multitude of thorns that lunged towards them. Nearly half of the grass-hidden village's ninjas were pierced by the sudden onslaught of thorns, with some unfortunate souls nailed to nearby structures. Ojaya had long since lost the arrogance he once possessed. Hundreds of ninjas, in the blink of an eye, suffered devastating losses, with over half of their numbers decimated. You cannot kill us. Our hidden grass village has a partnership with the 5 great ninja villages. If you slay me, the 5 great ninja villages will not spare you. Ajino Chiaki exclaimed, panic etched across his face. Silence. Uchiha Zhong was utterly disinterested in his ramblings. Summoning Jutsu, giant emergence. Galio. With that, Uchiha Zhong struck the ground with a single hand. In an instant, a formation spanning hundreds of meters manifested upon the earth. What is he attempting to do? Ajino Chiaki was momentarily bewildered by this sight. What on earth is the opponent doing? Suddenly, Ajino Chiaki noticed the sky darkening ominously. A shroud of shadow enveloped everything in his view. Lord Kazekage, the sky. Some fallen ninjas suddenly wore expressions of sheer terror. Chapter 47. The Task Reward, the Rebirth, Eye, and Pain's Shock. In the heavens, Ajino Chiaki was bewildered, pondering what could possibly exist above. With a skeptical expression, he gazed upwards. However, upon catching sight of the sky, his demeanor swiftly transformed from doubt to terror, ultimately leading to a complete state of shock. How can this be possible? At that moment, high above, a colossal statue, towering over 10,000 meters, was plummeting at an alarming speed. To describe it as merely 10,000 meters would be an understatement. Its descent alone obscured the entire sky. Simultaneously, in the land of wind. Can you play with me? A slender figure endeavored to integrate with the other children. Crazy. Who would want to play with you? The innocent overture was met with disdain from those around. Garo, rejected, lowered his head, exacerbating his already reclusive nature. It was then that Garo suddenly sensed something unusual in the sky. In the distant heights, there appeared to be something resembling a meteor. The proximity of Kusa village to Sunagakure made this sight not entirely surprising. It must be a mirage. Young Garo rubbed his eyes, thinking he had misperceived, and was about to depart. Boom! The ground trembled violently in the next moment. What is happening? An earthquake? Oh no, an earthquake! The intense tremor sent shockwaves through the entire Sunagakure. If the far-off Sunagakure was in turmoil, one could only imagine the chaos in Kusa village. Phew! Uchiha Keisei exhaled deeply. He hadn't anticipated that the summoning technique would deplete his chakra so rapidly. His chakra was already considered top tier. Yet the use of the summoning technique nearly drained him completely. Gario had barely been summoned before vanishing due to insufficient chakra. It seemed this summoning technique could not be employed too frequently. Turning back, he observed that Kusa village had been reduced to ruins. Once situated upon rolling hills, it now lay transformed into a desolate basin. Uchiha Keisei was uncertain whether anyone had perished. If they had survived, they would be living in a state of despair. Fortunately, Gario had not suffered any injuries, so they had not been adversely affected. Teacher, I no longer wish to learn medical ninjutsu. I want to learn your summoning technique. Kei-Rin's eyes sparkled with admiration for Uchiha Keisei. How impressive. Kei-Rin held little regard for the people of Kusa village. But witnessing her teacher's prowess made her eager to commend him. Teacher, was that your summoned beast just now? It's enormous. Young Kei-Rin expressed her envy with wide-eyed wonder. Teacher, will I be able to summon such a large beast in the future? Kei-Rin was like an inquisitive child, brimming with curiosity. Xianglin, do not be impolite to Lord Ninja. Xianglin's mother felt a tinge of apprehension upon witnessing her daughter's casual demeanor towards the esteemed ninja. After all, in her eyes, the individual before them was not only their benefactor, but also a revered Lord Ninja. I am Uchiha Zhongjing. I have come to acknowledge Xianglin's remarkable talent and wish to take her as my disciple, so there is no need for concern. Uchiha Zhongjing explained calmly. Beep. Congratulations to the host. After completing all necessary actions, Uchiha Zhongjing prepared to escort the mother and daughter back to the land of waves. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing this event. Event evaluation. Congratulations to the host for receiving a pair of rebirth eyes and 5 cards of chakra. Rebirth eyes can only be awakened by combining the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan with the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, representing the pinnacle of Byakugan evolution. It possesses the ability to control both gravitational and repulsive forces, wielding power sufficient to effortlessly manipulate the moon. This mission's evaluation had reached an impressive 7 stars, with rewards significantly surpassing those of previous tasks. Rebirth eyes, you say? Uchiha Zhongjing pondered with surprise. Now, he possessed the wood release of the Senju clan, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, and the rebirth eyes of the Otsutsuki clan. Yet, why not refer to it as the rebirth eyes of the Hyuga clan? As of now, it appeared that no one from the Hyuga clan had awakened the rebirth eyes. Uchiha Zhongjing had consolidated the most precious bloodline limits of the ninja world within himself. However, he was left wondering which was more formidable, his rebirth eyes or Pain's Rinnegan. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Uchiha Zhongjing, the commotion he had inadvertently caused was sending shockwaves throughout the entire ninja world. In a cave near the outskirts of the Rain Country, Rain-Hidden Village, Conan emerged hastily, her expression grave. Pain, that tremendous sound just now. It originated from the direction of the Grass-Hidden Village, and its power rivals my strongest attack. Due to the considerable distance, Pain could only estimate the adversary's strength. Nevertheless, such a terrifying impact nearly shook Rain-Hidden Village to its core. Pain, shall I scout the Grass-Hidden Village? Conan volunteered, compelled to consider the sudden emergence of such a formidable presence. No, Conan, you are not his match. A flicker of caution crossed Pain's gaze. Let Black Zetsu carry out the reconnaissance. In Pain's eyes, Black Zetsu's fate was inconsequential, but Conan must not encounter peril. Furthermore, Black Zetsu's origins are shrouded in mystery, and it is notoriously difficult to eliminate. It is most fitting for this task. Additionally, Madara had mentioned introducing another powerful ally to the Akatsuki organization. Pain stated expressionlessly. Not long ago, Madara had recruited an individual named Kisame Hashigaki into the organization, a decision that left Pain quite satisfied. Mother, I have heard that new members are about to join the organization. I wonder if one of them might be my teammate. Just then, a series of footsteps echoed from outside the cave. I am quite curious about the bounty of this newly arrived member. In walked Kakazu, Haiden, Sasori, and Orochimaru. Although Sasori and Orochimaru are members of the same group, they position themselves at opposite ends, one on the far left and the other on the far right. Even a fool could discern that there was some discord between them. The new member has arrived, shortly after the entrance of Kakuzu and his companions. Pain slowly opened his mouth to speak. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The cave reverberated with the heavy sound of approaching footsteps. Uchiha Itachi made his entrance with a measured grace. Uchiha. 1 against 7. Upon witnessing this scene, Orochimaru instantly froze in astonishment. Simultaneously, another person was equally taken aback. 50 million. Chapter 48. Itachi Uchiha. Is it still possible for me to withdraw from the Akatsuki organization? Kakuzu's gaze was almost fixed upon Itachi Uchiha. In the current ninja world, who does not know that Itachi Uchiha has surpassed all others? He has even compelled Konoha to issue a bounty of 50 million. Leader. Let me team up with Itachi Uchiha. Kakuzu remarked, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. Truly, he felt an inexplicable affinity with Itachi. And it was certainly not out of greed for the bounty on his head. How young he is. It seems our new member harbors secrets of his own. At that moment, Kisame Hashigaki suddenly stepped forward to interrupt Kakuzu. In a sense, he was aiding Itachi by diverting the attention. After all, both of them had been brought in by that esteemed individual. If memory serves, was the Uchiha clan not renowned for their prowess? How did they fall to such a state? Orochimaru regarded Itachi with keen curiosity. Recently, the news of the Uchiha clan's defection from Konoha had stirred considerable commotion. Now, Itachi stood alone as a rogue ninja. Coupled with previous rumors, he was being hunted by both the Uchiha clan and Konoha. This notion only deepened Orochimaru's intrigue regarding how Itachi had come to this plight. In response to Orochimaru's inquiry, Itachi remained expressionless, showing no inclination to explain. I too am curious as to why you chose to join the Akatsuki organization. At that moment, Pain spoke up. Although Itachi was recommended by Madara, he needed to ascertain that he was not a spy from Konoha or the Uchiha clan. By one person. Who? Orochimaru's expression shifted to one of intrigue. Who could possibly reduce someone like Itachi to such a state? Uchiha Shingen. Itachi stated impassively. During this time, he had endured much, but upon reflection, he realized that everything stemmed from this one individual. Uchiha Shingen. Hearing that familiar name, Pain paused momentarily. Conan had previously expressed a desire to recruit this person. Hence he had some recollection. What is this person's strength? Pain inquired nonchalantly. For some reason, he sensed that this individual was extraordinary. The fact that Black Zetsu could not obtain information about him was telling. Generally, there is no intelligence that Black Zetsu cannot uncover. Yet, Uchiha Shingen was an exception. Very formidable. A flicker of apprehension crossed Itachi's eyes at the mention of Uchiha Shingen. Even with his own Mangeki Sharingan activated, he could contend evenly with his father. Yet, he still found himself outmatched by Uchiha Shingen. If possible, I would advise against provoking him. Uchiha Shingen is not a simple adversary. Having personally experienced Uchiha Shingen's prowess, Itachi now understood the adage. Once bitten by a snake, one is wary of ropes for 10 years. Unbeknownst to him, he felt an inexplicable urge to meet Sasuke before being taken away by Danzo, intending to challenge Sasuke as an adversary. However, Uchiha Obito seemed to have anticipated all his plans. He directly whisked Sasuke, who should have been at the Ninja Academy, back to his side. And even the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was taken along. Uchiha Itachi felt as if he was ensnared in the shadow of Uchiha Obito, realizing that all his efforts were in vain, an exaggeration. At that moment, Scorpion scoffed disdainfully, doubting the grandiosity of Itachi's claims. In his view, Itachi simply lacked strength. Hence his multitude of excuses. Coupled with Scorpion's inherent disdain for the people of Konoha, he displayed a contemptuous expression upon hearing Itachi's inflated praises of Obito. Very well. If that is the case, let us welcome the new member. From now on, you shall be known as the Crimson Phoenix of the Akatsuki. This is your ring. Pain stated, handing the ring to Itachi after confirming he was not a spy. You will be paired with Kisame Hashigaki. Pain's gaze roamed among the members before settling on the affable Kisame. There was no alternative. Assigning him to Kakuzu would likely result in a confrontation by the following day, especially as Kakuzu had recently eliminated 2 new recruits. What must I do next? Itachi inquired nonchalantly after receiving the ring. During this time, he planned to master some Mangeki techniques to enhance his strength before seeking out Sasuke. He was increasingly reluctant to oppose Uchiha Obito, as Sasuke was now in his hands. And Obito's strength was formidable. Moreover, his verbal prowess was unparalleled, persuading even their clan members, father, Sasuke, and even Shursui to place their trust in him. Why did the clan members prefer to rebel alongside Obito rather than extend their faith in the third Hokage? In fact, Itachi felt a twinge of guilt upon mentioning the third Hokage's name, as he too had begun to harbor doubts about him. The mission of the Akatsuki was rather straightforward. In response to Itachi's inquiry, Pain succinctly outlined their objectives. However, upon hearing them, Itachi nearly lost his composure. Are you saying our current mission is to capture tailed beasts? He restrained his impatience as he asked. Indeed, in the second phase, we aim to capture all tailed beasts. Pain replied matter-of-factly. Unbeknownst to Pain, at that moment, Itachi felt the ring in his hand grow unbearably hot. Regret washed over him. He lamented listening to Madara and joining the Akatsuki. Was he not still destined to be adversaries with Uchiha Obito? After all, the current Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was firmly in Obito's grasp. He does not believe he can reclaim the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki from Uchiha Obito. Furthermore, with Sasuke currently in the enemy's grasp, The thought leaves Itachi feeling utterly exhausted. Oh well, let us take one step at a time. Meanwhile, in the land of Earth, within the rock village. Hey, old man. Why did you summon me? A young man with blonde hair, similar in age to Itachi, casually remarked in the office of the Tsuchikage. Before the current Tsuchikage, Inoki. This youth displayed not even a hint of the respect one might expect. Deidara, could you please act a bit more seriously? Grandfather mentioned that there is something of great importance to entrust to us. Kuratsuchi, with a displeased expression, pointed an accusing finger at Deidara. Shut up, you brat. Do you really think the old man would assign a mere genin like you to any significant mission? Don't deceive yourself. Chapter 49. Inoki's obsession with the Sharingan and Deidara's rebellious spirit. Deidara, with his characteristic sharp tongue, remarked disdainfully, Akatsuchi is merely embellishing his own reputation. A young girl with a sweet appearance and a discontented expression chimed in. Isn't Deidara-sama here? Although they were only a few years apart, Deidara had already attained the rank of Jonin, while Akatsuchi remained a mere genin. All right, enough of this. Old man, if you have something to say, do it quickly. I still need to devote time to my art. Deidara expressed his annoyance. The moment Deidara spoke, Inoki's blood pressure seemed to rise. You ungrateful disciple. Instead of mastering the dust release, you insist on dabbling in that worthless clay. Inoki's frustration was palpable. The talent pool of the Iwagakure village was already dwindling. And now their only genius had strayed onto a misguided path. Old man, you truly lack any artistic sensibility. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Deidara had become quite the little rebel in Iwagakure. Forget it. I'm tired of your nonsense. I summoned you here for a task. Inoki, weary of further discussion, feared that continuing would only result in his own demise from anger at this wayward disciple. Inoki produced a map, marking a significant circle along the border between the land of fire and the land of waves. This is the location of the Uchiha clan. Your mission is to capture a few hostages. Ensure they possess the Sharingan, regardless of gender. If necessary, you may also bring back their eyes. As someone who had witnessed the zenith of Uchiha Madara's power, Inoki understood the formidable nature of the Sharingan. Thus, after the Uchiha clan's departure from Konohagakure, he promptly resolved to send someone to procure a few pairs of Sharingan. Ideally, they would capture living members of the Uchiha clan. I refuse. Deidara responded decisively. The Uchiha clan and their Sharingan are devoid of any artistic merit. I have no desire to get involved. If Deidara were to obediently heed Inoki's words, he would no longer be Deidara. Besides, the very mention of the Uchiha clan irked him. He simply did not wish to go. Come on, Deidara-sama. This is a rare opportunity to undertake a mission. Akatsuchi, upon hearing Deidara's resolute refusal, expressed his reluctance. Yet Deidara was entirely indifferent to Akatsuchi's desperate pleas. Meanwhile, the large figure of Akatsuchi spoke up. Do not worry, Akatsuchi. Even if Deidara undertakes this mission, you will not be accompanying him. Akatsuchi bluntly stated the harsh truth. How about this, Deidara? If you successfully complete this mission, I will bequeath the position of Tsuchikage to you. It was evident that Inoki held a genuine admiration for the Sharingan, to the extent that he was willing to bestow the title of Tsuchikage upon this rebellious disciple. Not interested. However, Deidara expressed his utter disinterest, which caused Inoki's face to darken considerably. You brat, are you truly uninterested in the position of Tsuchikage? Inoki often found himself wishing he could pry open his apprentice's mind to see if it were filled with clay. What exactly are your terms? Speak. Ultimately, Inoki had no choice but to relent. There was no one else capable of executing this task but Deidara. The notoriety of Akatsuki was too great. Should he make a move, the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly recognize him. Unless you acknowledge that my clay is the greatest art in the world. Deidara crossed his arms, adopting an air of defiance that suggested he would not lift a finger without such recognition. Rebellious apprentice. How foolish I was to take you on. Inoki was on the verge of madness. Fine, I concede that your clay is indeed the greatest art. Satisfied? In the end, Inoki chose to flatter against his better judgment. Hey, old man, that's rather devoid of emotion. Deidara retorted, clearly displeased with Inoki's perfunctory attitude. The next moment, Deidara noticed the old man's gaze as if he was preparing to unleash his dust release. Stop. All right, old man, I agree. Deidara hastily acquiesced. It would be unwise to provoke the elderly man further. It's just the Uchiha clan, I consent. Upon hearing Deidara's agreement, Inoki slowly withdrew his right hand from the dust release. I want to go too. Upon seeing Deidara agree, Kuratsuchi chimed in enthusiastically. No, absolutely not. Both Inoki and Deidara exclaimed in unison. Did Grandpa and Deidara and I really care about me so much? Upon hearing their simultaneous objections, Kuratsuchi felt immensely valued. I certainly do not wish to carry a burden on this mission, Deidara firmly stated. You foolish Deidara, you are the burden. Kuratsuchi's face darkened. Deidara's emotional intelligence appeared alarmingly low. Could he not utter a few comforting words? In any case, this matter was entrusted to Deidara. Remember, wherever you go, be wary of someone named Uchiha Zongjing. If possible, avoid any confrontation. Before departing, Inoki offered a few words of concern. Although this rebellious apprentice often frustrated him, he was still his pupil. Understood, old man. Enough of the nagging. You sound like a grandmother. Deidara replied with evident impatience. This moment suggested that when Deidara had died, Inoki might not have felt sorrow after all. With such a loquacious apprentice, perhaps Inoki should indeed thank Sasuke. I'm off. With that, Deidara turned his back and descended to his flying clay. Master, can we let Deidara go alone? After Deidara departed, Akatsuchi expressed her concerns. Rest assured, as long as he does not encounter the likes of Uchiha Fugaku or Uchiha Shisui, Deidara possesses the strength to handle any situation with ease, Denki confidently asserted. As for why he did not mention Uchiha Itachi, it was because he believed that having offered a warning, this wayward disciple would refrain from provoking him. However, Master, have you forgotten that Deidara revels in opposing you? At that moment, Akatsuchi interjected with a reminder. Oh no. Denki suddenly grasped how this rebellious nature of his disciple had emerged. Is Uchiha Itachi truly that formidable? The old man forbids me from seeking him out, yet I am determined to do so. With that, Deidara strode resolutely towards the land of waves, not looking back. Chapter 50. Deidara versus Uchiha Zongjing. Sometimes, everything unfolds with remarkable serendipity. From the land of earth to the land of waves, one must traverse the land of grass. Had Deidara's initial intent been to journey directly to the land of waves, he might have never encountered Uchiha Zongjing. After all, at that moment, Uchiha Zongjing was still in the hidden grass village. Yet, in a twist of fate, as Deidara soared on his C4 dragon, he beheld a scene below that left him in disbelief. Could this truly be the hidden grass village? Had he taken a wrong turn? Squinting his eyes, Deidara noted that the former location of the village had transformed into a vast basin, littered with the remnants of various structures, a testament to past animosity. One could faintly discern that this place was once a thriving settlement. This was art. With trembling hands and an exhilarated heart, Deidara gazed down from the sky. Overwhelmed by the breathtaking spectacle, he felt an insatiable urge to locate the individual responsible for this devastation. He was eager to engage in a discussion about art with this enigmatic figure. The Uchiha clan was of no concern to him now. He resolved to pursue. Deidara swiftly made up his mind, estimating that the mastermind could not have strayed too far. He yearned to meet the architect of such artistry before seeking out Uchiha Zongjing. Riding upon his white giant bird, he soared over desolate rocky mountains, leaving behind the stifling confines of the rock village. The frigid currents of air tore through his golden locks, yet they could not disperse the frustration stemming from the elder's disdain, nor could they quell the fierce and rebellious flame ignited within him. Uchiha Zongjing? Huh? Deidara scoffed into the howling wind, his elongated blue eyes glinting with a nearly feverish excitement. The more the elder fretted and warned, the more intriguing this adversary became. A being that could instill such trepidation in that obstinate old man. Only such a rival was worthy of testing my ultimate art. He had entirely cast aside the mission to capture Noki and obtain his Sharingan. The eyes the elder desired? What concern was that of Deidara's? His mind was consumed by a singular thought, to find Uchiha Zongjing and obliterate him with the most spectacular, resounding explosion, while simultaneously delivering a sound thrashing to the old Suchikage. He aimed to demonstrate what true, world-shaking beauty truly was. Of course, Uchiha Zongjing was ultimately swifter than Deidara, thanks to his access to advanced teleportation techniques. The damp, briny sea breeze of the land of waves replaced the arid dust of the land of earth. Below lay a port village, densely populated with rudimentary wooden huts, surrounded by expansive marshland shrouded in a gloomy mist. As Deidara descended, his keen gaze swept over the unfamiliar terrain like that of a hawk, searching for any trace of formidable chakra fluctuations. Having pursued his quest to the land of waves, he had yet to encounter the kindred spirit he sought. Perhaps it was best to inquire for directions from a member of the Uchiha clan. Now that he had arrived in the land of waves, he had no intention of turning back. At that moment, a surge of chakra suddenly registered within his perception. Well concealed, indeed, he murmured softly, his fingers deftly manipulating the special clay in his palm, which eagerly devoured the material. Several small, yet remarkably agile, white clay birds silently coalesced around him, taking flight and seamlessly disappearing into the dense treetops and mist below, becoming his extended eyes and ears. Time flowed in the suffocating silence. Just as Deidara felt his patience waning and contemplated whether to unleash a few C2 dragons into the forest to create a commotion, one of the clay birds returned with an exceptionally intense chakra response. That sensation, cold, vast, imbued with an unsettling ancient pressure, akin to a slumbering beast awakening. Found it. Deidara's spirit soared, a fervent grin spreading across his face as he urged his colossal bird onward. Go. The giant bird released a silent screech, its wings slicing through the mist as it surged towards the source of the chakra explosion. Below, an open clearing marred by devastation abruptly appeared. Several massive ancient trees had been severed at their bases, their stumps as smooth as mirrors. In the center of the clearing stood a young man clad in a dark, unadorned kimono. He was tall and composed, appearing almost excessively youthful, yet his eyes, oh, what eyes they were, crimson like a pool of congealed blood. 3 pitch-black tomo slowly revolving within, reflecting the sky and the descending Deidara with a chilling indifference, devoid of any human emotion. Only a cold detachment akin to that of one surveying mere insects. Fascinating. It was none other than Uchiha Cousin. Teacher, what is this? Xianglin was bewildered, having just witnessed her teacher reprimand several unidentified ninjas, only to now confront another reckless challenger. At her feet lay several ambu-clad ninjas, their fates unknown. Clearly, it wasn't just Noki who found the Sharingan intriguing. Hey, are you from the Uchiha clan? Where is your leader, Uchiha Cousin? Deidara called out from the air, his voice laced with deliberate provocation. The old man had exalted the Uchiha clan to mythical heights. He had expected them to possess 3 heads and 6 arms. They appeared rather ordinary, indeed. Deidara mused that the elder must have grown frail with age, now fearing death. The Uchiha clan didn't seem particularly intimidating. Just a pair of eyes, a nose, and a head. Cousin slowly raised his eyelids, his Sharingan locking onto the airborne Deidara. There was no anger, no surprise, only an unfathomable depth of cold. He did not even attempt to respond, as if the presence and clamor of Deidara were no different from the chirping of insects and birds in the woods. This complete and silent disdain provoked Deidara's fury more than any venomous insult could. He sought the dazzling brilliance and thunderous acclaim of an explosive moment, the shock of art being acknowledged. Yet, the indifference in those eyes seemed to fundamentally deny his existence. How dare you belittle my art? Deidara's handsome face contorted with rage, a mad flame igniting in his azure gaze. Then, let your body truly experience the ultimate beauty of instant sublimation. With a fierce gesture, he thrust his hands forward, and the dozens of clay birds that had been circling around him like a swarm drawn to blood let out piercing cries as they swooped down upon the unsuspecting Zhongjing below. Each bird contained a compressed charge of high-explosive clay, a cluster bombardment of his masterpiece, C1. Clay spiders. The barrage of explosions swiftly engulfed Zhongjing's position. Fiery blasts shot skyward, and the deafening roar shattered the damp air of the land of waves, while violent shockwaves uprooted trees, tearing them to shreds, and hurled soil and debris into the heavens, forming a fleeting yet terrifying mushroom cloud of flames and smoke. The devastating shockwave even caused the massive bird beneath Deidara, suspended in midair, to tremble violently. Artist explosion. Yes. Deidara gazed down at the scene of destruction, a wicked and ecstatic smile adorning his face, eagerly awaiting the moment when the smoke would clear to reveal the shattered remains of the body. This was merely an appetizer. He intended to reduce the arrogant Uchiha to ashes within the brilliance of his art. However, as the thick smoke rapidly dispersed under the impact of the shockwave, the smile on Deidara's face abruptly froze, his pupils constricting in utter shock and disbelief. At the center of the smoke, an eerie purple glow quietly swirled. Chapter 51. Behold Susanoo, the third power. A colossal, semi-transparent purple skeletal frame stood majestically at the epicenter of the explosion, resembling an impenetrable fortress. This skeletal structure encased only the upper body of Zhongjing, its surface shimmering with an ancient and unyielding luster. Despite the ferocious explosion that could level a small forest, this seemingly fragile frame bore not a single crack. Zhongjing remained steadfast, his attire untouched, as he gazed through the violet energy skeleton at Deidara hovering above, his crimson Sharingan reflecting nothing but icy mockery. Dead dog. Teacher is so cool. I want to learn this. Xiao Xianglin exclaimed, her mouth agape in awe. The towering purple giant appeared divine. Impossible. Deidara shrieked, his voice cracking under the weight of his shock. The art he prided himself on, instantly elevated, could not even breach his opponent's defenses? This was a complete negation of his lifelong pursuit. What is this? If Inoki were present, he would have recognized it immediately. Susanoo, the third power. In response to Deidara's fury, Uchiha Zhangzheng merely remarked with nonchalance. Rage and a profound sense of humiliation overwhelmed Deidara's reason. Don't get too proud. That was merely a warm-up. Experience this, C2, dragon. He frantically formed hand seals, chakra surging forth like a torrential flood. The form of the colossal bird beneath him transformed dramatically with the influx of chakra, swelling into a fearsome, massive white clay dragon. The dragon unleashed a silent roar, its belly swelling like a cannon, brimming with destructive energy. Disperse. Deidara bellowed hysterically, channeling all his anger and disbelief into the command. The cannon-like mouth of the dragon shone brightly, and an unbearable, blinding white beam erupted forth like the spear of divine retribution, hurtling toward the purple skeletal frame below with unerring precision. Boom. A cataclysmic explosion erupted, tenfold more ferocious than before. The pure white torrent of annihilating energy crashed against Susanoo's ribs, a blinding radiance consuming everything in its path. The earth trembled in lamentation, and a terrifying shockwave radiated outward, flattening distant forests into dust. The core of the explosion reached temperatures capable of melting steel. Even if it doesn't harm you, what about those two behind you? Deidara fixated on the center of the explosion, his chest heaving, bloodshot eyes filled with fervor. This time it must. As the brilliance dissipated, Deidara's breath came to an abrupt halt. The purple light did not dim. Rather, it deepened and solidified. Rapidly, resilient tendons and robust muscle fibers enveloped the original skeletal ribs. And in an instant, a more colossal and complete purple demigiant, the second form of Susanoo, stood unwavering upon the earth. The giant's head drooped, its hollow eye sockets seemingly gazing down at the diminutive Deidara. The C2 beam, capable of obliterating mountains, merely left a trivial burn on the giant's muscular chest, akin to a fleeting sting from a cigarette, rapidly vanishing under the formidable self-healing powers of Susanoo. Even the explosion failed to harm the two red-haired individuals standing behind. Art. My art. Deidara's lips trembled, his face as pale as parchment, a chilling dread surging from his feet to the crown of his head. The explosions, which he cherished and took pride in, felt utterly impotent before the absolute defense of his adversary. This sensation was 100-fold more despairing than being pointed at by the old man with dust release. In that moment, the very foundation of his beliefs was shattered beneath the feet of the purple giant. Is this all you possess? The cold voice of Zhang reverberated for the first time, penetrating the barrier of Susanoo, its metallic resonance striking clearly against Deidara's eardrums and heart. A waste of time, be silent. Uchiha. The extreme terror instantaneously morphed into a frenzied desire for annihilation. Deidara's eyes flared crimson, completely devoid of reason. What mission, what Suchikage position, what artistic philosophy? All were cast aside. He now harbored but a singular thought. At any cost, he would drag this monstrous entity with him into the ultimate explosion, transforming them both into nothingness. Only then could he prove the worth of his art. You disdain my art, then let us perish together. Allow me to unveil the ultimate form of my artistry. C3, number 18. Deidara emitted a beastly roar, recklessly placing his hands on the head of the clay dragon. However, unbeknownst to him, his gaze had been supplanted by a pair of scarlet Sharingan. All the chakra within him surged forth like a desperate blaze, pouring out with reckless abandon. The colossal dragon twisted violently, contorting and ultimately coalescing into an enormous, doll-like clay bomb radiating a destructive aura. This was the culmination of his life's work. The ultimate weapon named in the name of the divine. The massive doll bomb detached from the remnants of the clay dragon, carrying all of Deidara's madness and despair, plummeting towards the towering purple giant below like a falling meteor. The surface of the doll glowed with a dangerously vivid red, its internal energy compressing to the brink of criticality. Art is instantaneous death. Huh. Deidara spread his arms wide, unleashing a final, hysterical laugh, prepared to embrace the purifying light of extinction. Yet, just as the colossal clay doll was about to make contact with the purple Susanoo, an unexpected change occurred. Zhang's scarlet Sharingan accelerated the rotation of the three tomo within its pupils, distorting even the very light around it. An indescribable, otherworldly power, seemingly capable of bending the laws of space, erupted silently. The colossal clay figure, C3 number 18, plummeting downward, was suddenly halted by a devastating crimson light. In an instant, the space surrounding its immense form resembled a stone cast into the surface of water, creating visible, transparent ripples. These ripples did not expand outward. Rather, they contracted sharply inward, folding as if an invisible hand were forcefully compressing the space before the bomb, inverting it. Time seemed to stretch momentarily. The ultimate artistic creation, embodying all of Daidara's power and capable of erasing a town from existence, did not collide with the Susanoo. Instead, it was violently displaced and inverted by an irresistible force of space, mere meters away from the towering purple giant. Chapter 52. Are you certain you have killed me? The colossal clay effigy was struck as if by an invisible hand, abruptly altering its trajectory in a manner that defied the laws of physics. With a terrifying acceleration surpassing that of its descent, it hurtled back towards its sole creator, Daidara, suspended in the air. The swiftness of its movement left behind a blinding white afterimage. What? You are certainly no ordinary Uchiha. Who exactly are you? The manic laughter on Daidara's face froze instantly, transforming into sheer horror and bewilderment. You do not even know your teacher's name. He is Uchiha Zhongjing. What? Daidara was momentarily stunned. He is Uchiha Zhongjing? His mind became a blank slate, and he could only watch helplessly as the ultimate masterpiece he had painstakingly crafted to devour his enemies, a creation meant to obliterate, expanded rapidly before his eyes, radiating a cataclysmic red light. That crimson glow was no longer the luster of art, but the harbinger of death. No. A piercing scream of despair, twisted in agony, escaped his throat just as the explosion erupted with a thunderous roar less than 10 meters in front of him. The entirety of C3 number 18's energy was unleashed without reservation, at point-blank range. The sky appeared to be torn open, a vast, burning wound. A brilliance a billion times more blinding than the sun consumed Daidara's diminutive figure, instantly robbing him of all sight. Following this, a sound of destruction transcending the limits of hearing surged forth, a cataclysmic cacophony echoing the world's own collapse. An unimaginable shockwave, ferocious beyond comprehension, crashed against Daidara's body like a tangible tsunami. The clay bird beneath him, the last remnant of his creations, could not even emit a mournful cry before it vaporized, disappearing without a trace. Daidara felt as if he were a withered leaf in a tempest, or an iron block cast into a furnace. Every bone in his body seemed to groan under an unbearable weight, on the verge of shattering. His skin was scorched by the searing shockwave, emitting the acrid scent of charred flesh, while pain akin to millions of red-hot needles pierced every inch of his nerves. He could even distinctly hear the sound of his own organs rupturing under the force of the wave. Time lost all significance. Daidara felt as though he had been cast into a purgatory of pure white and deafening roars, endlessly tumbling and plummeting. His consciousness rapidly faded amidst the absolute light and heat, only to be engulfed by an interminable agony and an absurd thought swirling within him. Had he, by his own ultimate art, brought about his own demise? Uncertain of how long it had been, perhaps merely a moment, perhaps an eternity, he was violently thrust down into the damp, cold mire of the swamp. It felt as though every bone in his body had shattered, each part of him resonating with excruciating pain. His vision was a haze. His eyes, scorched by the explosion's brilliance, could barely discern the distorted, swaying hues. His ears were filled with a sharp, unending buzzing, and beyond that, there was an oppressive silence. He coughed up a copious amount of tainted blood, mingled with fragments of his own insides. Each breath he took was laced with agony, as if he inhaled not air, but searing shards of glass. The frigid breath of death had never before so palpably constricted his throat. Cough, cough, cough. Ha, ha, ha. The excruciating pain of impending death intertwined with the despair of shattered beliefs, igniting within Daidara's broken form the last flicker of frenzied madness. The blood-stained corners of his mouth twisted into a grotesque grimace, his eyes now consumed by a singular obsession to annihilate all. It is not finished. Art is not finished. The primal instinct for survival, coupled with a morbid fixation on artistry, wrung the final remnants of chakra from his body. His hands, trembling like a candle flickering in the wind, resolutely pressed against his shattered chest. The greedy mouth in his palm once again opened wide, ravenously devouring the last vestiges of his vitality, frantically conjuring a nearly imperceptible yet devastating clay dust. C4 Garuda. You disdain my art, Deidara rasped, each word accompanied by a spurt of blood. Then, let your body, every cell, experience it. Uchiha Kakashi, this is true sublimation. Art is the instant of death. Drink. He threw back his head, expending his final ounce of strength to unleash a roar. Countless nanoscale clay bombs, invisible to the naked eye, surged forth with his desperate cry, expanding like an unseen fog of death, enveloping a vast area around him. Silent yet swift as lightning, it rapidly shrouded the purple figure, radiating terrifying chakra. The air shimmered slightly as those lethal microbombs, akin to sentient dust, rushed towards their singular target, the very cells of the enemy, determined to dismantle them from within, reducing them to a void smaller than dust. This was Deidara's final, life-risking artistic epitaph. Art is explosion. Deidara collapsed in the mud, his consciousness beginning to blur. Yet his lips curled into a mad smile of near relief, waiting for the silent, cellular-level annihilation to befall his adversary. As he had anticipated, his opponent was utterly unprepared for this maneuver. The fatal nanobomb dust was about to make contact with the moment the purple Susanoo was breached. Bang! In an instant, the air before him rippled as if disturbed by water. The violent explosion seemed to obliterate the very Susanoo itself. Ha 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 ha. In this battle, my art has triumphed. Witnessing this scene, Deidara displayed a raucous grin. What of the Uchiha clan? They are nothing extraordinary. The old man boasted of Uchiha Kakashi. And look how it ends. His dilated pupils struggled to focus, meeting a pair of crimson eyes mere inches away. Have you truly killed me? Suddenly, a chilling voice resonated in Deidara's ears. Uchiha Kakashi, having somehow escaped the protection of his Susanoo, materialized before him like a specter and scathed. The lethal C4 Garuda vanished without a trace. Before him lay an emptiness, the devastation wrought by the explosion erased from existence. Nothing remained. Nothing was visible. Something felt amiss. What had transpired? Deidara found himself momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Your art. Zhongzheng's lips seemed to twitch ever so slightly upwards. A gesture that was far from a smile, but rather a mockery more cutting than the frigid polar ice. Not even worthy of brushing against the hem of my garment.